Leave you with just one? Bai Wei hurriedly shook his head. How can I do that? Although your G-clan isn't too large, you still have people who broke through to the Zifu disciple level. I imagine some of them would wish to become a retainer for a full disciple of the Black-White College. In addition, in the future you might encounter a powerful figure who would ask you for a slot. How about this? I'll shamelessly take 5 of your retainer positions, while you hold on to the remaining 5. If, in the future, the 5 you have is insufficient, come talk to me. I'll come up with some methods for having those Zifu disciples enter a good school. But of course, they must be of the early Zifu stage. Ning laughed, then nodded. That's fine as well. But in truth, he really did only need a single slot. Retainers entered the Black-White College for the sake of gaining top-tier key refining techniques, but they ideally needed to be early-stage Zifu disciples as well. If one entered as a middle-stage or late-stage Zifu disciple, one's path would have become set. There was no way to go back. The G-clan's Zifu disciples consisted of Patriarch G9 Fire, Granny Shadow, Xing, and G True Keep. The Patriarch and the others were all peak Zifu disciples, while True Keep was a middle-stage Zifu disciple. Their paths were already set. As for the younger members of the G-clan, for one of them to reach the Zifu disciple would probably need some time. Even if our G-clan is capable of producing a new Zifu disciple, they can still rely on their own power to join another sect. Ning mused to himself. If my help is truly needed, in a few years, my power and status will most likely be higher as well. In his heart, though, Ning wanted to let those future descendants of the G-clan fight for their paths. At most, he would occasionally give them some opportunities. Only when one adventured through the world by oneself would one not fear the wind and the waves of life. All right, Bai Wei nodded. In 2 days, after the Black-White College has concluded its recruitment cycle, I will send 5 Zifu disciples to you, as well as some ordinary commoners. Ordinary commoners? Ning was startled. Bai Wei smiled. Given how few in number the formal disciples of the Black-White College are, each of them take up an entire mountain for themselves. Although the Zifu disciple are servants and retainers, they still have to train as well. You can't make them spend all their time boiling water, watering the plants, or doing cleaning, right? You can give them some important tasks, but for the normal tasks you can have the commoners carry it out. Ning now understood. I won't tarry any longer. Take a good stroll around the Black-White College. Bai Wei laughed. The Black-White diagram of the Black-White College has attracted jealousy from countless powers for many years now. Even the Xianxia dynasty will occasionally send people over here, begging for a chance to see the Black-White diagram. Only formal disciples like you, however, can view it whenever you want. After speaking, Bai Wei laughed, then entered his carriage, departing. Ning turned to look at the Whitewater Hound by his side. Uncle White, let's go. The Whitewater Hound nodded, following him. Right? Swoosh! The man and the snowy white hound both boarded a flying boat, then sped into the air at high speed. It was already dark. The Black-White College, shrouded by the night sky, appeared incomparably tranquil. Uncle White, Ning laughed. You are at the early Zifu stage. Don't be in a hurry to train. Soon, I will ask the school for a top-tier key refining technique for you. Thanks for taking the trouble, Ning, son. The Whitewater Hound looked at Ning. That child who had ridden atop his back while training in archery in the mountains had already grown up. Had become even more powerful than the hound's elder brother, Ji Ichuan. Ichuan, I will watch as Ning becomes a truly majestic, heroic figure within these lands. Ning didn't know what his Uncle White was thinking. He instructed, Uncle White, your status within the college will be that of my spirit beast, and so you'll be able to follow me around and listen to some primal Taoists and even immortals expound on the Tao. When following me, you'll also be able to enter the various parts of the Black-White College. If you are moving about by yourself, however, you'll only be able to enter these places. Ning waved his hand and retrieved that black and white book, flipping to one of the pages within it. This is the map of the Black-White College. There are red lines marking the places where you, Uncle White, can go freely, Ning said. The Whitewater Hound gave it a quick look, memorizing everything. Thanks for taking the trouble, Ning. Ning laughed. No trouble at all. When he looked at Uncle White, he felt as though he had returned to those days when he had lived together with Uncle White, father and mother. His parents were now gone. And Uncle White was his closest family now. Spirit beasts and retainers were different. Retainers who wanted to train in top-tier techniques had to work hard for themselves and be acknowledged by the Black-White College. Only then might they have the rare chance to acquire a top-tier key refining technique. In addition, they would only have access to a small number of top-tier key refining techniques. The retainers had to do everything for themselves. For the formal disciples to allow them to enter the Black-White College alongside them was kindness enough. If Uncle White had entered the Black-White College as a retainer, he too could have relied on his own power, but things would have been very difficult. As for spirit beasts themselves absolutely could not acquire top-tier key refining techniques. But Ning, by paying a certain price, could ask for a key refining technique for him. It was incomparably easier for a formal disciple to acquire a top-tier key refining technique compared to a retainer. However, given how exacting the requirements the Black-White College placed upon its formal disciples, they couldn't hurry fast enough to learn techniques and arts. How many of them would be willing to sacrifice their own advancement chances for the sake of their spirit beasts? Whoosh! The boat flew to the top of Dark North Peak. This is Dark North Peak. Ning pointed down towards the mountain peak below. From today onwards, this peak shall belong to me, Ji Ning. Uncle White, the only people living at Dark North Peak for now are you and me. Go and get some rest. I'm going to the restricted area of the Black-White diagram to take a look, Ning said. The Black-White diagram is located in the innermost reaches of the entire Black-White College. Only formal disciples may go view it. Retainers and spirit beasts are not permitted to do so. Go! The whitewater hound laughed, then leapt downwards from the boat, transforming into a streak of light that landed atop Dark North Peak. Ning nodded. Whoosh! His ship immediately turned and flew towards another direction. Oh! Ning descended from the skies. This was a very wide square, and the innermost heart of the entire Black-White College, a restricted area amongst restricted areas. Even the Grand Xia dynasty or the various supreme powers would have to strive mightily and use all their connections they had in order to come view this Black-White diagram. Retainers and spirit beasts were naturally forbidden to come. The Black-White diagram? Ning stared at the giant stone wall that was erected within the center of the square. The stone was of an unknown type. It radiated an inky black aura, and was covered with dense, crisscrossing black and white lines that formed countless structures. These two different colored lines intersected in innumerable ways, but in doing so formed the image of an enormous circular bedstone. Black, white, it was like the night and the day, like yin and yang, like water and fire, like darkness and light. With Pangu's creation of the universe, everything in the universe had a dark side and a light side. Upon seeing those crisscrossing lines, Ning felt as though a powerful aura was surging towards him, and he immediately even felt his soul begin to ache in pain. That's not right. Ning hurriedly turned around. The Black-White diagram actually has so many different lines all tangled together. Ning was secretly amazed. The stellar hall of his underwater estate allowed the various Dao paths to be completely condensed into separate lines, so that those within could separately focus on comprehending these various Daos. But as for this Black-White College, it mixed in countless Daos, and some were only fragmentary. But those various fragmentary Daos, when mixed with the other Daos, actually formed this complete Black-White bedstone diagram. Although in terms of comprehending the Dao, this Black-White diagram is inferior to the stellar hall of the underwater estate. In terms of how the various Daos complement and connect with each other, this Black-White diagram is actually on a higher level. Ning understood, however, that the stellar hall was comparatively far more valuable. The Dao was one's foundation. Swordplay and techniques were all extraneous. When Ning had risen in comprehension and gained the Dao domain, he had done so because he had risen in his understanding of his Dao. As for the likes of the Waterflame Lotus, it was a technique that was fused from aspects of various different true meanings of the Dao. It was a matter of applying the Dao. The Dao was the foundation. Techniques were an application. The stellar hall, it separated the various different Daos, allowing others to clearly comprehend them. Its value was priceless, and it was the reason why Immortal Juhua, a loose immortal, was able to live for millions of years, so that even the princes of the Xianxia dynasty sought to become his disciple to no avail. The black-white diagram was most likely formed by nature itself, and thus contained many different things within it. It allowed others to easily gain insights into some of those things and develop certain techniques, such as the waterflame lotus. Oh! Senior apprentice brother Ji Ning, an azure dragon construct, a figure on its back, descended from the skies. It was Mu North Sun. I didn't expect you to arrive even earlier than me. Senior apprentice brother Ji Ning. Junior apprentice brother North Sun. Ning laughed, then instructed, "No matter what, don't stare directly at that black-white diagram. The Daos contained by the black-white diagram are simply too vast and unfathomable. We aren't capable of withstanding them. Just look at a small part of it at a time." Unfortunately, his words were slightly too late. As soon as he had landed, North Sun had unconsciously glanced at the black-white diagram. Naturally, in doing so, he had stared at the entire thing. Instantly, he felt the world start to spin, and his body began to slump and fall from the azure dragon construct. Clearly, in terms of the strength of his soul, he was far inferior to Ning, and so his ability to withstand the black-white diagram was weaker as well. Hearing Ning's words, North Sun hurriedly nodded. "Right? We can't stare directly at the entire black-white diagram. Come, let's view it slowly." Ning immediately walked past the stone wall. He stood next to the black-white diagram and began to inspect it closely. Actually, next to it there were two other walls to the left and to the right of it, made from similarly unusual materials which radiated white light. Ning could sense that these three stone walls all had incredibly powerful formations overlaid atop them. Most likely, the immortals of the entire Black-White College paid extremely close attention to this place. After all, the Black-White College had only risen to power after acquiring the Black-White diagram. This was their life, their heart. Each new immortal of the Black-White College had frenetically added their own powerful formations to seal the diagram, causing it to become terrifyingly powerful by now. Upon being activated, the formations of countless elders of the Black-White College would simultaneously explode. Most likely, even celestial immortals would find it hard to survive. A three-sided wall. One is the black-white diagram, while the other two must have been left behind by the previous immortals. Ning glanced at it all. The three-sided stone walls were all more than 300 meters wide, and they were covered with dense, clustered words, most likely more than 10,000 utterances. From this, one could estimate how many immortals had been born from the Black-White College. Ning's gaze quickly halted at one of the corners of the black-white diagram. He began staring at a small part of it, focusing on that part. The white lines and black lines intersected. They were opposite and yet alike. A sensation of the marvels of nature completely engulfed Ning. North Sun, by his side, was absorbed by the black-white diagram as well. Throughout the history of the Black-White College, whenever a disciple came to view the black-white diagram for the first time, they would gain from it. The experience they had accumulated normally, the insights they had gained normally, upon viewing the black-white diagram, they would gain corresponding enlightenment. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Ning sat there in the lotus position, meditating as water-flame lotuses began to form around him. One petal after another blossomed, slowly swiveling about him. A total of 6 layers of petals had formed, but suddenly, all 6 layers vanished, reforming into 4 layers which appeared even more real and solid than the 6. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Whoosh! The 4 quite solid-seeming layers of petals vanished as well, reforming into a total of 2 layers of petals. One of 2 layers of lotus petals was formed from red petals, while the other was formed from green petals. The 2 looked identical to the lotus petals of a real lotus flower. Rustle! The lotus flower slowly swiveled, and the grinding, killing power of the 2 layers of lotus petals grew increasingly powerful. The lotus petals became increasingly clear and lifelike, especially the green lotus petals. Slowly, it continued to grow so lifelike that one could see the plant veins as well. Even at close range, most would probably take it to be a naturally grown lotus petal. Eh? Ning suddenly woke up, then nodded gently. I gained from my previously accumulated experiences. It seems as though my understanding of the Tao has reached a bottleneck in terms of being able to combine water, fire, and wind. He looked towards the nearby Mu North Sun. North Sun was still absorbed in his trance, appearing either drunk or mesmerized. I have the stellar hall in my underwater estate. Although the black-white diagram is of use to me, it isn't as useful as it was to North Sun. Ning turned to walk to the stone wall on the other side. This wall was covered with words left behind by countless generations of immortals. One row after another of words. The path of immortal cultivation is the Tao of the grand struggle. These are the words of 5 disgraces. The powerful intent that surged forth from these characters made Ning feel as though he could see an immortal cultivator who was constantly advancing, struggling against the heavens, against the earth, against other men, against monsters. Consider all things carefully, but act with bravery and resoluteness. An invisible, grim callousness radiated from these words. Where my heart leads me is where I shall go. A confident, prideful aura radiated from these words, as though no one could block him from moving forward on the path which his Tao heart had decided upon. Any who tried would be slaughtered. All mortal and worldly things shall decay. I ask for just 2 words, immortal life. Domineering, arrogant, fierce, leisurely, calm, simple. The words left behind by the immortals of the black-white diagram caused Ning's Tao heart to be baptized time and time again. He felt as though he could look past time itself to ages past, as though he could watch as these immortal cultivators held firm to their own Tao hearts and embarked on their own paths. Such powerful, resolved, and untainted Tao hearts. Ning murmured to himself, power, resolve, purity. These were the things Ning sensed from the words left behind by these immortals. Anyone capable of becoming an immortal had understood his or her own heart long ago, and knew what their heart's desire was. In addition, their Tao hearts would be incomparably pure and resolved. They wouldn't succumb to temptations or let themselves be led astray. The passage of countless years had caused their Tao hearts to grow incomparably strong. But if the Tao hearts of these immortals somehow grew bewildered, then their faith in themselves would collapse, and they might lose everything they had built up over 1,000 years. In fact, in the worst-case scenarios, they might not even be able to control the incomparably powerful elemental key in their bodies, resulting in death. From this, one could see that the path of immortal cultivation was an extremely difficult path. It was the path of challenging destiny. The only desire in my heart is to be carefree, to be able to do as I please. I only ask that my destiny be in my own hands. As Ning continued to read, his own Tao heart grew increasingly pure as well. The pain and agony he had suffered in his previous life made it so that he was not willing to submit to fate, not willing to allow his destiny to be controlled by others. In this life, his parents had both died. This caused Ning to feel an even greater desire for the ability to not be controlled by destiny. However, if one wished to surpass the bonds of fate, then one would have to gain tremendous power. Only by being powerful would one truly be carefree and be able to act as one pleased. Oh! Ning read the words of one immortal after another. Although immortal cultivators read very quickly, by the time he finished reading that section of the wall, it was already very late at night. Ning turned to look at North Sun. North Sun continued to sit there in the lotus position, staring at the black-white diagram. Around him were various parts and pieces that were formed from natural elemental energy. The countless parts and pieces sometimes joined together and sometimes split apart, forming dragons, tigers, serpents, turtles. All sorts of monstrous beasts and strange creatures appeared, constantly forming and reforming. He's making a breakthrough. Junior apprentice brother Northson's insights have reached a tipping point. Ning felt secret admiration. He had spent less than 2 hours in meditation, but his junior apprentice brother Northson had spent far more time than he had in comprehending the black-white diagram. The other stone wall. Ning turned to look at the final, third stone wall. The words left behind by the various immortals were actually meant to help refine the Dao hearts of their successors. For juniors whose Dao hearts were not sufficiently stable, it could have the effect of helping them to constantly train and test their hearts. Thus, although the black-white diagram served as the foundation of the black-white college, the words left behind by these immortals to train the Dao hearts of their successors could also be considered one of the important things which this supreme, top-tier school relied upon as it passed down its traditions over the course of countless years. This, too, was their foundation. Oh! The night sky. A short old man, dressed in ragged beggar's clothes, stood atop the clouds, holding a calabash of wine and appearing quite at ease. He seemed to be the very center of the world around him, as though everything would obey his commands. This natural feeling of dominance, of power. It gave the short old man an aura that was definitely not inferior to Northmont black tigers, and perhaps even more astonishing and terrifying. However, as long as one was not too close to him, one couldn't sense his majestic presence at all. I've overcome the 9th century tribulation. What a wonderful, wonderful feeling. The short old man shook his head, seeming completely delighted with himself. I'll have 900 more years of good living. Raising his head, he gargled in a large mouthful of immortal wine. Ah! The short old man suddenly halted, staring down at the black-white diagram below him. 2 youngsters. The short old man nodded slightly. Come to think of it, today is the day in which our black-white college is accepting new recruits. It seems these 2 are new disciples. This old Taoist wants to take a good look at them. That white-robed kid. He walks the Tao of constructs, and he seems quite impressive. Quite talented, in fact. It seems as though, although I have been in seclusion for many years, the quality of the disciples of our black-white college hasn't dropped in the slightest. The old man nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Ji Ning, who was staring at the stone wall with writing atop it. That kid dressed in furs. He's actually reading those words that were left behind? Can it be that he has finished viewing the black-white diagram? I wonder how long that kid viewed the black-white diagram for, and how his potential is. The longer one was able to view the black-white diagram, the more one would gain from it. Ning continued to read the words left behind by the immortals on the wall. Every single character was a representation of the path an immortal had followed. Amongst these immortals, there was only a single celestial immortal. The rest were all loose immortals or earth immortals. From this, one could tell how difficult it was for someone to truly escape the confines of the 3 realms and no longer be bound by the 5 elements. Eh? Ning looked towards a new line of words, but as soon as his gaze fell upon it, he suddenly felt as though a sword was being pointed at his eyes. My 3-foot sword in hand, I shall exterminate all injustices. These are the words of Northwalker. A very simple line of words. Ning stared at this line of words, left behind by immortal Northwalker, and could vaguely sense the powerful energy emanating from these words. As Ning carefully sensed and probed it with his own soul, instantly, a powerful aura instantly sprang out from these words, completely filling his consciousness. A silver-haired old man stood in the void, a sword in his hand. Hua! His entire body became filled with a heaven-towering sword ki, as though he himself had transformed into an enormous sword. What a sharp sword! When Ning saw the silver-haired elder, he had the feeling as though the elder himself was a sword as well, and the most indestructible, the toughest, the most overbearing sword in existence at that. In fact, Ning even felt as though nothing could possibly withstand this silver-haired elder. Ning trained in the sword ever since he was young. The sword was the weapon of his choice, and his father had personally taught him. By now, Ning had the heart of a true swordsman. When he saw this figure, who appeared to be the utmost embodiment of that which swordsmen aspired to become, the desire Ning felt in his heart and the sincerity he felt towards the sword slowly began to transform, causing that aura that had filled him to begin to resonate with him. Oh! Eh? That fur-clad little... The short old man in the clouds above stared down in shock. Is this? Ning, in the plaza below, was standing next to one of the giant stone wall, and on that stone wall a certain line of characters was slowly beginning to glow and radiate light. The characters were, "My 3-foot sword in hand, I shall exterminate all injustices." These are the words of Northwalker. Every single character was lighting up, and a powerful sword intent completely filled each and every one of them. Ning just stood there, his entire body faintly radiating a sword intent as well. The two had actually begun to resonate with each other. The sword intent radiating from Ning was far from being able to compare to the heaven-shaking profoundness of the line of characters. But without question, the sword intent radiating from him was resonating with that of the wall. He actually managed to activate the sword intent ripples left behind by Senior Northwalker? The short elder stared downwards in astonishment. Although Immortal Northwalker was a loose immortal, it could be said that within the Black-White College, his status was comparable to that celestial immortals, and in fact, his influence was even a bit greater. He had lived for over 1,000,000 years before finally perishing under the weight of the increasingly powerful heaven-sent 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. A loose immortal who had survived for 1,000,000 years? This was something out of the legends. Loose immortals capable of surviving for 100,000 years were already incredibly powerful figures. Afterwards, surviving for another 100,000 would be very difficult. Loose immortals that had survived for 200,000 years and 300,000 years. They were all completely different, but the longer they lived, the more terrifying their power was. Loose immortals who crossed the threshold of 1,000,000 years were absolutely comparable to celestial immortals. However, in terms of the foundation of their elemental key, they were clearly weaker than celestial immortals. The reason they were said to be comparable was because in terms of their comprehension of the Tao, their degree of enlightenment, and their techniques, they were superior to celestial immortals. This was why, despite being mere loose immortals, they were comparable to celestial immortals. Sword intent? The sword intent ripples are this strong. The short old man stared, wide-eyed, at the scene below. Oh! Within Ning's consciousness, the sword intents of himself and the words had reached an astonishing level of resonance. The figure of that silver-haired elder in his mind suddenly began to move and display sword techniques. At the same time, he began to chant out the words to a song. What is the purpose of a life lived? All I ask for is to be joyful. Kill, kill, kill. Exterminate all injustices. Exterminate all those who deserve killing. Only then will I be exultant. As loose immortals, there is no path to immortality. Thus, better to live passionately for a day than to live a century while stifled. My sword is the joyous sword, the sword of passion, the sword which exterminates all injustices. The name of this sword technique is the 3-foot sword. The voice of the old man echoed within the vast, empty void of Ning's consciousness. The short elder clutched that gourd of wine in his hands, but completely forgot to drink from it. He stared downwards towards the fur-clad youth. The sword intent radiating from the youth was incomparably firm and resolved, and it continuously resonated with the glowing words on the stone wall. Epical transmission. Senior Northwalker is transmitting his sword intent to him. And, from the looks of it, this fur-clad youth seems to be receiving it with ease. Clearly, he too has the heart of a true sword immortal. The short elder took a deep breath, tamping down his excitement, then turned and sent mentally with a howl. Junior apprentice brother Xianxia, hurry the hell out! Hurry the hell out! Hurry the hell out! His voice transmitted through the air, past countless layers of restrictive spells, and entered the ears of a black-robed, black-haired man who was currently seated in the lotus position atop a jade bed. Eh? The black-haired man revealed a hint of puzzlement in his eyes as he opened them. But then, a look of understanding appeared. It seems as though Senior Apprentice Brother Fivecraze has successfully endured the Great Tribulation which occurs every 9 centuries. And he seems to be in quite a good mood. The black-robed, black-haired man took a single step forward, then disappeared from his room. The night sky, the black-robed, black-haired man strode through the skies, moving 100 kilometers with each step. If one didn't stare at him carefully, It would seem as though he wasn't even present. Senior apprentice brother 5 Craze. The black-haired, black-clothed man said. The short old man gave him a glance, blinked, then mumbled to himself. You freak, you are growing more and more powerful. It's been less than a century since we last met, but you've reached such a level of power. After I entered the Black-White College, you are the only one I have met who I believe has a great chance of becoming a celestial immortal. The path to becoming a celestial immortal is incomparably difficult. All I can do is strive as much as I can and to use all my power to attain that goal. The black-haired, black-clothed man laughed. Your junior apprentice brother has to congratulate you. Senior apprentice brother 5 Craze. You once again overcame the 9th-century tribulation. I didn't call you over to chat about becoming a celestial immortal. The short elder pointed downwards. Quick, look. Immortal Xianxia stared downwards. There were 2 people in the plaza. One was currently meditating in front of the black-white diagram, clearly reaping great rewards from it, while the other was in front of one of the stone walls with words left behind by the immortals. A line of characters atop that stone wall was currently glowing with light, and the light from each character was incomparably blinding. At the same time, surges of deep, powerful sword intent radiated from the characters. The line of words was, My 3-foot sword in hand, I shall exterminate all injustices. These are the words of Northwalker. Senior Northwalker's epical transmission? Immortal Xianxia was stunned. He was an absolute genius which even the Black-White College saw only once in a million years, and the member of the Black-White College with the greatest chance of becoming a celestial immortal. When Immortal Xianxia had originally entered the Black-White College, he, too, had received an epical transmission from Immortal Northwalker. In the past, you received the sword intent transmission from Senior Northwalker, right? The short old man laughed. Right? Immortal Xianxia stared down carefully towards that fur-clad youth. His gaze was extremely focused. He was carefully weighing this youth. Who is he? Immortal Xianxia finally spoke out. The short elder knew that Immortal Xianxia was asking about the fur-clad youth below, and he shook his head and said, How should I know? I just came out from seclusion and happened upon him by chance, and so I immediately called for you. However, today is the day in which our college accepts new disciples. I imagine this youth should be a newly admitted student. Immortal Xianxia nodded slowly. All the higher-level members of the Black-White College knew that ever since Immortal Xianxia had entered the school and received the sword intent transmission from Senior Northwalker, and had learned about the life of Senior Northwalker, he had felt incomparable respect and veneration for him. Xianxia had considered himself to be Northwalker's apprentice, and had frantically sought out any information he could find about Northwalker, as well as regarding his sword techniques. He had even visited all of the places which his revered master, Northwalker, had ever traveled to, in the hope of finding his tracks. During this process, Immortal Xianxia had grown more and more powerful, to the point where he could be described as the second coming of Senior Northwalker. All the immortals of the Black-White College acknowledged him as the one amongst them with the highest chances of becoming a celestial immortal. Well, will you take him as your disciple? The short elder chortled, lifting his gourd of wine up and taking 2 drinks. This junior apprentice brother Xianxia of his had never before accepted a disciple, because junior apprentice brother Xianxia had once said, only someone who had also received the epical transmission of Senior Northwalker's sword intent could become his disciple. Immortal Xianxia had trained for less than 1,000 years. During the course of these 1,000 years, there had been quite a few who had sensed the unusualness of that line of characters, but none of them were capable of receiving the sword intent transmission. He's not bad. Immortal Xianxia nodded gently. Only, I still need to watch him to determine whether or not I will take him as a disciple. The short old man shook his head. Your standards really are high. Immortal Xianxia didn't respond. He continued to focus on the fur-clad youth below. He watched in silence. But suddenly, rumble. The glowing characters on the stone wall suddenly flared with blinding brilliance, to the point where the characters themselves, formed from light, seemed to leap out of the stone wall. One character of light after another hung there in midair. Hand, wield 3. Every single character radiated with blinding light. They seemed to be characters, but every single stroke of the characters contained the shadow of a sword, as though these were words formed from countless sword shadows. The 3-foot sword technique. The complete 3-foot sword technique. Immortal Xianxia's eyes were shining, and a look of shock and delight was in them. That sword technique. That's the legendary 3-foot sword technique. The short old man didn't appear to be the slightest bit relaxed as well, and his eyes were filled with shock, surprise, and ardor. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At virtually the same instant, 3 more figures suddenly appeared in the night sky. One was an old man with a long beard, a crown on his head, and who had an extraordinary bearing. When he strode forward, it was as though an emperor was walking past, naturally capable of commanding a realm. The second was a childish-looking boy who radiated an inexhaustible frigid aura, and whose eyes appeared incomparably ancient. The third was a tall, muscular man whose entire body was covered with chains. The 3 of them all stared downwards. The 3-foot sword. The 3-foot sword has once more revealed itself to the world. Our Black-White College has recruited yet another incredible disciple. The 3 stared downwards towards Ning, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Immortal Xianxia and the short elder also stared downwards. The 5 of them didn't say a single word. Swoosh! Suddenly, yet another figure appeared in the air. This was a white-robed youth who was incomparably handsome, almost devilishly so. The white-robed youth appeared, then immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, Uncle Masters. Don't say a thing." The short elder immediately gestured at him. The white-robed youth nodded. Although he had the exalted status of headmaster of the Black-White College in front of these 5, he still showed the respect due to seniors. He stood there obediently, not saying anything further. Oh! Hand-wield 3-foot sword, kill. The characters formed from sword shadows hung there in the air, radiating light. But suddenly, all of the glowing characters flew straight towards Ning's eyeballs. Ning shut his eyes, and then, in the same instant, the glowing line of words atop the stone wall suddenly dimmed, becoming ordinary-looking and no longer emanating any radiance or aura whatsoever. Perhaps, when the time was right and when yet another disciple capable of receiving its sword intent transmission appeared, it would once more display its extraordinariness. "It's over," the short old man laughed. "Senior Northwalker's complete 3-foot sword has been transmitted to this kid, right? The complete 3-foot sword." The bearded, crowned elder sighed with emotion as well. "How many years has it been? The last time the 3-foot sword emerged was nearly 30 million years ago. Finally, yet another disciple has inherited the complete 3-foot sword. The 3-foot sword. It exterminated countless vile demons, and killed until the heavens grew dim and the earth turned dark. It killed so many that even the entire Grand Xia dynasty was shocked, and it even slaughtered a path out of our very world of existence." The tall, muscular man who was covered in those bizarre chains spoke in a low, rumbling voice as well. His eyes were filled with eagerness as well. They were all immortals, but the difference in their power was great. Immortal Northwalker was at a level where he was no weaker than a celestial immortal, and where even some celestial immortals would be afraid of him. For someone like him, killing an ordinary loose immortal or earth immortal was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. This was precisely why, despite the passage of countless years, the Black-White College continued to feel the utmost of veneration for Immortal Northwalker. In fact, he was the only person in the entire history of the Black-White College whose status was considered to be even higher than that of the celestial immortal they had produced. The 3-foot sword. Immortal Xianxia spoke very slowly. According to the legends, it has a total of 9 stances. The first 6 stances are recorded in the secret annals of our Black-White College, but the final 3 stances, they were what Immortal Northwalker truly relied on when he roamed the world and dominated it with invincibility. They were impossible to record down through words and pictures. The only way one can receive them is through the profounder-than-profound epical transmission. This child has the heart of a sword immortal. The bearded elder stared downwards at Ning. In addition, his Tao heart is incomparably firm and pure, and his soul is very powerful. Only one who fulfills all three criteria can receive a technique, such as this 3-foot sword. The juvenile-looking boy nodded. In each generation, our black-white college has a good number of disciples who have firm Tao hearts and powerful souls. But the heart of a sword immortal. This is too rare, too rare. The heart of a sword immortal represents the true essence of a swordsman, that which stems from the heart. The short old man said with a sigh. In addition, being able to develop the heart of a sword immortal is a prerequisite for embarking on one of the grand Taos, the Tao of the sword. Oh! Junior apprentice brother Xianxia, are you going to accept this excellent disciple or not? If you won't, I will, the bearded elder said with a laugh. The juvenile-looking boy's eyes were blazing. Junior apprentice brother Xianxia, I'll take this disciple. Although he isn't able to execute the 3-foot sword, right now, it has already been imprinted onto his soul. Once he reaches the proper level, he'll be able to execute it. I am quite eager to have the chance to cultivate a sword immortal who will be in possession of the 3-foot sword. Junior apprentice brother Xianxia. All of them spoke out, but immortal Xianxia just glanced out of the corner of his eyes at the four. I haven't even taken a single disciple. Are you all going to fight with me over him? The other four all laughed. Jade C. Immortal Xianxia looked towards the white-robed youth. Uncle Master. The white-robed youth immediately nodded. Immortal Xianxia chuckled, then asked, Who is that young fellow below us? The white-robed youth, Taoist Jade C, immediately responded. He is one of the 2 disciples which our black-white college has just accepted. His name is Ji Ning, and he comes from a minor tribe, the Ji clan, which lives in the Swallow Mountain region of our Stillwater Commandery. His parents are already deceased. Ever since he was young, he displayed astonishing, unparalleled talents, and at the age of 11, he executed the Zifu disciple, Bei Zishan, who was being pursued by the Rain Dragon Guard. Then, because Immortal Fire Dragon made a breakthrough in the territory of the Ji clan and caused an elemental or mine to appear, a local branch of Snow Dragon Mountain sought to annihilate the Ji clan. But the end result was that Snow Dragon Mountain lost a Wanxiang adept and more than 20 Zifu disciples. The main reason why Snow Dragon Mountain suffered such a catastrophic loss was this Ji Ning. Afterwards, he became friends with Northmont Bai Wei, who is of the direct, primary lineage of the Northmont clan. He engaged in a battle in the Carefree Caverns, and during the battle revealed that he was already at the level of comprehending a Tao domain. He is currently 16 years of age. The other person who entered our black-white college, Mu North Sun, is 14 years of age. The 5 immortals, upon hearing this information, all nodded. Ning's growth rate was monstrous and astonishing in the ears of others, but in the eyes of these immortals of the black-white college, Ning's growth rate was just decent at best. After all, they had all even seen quite a few reincarnated immortals. This Ji Ning shall be my disciple. Immortal Xianxia glanced at the surrounding individuals. My 4 senior apprentice brothers, please support me in this. Haha. I thought you'd never take on a disciple, junior apprentice brother Xianxia. I won't fight with you over him. You have gained the deepest level of insight regarding the swordplay of Senior Northwalker. If you don't teach this boy, who will? If I taught him, wouldn't I hamper his progress? And so, over the course of this conversation amongst immortals, Ning's future master had been determined. Just like that. It was late at night. There were only 2 disciples of the Black-White College located in the plaza which held the Black-White diagram. Ji Ning slowly opened his eyes. Although it was a late night in the 12th lunar month, and it was extremely cold, Ning's heart was filled with a scorching heat. He stared at the words left behind by Immortal Northwalker, hidden amongst the countless words left behind on the stone wall, and his emotions continued to fluctuate for a time. My sword is the joyous sword, the sword of passion, the sword which exterminates all injustices. It is better to live passionately for a day than to live a century while stifled. Ning still remembered with perfect clarity that vision of that silver-haired old figure, who seemed to be as exalted as the heavens themselves. He clearly remembered that heaven-surging sword intent, clearly remembered that sword technique. All of these things had been deeply engraved in his heart. What level of swordcraft is this? Comparing my swordcraft to it would truly be like comparing the light of a firefly to the brilliance of the full moon. Ning's heart was surging with emotions, and his eyes were filled with boundless admiration. Suddenly, Ning's ear twitched. He immediately turned, only to see a white-robed figure walk over from afar. Eh? Ning was startled. Today, the only two new students should have been himself and Mu Northsun. Aside from the two of them, who else would come here in the dead of night? The white-robed youth walked over from afar, and as he did, Ning felt as though endless, boundless waves were slowly surging towards him in a crushing flow. The entire world seemed to have transformed into waves. But when they reached Ning, things grew clear once more. There were no waves at all. Just that white-robed youth walking towards him. How terrifying! Ning felt alarm in his heart. Although there was no oppressive, dominating aura, the sense of danger which this white-robed youth had given him wasn't one whit inferior to that which Northmont Black Tiger had given him. In addition, this white-robed youth was handsome to the point of being devilish. Ning clasped his hands in a salute. This junior, Ji Ning, pays his respects to you, senior. Before coming, Ning had already received an intelligence report from Northmont Byway regarding the school. Based on the information in that report, Ning already had an idea as to who this person was. My Taoist title is Jade C, the white-robed youth said. I am fortunate enough to hold the position of headmaster for now. Ning responded with respect. Greetings, headmaster. The headmaster of the Black-White College, Taoist Jade C, was naturally a truly influential and powerful figure within Stillwater Commandery. Headmaster, junior apprentice brother Northsun is. Ning looked towards Northsun, who was still absorbed in meditation in front of the black-white diagram, seeming to be drunken or dazed. No need to disturb him, the headmaster, Taoist Jade C, said while shaking his head. You are the one I've come to visit. As he spoke, a scroll appeared in front of Taoist Jade C. He then extended his arm, even more pure and jade-white than most women's, and the scroll floated towards Ning. Ning respectfully accepted it. After reading it, you will understand. Taoist Jade C looked towards Ning. As the epical heir of Immortal Northwalker, you must not be indolent. Remember, after finishing reading this scroll, destroy it. After speaking, Headmaster Taoist Jade C turned and departed, quickly disappearing from Ning's field of vision. Ning stood there, stunned. Epical heir? Could not be indolent? Ning immediately unfurled the hide-bound scroll. This scroll was made from the hide of an ordinary animal, but the words and information atop it instantly drew Ning's attention. Immortal Northwalker? A look of delight appeared on Ning's face. He had been wanting to learn more regarding this Immortal Northwalker. The upper part of this hide-bound scroll described Immortal Northwalker's experiences as he grew in power, as well as some notable events he had been involved in. Ning was completely engrossed and mesmerized by the information within. This was a true legend. The legend which the entire Black-White College held in the greatest respect. In acting, one should act as Senior Northwalker did. Ning murmured softly to himself. When Senior Northwalker acted, he did so in a manner which could be described in 2 words, straightforward and passionate. That was the only thing he cared about, to the point where, when he saw the disciples of a supreme clan acting in sinful, wicked ways, he annihilated them all in his anger and even destroyed their souls. This resulted in him being pursued and attacked by this supreme clan, a pursuit which lasted for centuries. Immortal Northwalker had even been forced to flee from this major world, but over the course of this pursuit, he had grown more and more powerful. Afterwards, when he had returned, many of the powerful experts of that supreme clan were killed or injured, and in the end, they had been forced to lower their heads and admit defeat, paying reparations and reconciling themselves to him. I wonder which supreme clan it was, Ning mused to himself. This scroll didn't record their name. Clearly, they don't want for this matter to become public. Most likely, this was part of the reconciliation process that occurred. Given what a massive battle this had been, Clearly, that supreme clan was truly incredible as well. At the same time, it also demonstrated how straightforward and passionate Immortal Northwalker's actions were. He truly did act to exterminate all injustice. The middle of the scroll recorded a dialogue. A junior disciple posed a query to Immortal Northwalker. Countless vile actions were being carried out in this vast world. If one always went to exterminate evildoers, how could one possibly ever kill them all? Immortal Northwalker had responded thusly. The number of sins and wicked deeds carried out in this vast world are numerous beyond count, and I can't be bothered to take charge of all matters in this world. Any injustices that I personally encounter, however, I will naturally exterminate, and so return joy and passion to myself. His meaning was simple and clear. If he didn't personally encounter injustice, he couldn't be bothered with it. But if he did, that would ruin his mood, and he would exterminate it. He truly did live a carefree life, where he did as he pleased. Ning felt admiration for the man. After reading through the records of Immortal Northwalker, Ning turned to the bottom part of the scroll, which began to introduce the 3-foot sword. The 3-foot sword had a total of 9 stances, and was the supreme technique which Immortal Northwalker had used to stun the entire Xianxia dynasty. It was the distilled essence of his million-plus years of experience, and it was so powerful that even Immortal Northwalker himself was unable to completely record down this technique in a manuscript for transmission to later descendants. The Dao repository vault of the Black-White College only held the first 6 stances of the 3-foot sword. To this very day, no one was capable of recording down the final 3 stances in written form. However, those words left behind on the stone wall had been personally penned by Immortal Northwalker. Only when there was a sword intent resonance would an epical transmission occur, and could the 3-foot sword be transmitted. So that's how it works. Occasionally, a later disciple of the Black-White College will receive an epical transmission, but even if they do, it's quite rare for them to obtain the complete sword technique. The last time a complete sword technique was transmitted was more than 30 million years ago. Upon reading this, Ning finally understood how astonishing a gain he had just reaped. Ning also now understood why Headmaster Taoist Jadesi had given him this scroll. It was precisely because of how important the 3-foot sword was. If some of the enemy powers were to learn that the Black-White College had produced yet another genius who had gained the complete legacy of the 3-foot sword, they would probably use any means at their disposal to ensure that this genius would fall early on. Thus, this news absolutely could not be publicized. But of course, he could still use the 3-foot sword. After all, the Dao repository vault had the secret manuals for the first 6 stances of the 3-foot sword. As for using the 7th stance of the 3-foot sword, if the situation called for it, then there was no need to keep the secret any longer. Once one possessed the power of the 7th stance of the 3-foot sword, then one would already be standing at a peak of power. After all, the 7th stance was already something which even Immortal Northwalker was unable to commit to paper. From this, one could imagine how powerful it was. Oh! 2 more hours passed. Only now did North Sun completely come to his senses. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. North Sun's eyes were blazing as he turned to look at the nearby Ning. He immediately called out in excitement, "Senior Apprentice Brother Ji Ning, this black-white diagram is simply too helpful in training. I feel as though I have made tremendous progress in the Tao of constructs." But immediately afterwards, North Sun realized something. Ning had awoken before he did. Most likely, he hadn't gained as much from the black-white diagram as North Sun himself did. This made North Sun feel rather embarrassed. "Indeed, I've gained much," Ning said with a laugh. "It's late. I imagine that it will be dawn soon. Junior Apprentice Brother North Sun, it's time to get some rest. 2 days later, we'll go to the headmaster's palace. Right?" North Sun nodded. "Also," Ning warned, "these words left behind by immortals all have quite a history and are worthy of you viewing." North Sun walked the Tao of constructs. Naturally, he wouldn't have the heart of a sword immortal and wouldn't be able to receive the legacy of the Immortal Northwalker. However, although Ning had received the epical transmission of Immortal Northwalker, It could very well be that there were other legacies left behind by other ancestors of the school on the stone wall. Right? It's almost dawn. I'll come here in the future and read through them slowly, North Sun said with a laugh. Whoosh, whoosh. The two left, one on a wooden boat, the other on an azure dragon construct. They each headed towards their own abodes. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. As had been predicted, on the second and third days, there were no applicants who were qualified to become formal disciples of the Black-White College. Thus, this year, the only new disciples of the Black-White College were Ji Ning and Mu North Sun. Whoosh, whoosh. Ning and North Sun were streaking through the air above the Black-White College like two streaks of light, moving directly towards the headmaster's palace. Senior apprentice brother Ji Ning. North Sun's eyes were filled with eagerness. Today we will receive Black-White pellets. We'll be able to enter the Dao repository vault and exchange it for key refining techniques or secret immortal techniques. In addition, we will be paying our respects to our masters. We don't even know who they will be yet. Right? I wonder who will be my master. Ning mused in a soft voice. Master. For an immortal practitioner to acknowledge a master was completely different from how he had acknowledged Blindfish to be his master when learning archery as a child. Archery was just the technique of an ordinary mortal, but your master on the immortal path, what they passed down to you would help you on your road to becoming an immortal. The value of this benevolence shown was far greater, and most likely the relationship between a master and apprentice would persist for centuries or even millennia. Swoosh, swoosh. Ning and North Sun landed in front of the headmaster's hall. Quite a few formal disciples had already gathered together within the headmaster's hall, at least 100 or more. They were casually chatting amongst themselves, and all of them had extraordinary demeanors. When Ning and North Sun entered the palace, quite a few of the formal disciples turned to glance at them. Most of them had kind looks in their eyes, and they nodded slightly, signifying greetings. It seems only part of the formal disciples of the Black-White College have come, Ning mused to himself. It makes sense. Immortal practitioners can't always be staying within the school. I imagine many are outside. Each year, there would be a grand ceremony for admitting new disciples. But sometimes immortal practitioners would enter closed-door meditation for decades. Thus, attendance at this sort of ceremony was not too important. Those who could come would. If one couldn't, it didn't matter much. Still, for most, as long as they weren't engaged in any pressing matters within the school, they would still come and pay their respects at the headmaster's palace. The headmaster is coming, someone suddenly called out. Ning and the others immediately turned to look. A white-robed youth was descending from midair, and there were multiple figures behind him. All of them were primal Taoists of the Black-White College. This entire group of primal Taoists descended en masse. According to the normal customs of the Black-White College, new disciples of the college will generally take on primal Taoists as masters. Ning mused to himself. The primal Taoists of the Black-White College were not like those of ordinary schools. Some of them had such astonishing power that they were comparable to ordinary immortals. Thus, being able to become a disciple of a primal Taoist of the Black-White College was quite a fortunate affair. I wonder which one of them will be my master? Ning swept his gaze past all of the primal Taoists, including the headmaster, Taoist Jadesi. He began to privately guess at which of them it would be. Taoist Jadesi sat on high in the headmaster's seat, staring downwards towards the primal Taoists, who had lined up into 2 rows. Beneath the palace was a group of Wanxiang adepts and Zifu disciples. Within the Black-White College, the various disciples were primarily divided into 3 generations of status. The Zifu disciples and Wanxiang adepts were considered to be of the same generation of status, and could refer to each other as junior or senior fellow disciples. This was because it was extremely easy for any of these Zifu disciples to reach the Wanxiang adept level. Primal Taoists were on a higher level. Immortals, in turn, had the highest status. Generally speaking, when disciples like Ji Ning met with an immortal, they would address them as patriarch, while when they met with a primal Taoist, they would address them as Uncle Master. But of course, if one was able to take on an immortal as one's master, they would naturally refer to that immortal as Master. Still, in addressing other immortals, one would still use the term patriarch. Generally speaking, status amongst immortal practitioners was determined by strength and power, and they each befriended people on the same level of power. Everyone, Taoist Jadesi said, seated atop his high chair, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Our black-white college has taken on 2 new disciples. The skinny, fur-clad one on the left is Ji Ning. Ning gaped. Skinny? Well, it made sense. It wouldn't be appropriate to refer to him as the youth either. The one on the right, the even skinnier one who is dressed in white robes, is named Mu North Sun, Taoist Jadesi said. North Sun blinked as well. Even skinnier? The 100+ disciples within the palace all began to laugh, and looks of amusement had appeared on the faces of the primal Taoists as well. Clearly, they all knew what sort of a character their headmaster, Taoist Jadesi, was. Taoist Jadesi grinned as he looked towards Ning and North Sun as well. The people present within this palace today consist of a portion of the disciples of our black-white college. Many are either in closed-door meditation or wandering the world. In the future, you will meet them all. From today onwards, you are all members of the black-white college. We must be of one mind and one heart. It is forbidden for members of the college to engage in fratricide. Understood. Ning and North Sun both immediately acknowledged these words. Taoist Jadesi continued, Then let us begin the oath of blood. Ning and North Sun glanced at each other. They immediately stretched out one finger from their right hands, and a drop of fresh blood emerged from their fingers. Let our heart's blood bear testament, and let the Tao of the heavens stand witness. I, Ji Ning Mu North Sun, willingly and freely join the Black-White College. As disciples of the Black-White College, I shall obey the rules of the Black-White College. A nameless, ancient aura began to circulate throughout the hall. Nobody else said a word. The only ones speaking were Ning and North Sun, and their voices echoed within the grand palace. An oath of blood, sworn to the Tao of the heavens. This was a mighty oath that absolutely could not be forsworn. This was also the reason why it was extremely rare for someone to betray their school in the Xianxia dynasty. If one did betray one's school, even before the school came to punish them, the punishment of the Tao of heaven would have already slain the traitor. But of course, if the school had wronged the disciple, or if it had expelled the disciple, then it would no longer be the disciple's fault. Since every single disciple was willing to swear an oath to the Tao of the heavens, it was still quite fair. After hearing the swearing of the oath of blood to the Tao of the heavens, Taoist Jadesi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You have now formally joined our school. Since you have joined us, you need to choose your Taoist titles. Each of you can choose a title you like. Ning and North Sun both began to ponder this. A Taoist title, for example. Taoist Jadesi's Taoist title was Jadesi, and Immortal Fire Dragon's Taoist title was Fire Dragon. If you don't wish to choose a Taoist title, you can use your own given name as your Taoist title, Taoist Jadesi said with a laugh. There are some disciples who are accustomed to using their own names and unaccustomed to Taoist titles. There are thus quite a few who use their own names. My Taoist title shall be Twinwood, North Sun suddenly said. Taoist Jadesi nodded lightly. Twinwood? Very well. He looked towards the nearby Ning next. Ji Ning, what about you? Ning said slowly, my Taoist title, let it be Dark North. Very well. Taoist Jadesi nodded. Since your Taoist titles have been chosen, let the elders of our Black-White College discuss amongst themselves who will take you as their student. If you aren't willing, you can speak out at this time. Understood. Ning and North Sun both said. Unwilling? What sort of a joke was this? As long as there was no enmity between them, generally speaking, as long as an elder was willing to be their master, the disciple would not refuse to be their student. Mu North Sun. Suddenly, from amidst the crowd of primal Taoists near Taoist Jadesi, a white-haired, baby-faced old lady suddenly spoke out. She looked at North Sun, a hint of benevolent love in her eyes. I heard that you walk the Tao of constructs. I, Jadefine, have also gained quite a few insights into the Tao of constructs. I wonder if you would be willing to accept me as your master. Ning's heart thumped. Jade fine? According to the intelligence report which Northmont Byway had provided him, Taoist Jadefine had the highest degree of understanding of the Tao of constructs in the entire Black-White College. Your disciple is willing. North Sun respectfully fell to his knees. Your disciple pays his respects to you, Master. Taoist Jadefine smiled, then nodded. Ning turned to look at the various primal Taoists up ahead. Which one of them would become his master? Which one? But Taoist Jadesi and the other primal Taoists didn't say a single word. Strange. Why aren't any of them accepting junior apprentice brother Ji Ning as their disciple? Right? None of our uncle masters are saying a thing. The other disciples were secretly chatting amongst themselves. But Taoist Jadesi, seated above them, suddenly turned to stare towards the outside of the palace. A figure had appeared within the doorway to the palace. A black-haired, black-robed man was walking in. His gaze was both stately and fierce, and as soon as he stepped into the palace, it was as though the entire palace had been steeped into darkness. All of the disciples turned to stare at this man. My respects to you, Patriarch. Many of the disciples quickly spoke out. A few of the others were a bit lost. Clearly, they didn't recognize this man. Still, they hurriedly imitated the other disciples in bowing respectfully. As for Ning and North Sun, they followed the crowd in bowing as well. My respects to you, Uncle Master. The primal Taoists in front all called out respectfully as well. Uncle Master. Taoist Jadesi rose as well. The black-robed, black-haired man's figure had instantly become the center for the entire palace. It was as though the entire world was revolving around him. Ji Ning. The black-robed, black-haired man looked towards Ning. Are you willing to become the senior disciple under my tutelage? Ning was shocked. As soon as this man had spoken, Ning had immediately realized who he was. The intelligence report Byway had provided had very little information on the various immortals in the palace, with just a few lines of information for each. After all, the information on the immortals was very highly classified, while the report Byway had provided him consisted of fairly open secrets. Thus, there was just a very simple introduction regarding Immortal Xianxia. Immortal Xianxia, an Earth Immortal of the Black-White College. Highly specialized in swordplay. No disciples to his name. Of the living immortals of the Black-White College, Immortal Xianxia was the only one who had never accepted any disciples. Upon hearing the words, senior disciple under my tutelage, Ning immediately understood who the person before him was. If he didn't apprentice himself to this man, then who? Your disciple is willing. Ning fell to his knees, respectfully kowtowing in a ritual manner. Your disciple, Ji Ning, pays his respect to you, Master. Follow me. A rare hint of a smile was on Immortal Xianxia's stern face. Nodding to the others and saying a few words, he immediately left the hall, and Ning hurriedly followed after him. As for the other disciples in the hall, they all stared in astonishment. An immortal had taken a direct disciple? This was extremely rare. Only the most monstrously talented of their generation had been accepted by one of the immortals as a disciple, and all of these monsters were rumored to actually be reincarnated immortals. Oh! The clouds swirled about Immortal Xianxia and Ning as they flew at high speed towards an estate. They entered the estate, then into the main hall. Immortal Xianxia sat down atop his jade bed. As for Ning, he stood there to one side, incomparably respectful. He could tell that Immortal Xianxia was normally quite a stern, taciturn person. In my entire life, the person I hold the most admiration for is Senior Northwalker, Immortal Xianxia said. I once swore that I would not accept any disciple who did not receive the sword intent transmission from Senior Northwalker. As for you, not only did you receive his sword intent transmission, you even inherited his legacy, the complete 3-foot sword. Even I don't know anything at all regarding the final 3 stances of this technique. Ning just listened respectfully. Given that even the headmaster knew about this matter, for his own master to know of this was only natural. The only ones who know that you inherited the complete legacy of the 3-foot sword are myself, Jade C, and the other immortals, Immortal Xianxia said. Thus, you cannot reveal it either. Ning said respectfully, "Your disciple understands." Immortal Diansai looked towards Ji Ning. "You should know that in our Black-White College, if you wish to gain a top-tier key refining technique or top-tier divine ability, you have to use black-white pellets to trade for them." Ning nodded. The black and white book he had read earlier had described these things. If one wished to acquire the divine ability, heavenly transformation, one needed a certain number of black-white pellets. If one wanted to gain a certain key refining technique, one would also need a certain number of black-white pellets. If one wished to acquire a technique for their spirit beast, one would still need to use black-white pellets to trade for it. Black-white pellets were rewarded to disciples by the school. For example, if one reached the Dao domain level, one would be rewarded with black-white pellets. If one became a Wanxiang adept, one would also be rewarded with black-white pellets. Upon becoming a primal Daoist, one would receive still further black-white pellets. If one joined the Raindragon Guard, one would be bestowed black-white pellets. In short, the better one's performance was, the more black-white pellets the school would bestow. Naturally, this would allow one to gain access to ever more profound techniques owned by the school. "Has your soul reached the divine sense level?" Immortal Diansai asked. Ning couldn't help but feel shocked. He had never revealed this before. Receiving the complete 3-foot sword legacy places enormous strains on the soul. In the past, virtually every single person who ever acquired the complete 3-foot sword legacy was a reincarnated immortal whose soul was at least at the divine sense level, Immortal Diansai explained. Ning said respectfully, "Your disciple's soul has indeed reached the divine sense level, but as for being a reincarnated immortal, it seems your disciple. After having drank Granny Meng's elixir, you naturally will have forgotten the memories from your previous life." Immortal Diansai shook his head. "However, given how powerful your soul is, even if you aren't a reincarnated immortal, you must have encountered a tremendously great karmic event." Immortal Diansai fell silent for a moment, then started to muse to himself. "You've just entered the school, so you can receive the basic reward of 1,000 black-white pellets. You have reached the Dao domain realm, so you can be rewarded with another 1,000 black-white pellets. Your soul is at the divine sense level, and so you can be awarded 2,000 black-white pellets. As your master, I can bestow you with another 2,000 black-white pellets. Thus, you have a total of 6,000 black-white pellets." Immortal Diansai said seriously, "Since you have already received the complete legacy of the 3-foot sword, in the future, you will definitely be forced to use it. Thus, when you go to the Dao repository vault, you must trade for the first scroll of the 3-foot sword. The 3-foot sword is the swordplay which has secured the foundations of our Black-White College. Thus, even the first scroll will cost you 2,000 black-white pellets." Ning was speechless. He clearly had inherited the entire legacy of the 3-foot sword, but in order to hide it, he would actually have to go trade for the first scroll of the 3-foot sword, and the price was 2,000 black-white pellets. So this was the reason why his master had bestowed him 2,000 black-white pellets. As for your key refining technique, remember, you absolutely must select a key refining technique that you can use to train all the way to the immortal level, Immortal Diansai said. As for divine abilities and sword techniques, choose as you see fit. You can go now. Go directly to the Dao repository vault and withdraw your black-white pellets and your liquefied elemental essence. Afterwards, go choose your key refining techniques, sword techniques, divine abilities, and whatnot. Immortal Diansai concluded, "If there is something you cannot comprehend, come ask me." "Yes." Ning bowed with respect, and then he departed, heading directly to the Dao repository vault. The morning sun rose, and the light of the dawn shone upon the entire Black-White College. Whoosh! Ji Ning, mounted atop his flying boat, was soaring through the skies. Soon he saw a majestic, towering vault beneath him. This was the edifice which, within the Black-White College, had a status that was not inferior to the Black-White diagrams, the Dao Repository Vault. Whenever the disciples of the Black-White College wished to learn top-tier key refining techniques, divine abilities, or secret arts, they would come here. A large, muscular man, dressed in a beautiful set of armor, was currently seated next to a stone table, holding an exquisite goblet of wine and enjoying it. Ning landed on the ground. "My respects to you, Uncle Master," Ning said with a bow. "Oh!" The large, muscular man glanced sideways at Ning. "You are the new disciple, Ji Ning?" "Yes," Ning said. This large, muscular man was one of the Tao protectors of the vault, a position generally given to primal Taoists. "Here are 6,000 black-white pellets." The large, muscular man waved his hand, and a black jade bottle flew out towards Ning. Ning accepted it and filled it with his elemental ki. Within this jade bottle there really was a veritable mass of pellets, all of which were black and white in color. "Here are 50 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. For disciples of the third generation, every 10 years, they will receive this amount of liquefied elemental essence." The large, muscular man tossed another jade bottle to Ning. "All right, you've collected your black-white pellets and your liquefied elemental essence. You can go in now." 2 bottles. One a dark jade color, the other an emerald jade color. They were used to store 6,000 black-white pellets and 50 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, respectively. "The Black-White College lives up to its reputation," Ning said to himself with a sigh. "Someone like me, a third-generation disciple, will receive 50 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence each decade. Doesn't that mean that every century I will receive 500 kilograms? An ordinary Earth-ranked magic treasure is only worth around 100 taels of liquefied elemental essence, while most heaven-ranked magic treasures are worth just 10,000 taels or so. The 500 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence which disciples of the Black-White College received each century were already enough to trade for a heaven-ranked magic treasure. But of course, no one would be so stupid as to save them all up. This liquefied elemental essence was meant to help them rise in power by allowing them to not need to waste a great amount of time in slowly absorbing energy from nature. "Thank you, Uncle Master." Ning immediately strode into the Tao repository vault. There were a total of 3 levels to the Tao repository vault. As soon as Ning entered the first level, he felt as though he had entered a sea of books. One enormous bookshelf after another could be seen, with countless numbers of books placed on them. At first glance, Ning dared to guess that there had to be more than 1,000,000 books here, and the vast majority of the books which lined the largest walls and shelves had a single large character on the sides. "Technique! Techniques!" Ning mused to himself. The Tao repository vault has 3 levels. The first level focuses on techniques, the second on arts, and the third on miscellaneous things. The word technique in this case referred to refining techniques such as ki refining and Fiendgod body refining techniques. The word arts referred to secret magic arts used by immortals and fiends. They included ingenious ways of using power, and included the divine abilities of fiendgods, the sword arts of sword immortals, the forbidden techniques which one could use in a crisis, the evasion arts one could use when fleeing. All techniques which relied on special tricks and applications of power were classified as skills. As for miscellaneous, they consisted of things that were not classified with the first 2. Constructs, formations, venomous pests, refining magic treasure, refining magic pills, poisons. Master said that I absolutely must trade for the first scroll of the 3-foot sword, as well as a key refining technique that can be used all the way up to the immortal level. Ning didn't hesitate at all, immediately beginning to search through the first level of the Tao repository vault. Key refining techniques were divided into immortal rank, heaven rank, earth rank, mortal rank, and so on. Immortal rank. This meant that this was a key refining technique that could be used to train all the way up to the celestial immortal level. All the way up to celestial immortal? Ning sighed with emotion. Although supposedly one can use immortal-ranked key refining techniques to train all the way up to the celestial immortal level, even the Black-White College has only produced a single celestial immortal in its entire history. Even Immortal Northwalker and those other outstandingly talented figures were unable to become celestial immortals. The path to becoming a celestial immortal is indeed as difficult as Judge Chui described. The tribulations one must face are boundless. Ning continued to search carefully. Soon he found, deep in the depths of the Tao repository vault, a black, wooden table. Atop it, there were a total of 29 golden books arranged in a row. This table had a single character carved on its side. Immortal. Immortal ranked key refining techniques? Ning hurriedly picked up a golden book. This book was named Samga Sutra of Ascending to Heaven. This was just a simple, abridged tone. After all, an immortal ranked key refining technique was definitely one of the most important foundation-establishing texts for a school. It absolutely would not be permitted for it to be leaked to the outside world. This first scroll of the Samga Sutra of Ascending to Heaven actually costs 1,500 black-white pellets. Ning was secretly speechless. Turning his head, he saw that atop the tall bookshelves, there were rows on rows of earth-ranked key refining techniques, and all of them were complete copies, not abridged ones. These are so cheap, just 100 black-white pellets. Ning mumbled to himself. Suddenly, a voice rang out by his side. Senior apprentice brother Ji Ning. Ning turned to look. He saw from afar a white-robed youth who had just arrived. His junior apprentice brother, Mu Northsun. Northsun was clearly quite excited. Senior apprentice brother Ji Ning. There really are very many key refining techniques here. The school has existed for so long. How can it not have many techniques? Ning replied. And then, the pair of fellow disciples began to once more earnestly search for their own key refining techniques. An hour passed. I'll choose this. Ning picked up a golden book. It was the immortal ranked key refining technique, the flowing water source. The first volume could be purchased for 1,500 black-white pellets. The key refining technique which Ning had trained in since he was a child was the water element art. After having established his Zifu, of the 5 elements, he was naturally most suited to water attribute techniques. When adding the cost of the first scroll of the 3-foot sword, which I have to acquire, I need to pay 3,500 black-white pellets. I have another 2,500 black-white pellets I can use. Ning began to ponder to himself. He needed to acquire a technique for Uncle White. He also needed to acquire a divine ability. He also needed the later parts of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens. Uncle White is at the early Zifu stage. He is in urgent need of a key refining technique. In addition, of the 5 elements, he too is most suited to water. This flowing water source is very suited to him as well. Ning continued to ponder. Although he had just chosen a single copy of the flowing water source, if he wanted to let Uncle White train in it as well, then he would have to pay another 1,500 black-white pellets. If he didn't, then that would mean that they had stolen the technique, and an immortal rank technique at that. This was a tremendously grave crime, and the oath of blood he had sworn to the Tao of the heavens, by itself, would deliver a punishment that would probably shatter Ning's soul. I have 1,000 more black-white pellets remaining. Ning instantly felt as though he didn't have enough black-white pellets to spend. But what he didn't realize was, no one else would be willing to spend such a fortune on a spirit beast. A short time later, within the first level of the Tao repository vault, Ning was able to find the books focusing on Fiendgod body refining. He also found the later scrolls introducing the number 1 Fiendgod body refining technique, the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, the so-called second scroll to the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens. The second scroll of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens also had 9 stages to it. It consisted of the 10th, the 11th, the 12th, all the way to the 18th stage. These levels corresponded to the Wanxiang Adept, Primal Taoist, and Void stages. Upon reaching the 18th stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, one would undergo a tribulation. If one successfully endured that heavenly tribulation, one would become an Empyrean god. As for key refiners, once they overcame their tribulation, they would become celestial immortals. Empyrean gods and celestial immortals. These were 2 different branches. 100 black-white pellets? So cheap. Ning, upon seeing the price, couldn't help but sigh in relief. Although it will let you train all the way to the heavenly tribulation, it only costs 100 black-white pellets. It really is the most easily acquired technique. It was the number 1 Fiendgod body refining technique. It was also the most easily acquired technique. And, in turn, it was the most difficult technique to learn. Oh! Ning took a copy of the flowing water source and a copy of the second scroll of the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens, then left the first level of the Tao repository vault and went to the second level. The second level was also filled with countless bookshelves. Arts. Ning took a deep breath. These were the secret arts of immortals and fiends. They represented ways in which one could apply the Tao, divine abilities, sword arts, spells, forbidden techniques, evasion techniques, and more. All of these were classified as arts. Divine abilities. The first thing Ning did was to head to the bookshelves which held the records on divine abilities. Divine abilities. These were extremely rare. Even his mother's Wuxia clan had only been in possession of a single divine ability, the Windwing evasion technique. So few. So expensive. Ning finally found the shelf which contained the divine abilities, but the entire shelf only had 5 abridged books. In other words, despite the passage of countless years, the entire Black-White College was only in possession of 5 divine abilities. They were even more rare than immortal-ranked key refining techniques. These 5 techniques were the Heavenly Transformation, Divine Thunderbolt Eye, Myriad Hibernating Venoms, 3 Heads, 6 Arms, and Eye of the Luminous Heart. 3 heads, 6 arms? Ning's eyes instantly lit up. The Heavenly Transformation technique was the most common divine ability. Generally speaking, all top-tier schools and sects had it. As for the other 3 divine abilities, Divine Thunderbolt Eye, Eye of the Luminous Heart, and Myriad Hibernating Venoms, these were divine abilities which, according to rumor, some major powers would often use. 3 heads, 6 arms. It seems to be ordinary in effectiveness, but in reality, once one reaches the late stages of this divine ability, it grows tremendously powerful. Ning mused to himself. Humans only had 2 arms. Even though, by relying on their divine power or elemental key, they could coalesce additional arms, these arms couldn't possibly compare to true arms. But the 3 heads, 6 arms technique. Once this divine ability was executed, one truly would gain 4 additional arms and 2 additional heads. The power of these 4 additional arms was comparable to that of one's true arms. It would be as though 3 Nings were linking hands against a single foe. It must be understood that just by wielding twin swords, one's power would increase multiplicatively. With 6 swords joining together in an attack, the power would reach a truly ridiculous level. 5 divine abilities. After seeing them, a look of lust was in Ning's eyes. 3 heads, 6 arms was extremely famous. Naturally, there was a reason for that, and thus, the price of the first scroll alone was 3,000 black-white pellets. The Heavenly Transformation technique was the most commonly seen technique, but when trained to the later stages, it was also capable of unleashing astonishing levels of power. Its first scroll cost 500 black-white pellets. The Myriad Hibernating Venoms was also a true killer technique. The first scroll to this divine ability cost 5,000 black-white pellets. The first scroll of the Divine Thunderbolt Eye cost 2,000 black-white pellets as well. As for the Eye of the Luminous Heart, the first scroll cost 5,000 black-white pellets. This is 2. Ning had to grit his teeth and pick up the abridged version of the Heavenly Transformations technique. As for the other 4 divine abilities, there was no way for him to acquire them at all. The cost of these techniques was vastly greater than the cost of those immortal-ranked key refiner techniques. But it was only reasonable. These were divine abilities, incomparably precious. Ning, those books in hand, continued forward through the second level in search of even more unusual arts. After searching for a long time, found it. Ning finally found, atop a bookshelf, 3 golden books. The entire shelf only had these 3 golden books atop it. Apparently, the value of these books wasn't at all inferior to those divine abilities. Ning immediately picked up one of the golden books. Atop the cover, there were 3 words, Soul Shaker Art. Soul Shaker Art. This was precisely what Ning was searching for. An art which would allow him to use his soul to engage in an attack. This was an extremely rare type of art. The Soul Shaker Art was something only a person with a divine will could use. It could be used to shake the opponent's very soul. If the enemy's soul was particularly weak, it might even cause their soul to be extinguished. This is it. Ning nodded. Previously, during the recruitment, Uncle Master Wuxia used the Soul Shaker art to cause hundreds of Zifu disciples to all fall down from midair. Something only capable of being used at the divine will level? I've already reached the divine sense level. Ning continued to read carefully. It really was alluring. Given the power of his soul once he used the Soul Shaker art, he would be able to deal with the vast majority of Wanxiang adepts. After all, it was virtually guaranteed that only primal Taoists would have souls at the divine sense level. Ning's soul was so very powerful that if he were to use the Soul Shaker art, he would naturally be able to dominate the vast majority of Wanxiang adepts. 2,000 black-white pellets? When Ning saw the price of this art, he immediately shook his head. There were a total of 3 books on this shelf. One was the Soul Shaker art, one was the Soul Charmer art, while the other was the Soulslayer art. Of the 3, the Soul Shaker art and the Soul Charmer art only required someone's soul to be at the divine will level in order to learn them. The prices for them were 2,000 and 3,000 black-white pellets, respectively. As for the Soulslayer art, this was truly used to extinguish an opponent's soul, an art used for divine souls to engage in battle. In addition, it required a person to be at the divine sense level to learn it. And in terms of rarity, it was even rarer than divine abilities. To trade for it, one would need 10,000 black-white pellets. All I can do is stare at it and drool. Ning laughed, then shook his head. He immediately turned to go look at the other arts available. Oh! The Dao repository vault was divided into techniques, arts, and miscellaneous. Virtually all of the skills available were extremely powerful or particular sinister. There were also all manner of brilliant sword arts as well. Ning had, in total, just 6,000 black-white pellets. Which should he purchase? Which shouldn't he purchase? He had to gain a clearer understanding. 6 full hours later, Ning finally departed from the 3rd floor of the Dao repository vault, then walked out of the vault. You've chosen. The tall, muscular Dao protector gave Ning a glance. Right? Ning nodded, but he couldn't help but turn to look backwards. It really was. He really wished he had a few 100,000 black-white pellets and was able to pick from those skills as he pleased. There were all sorts of immortal and fiend techniques that were simply too mysterious and godlike, as well as some truly powerful evasive techniques that made Ning truly tongue-tied. Only now did he truly understand how deep the roots of the Black-White College were. Unfortunately, he only had 6,000 black-white pellets, and he absolutely had to choose the first scroll of the 3-foot sword, as well as an immortal ranked key refining technique. Let me take a look, the Dao Protector said. Ning handed over the abridged books in his hands. The Dao Protector, after accepting them, immediately saw that on top was the first scroll of the 3-foot sword. He immediately said with a frown, "The 3-foot sword is one of the techniques which secured the legacy of our Black-White College, and its power is absolutely astonishing. But to comprehend it will be extremely hard. It is a bit too early for you to start training in the 3-foot sword. In addition, it will cost you 2,000 black-white pellets to trade for it." Ning felt helpless. He didn't want to choose it this early either, but his master, Immortal Xianxia, had ordered him to do so. He had no one to blame but himself for having received the legacy of Senior Northwalker. The Lesser 5-Element Sword? The Dao Protector, upon seeing the second book, immediately nodded. The Lesser 5-Element Sword is also one of the top 5 sword techniques of our Black-White College, and it is unfathomably deep and profound, allowing one to start at a basic level but progressively comprehend more. It is very suitable for someone who wishes to focus on the Tao of the sword, and it costs 800 black-white pellets as well. Actually, I recommend that you only trade for the Lesser 5-Element Sword, and temporarily set aside the 3-foot sword for now. The Flowing Water Source, an immortal ranked key refining technique. Not bad. The Dao Protector nodded, then raised his head and looked towards Ning. You made up your mind? These are all you want? You won't change your mind. I will not. Ning shook his head. There were many arts that were quite enticing to him, but Ning had given them up. He had even given up acquiring the second scroll of the Crimson-Bright Diagram of the Nine Heavens. After all, training in the Crimson-Bright Diagram of the Nine Heavens required one to absorb the energy of the solar star, and the lunar star Ning was currently only at the 7th level. To reach the 9th level, he would still need a long period of time. During this period of time, he would probably be able to acquire more black-white pellets. Even if I'm not able to acquire the second scroll of the Crimson-Bright Diagram of the Nine Heavens in the Black-White College, I can join the Raindragon Guard and acquire it there, or even purchase it from other places, Ning mused to himself. The second scroll of the Crimson-Bright Diagram of the Nine Heavens was fairly easily obtained. As for those various sword arts, Ning had spent a long period of time analyzing them in the Tao Repository Vault. Given that his divine ability, the Star-Seizing Hand, was with him, so long as his swordplay was strong enough, his own power would naturally rise. For fleeing, he had the Windwing Evasion. In a true battle of divine abilities, he already had the Star-Seizing Hand, and so wasn't in a rush to obtain other divine abilities. What truly mattered was his key refining technique and his sword arts. The Lesser Five Elements sword was the most suitable technique for him, because he had a deep level of insight into 3 of the elements already: water, wind, and fire. 2,000 black-white pellets for this, 1,500 for this, and 800 for this. The 3 come to a total of 4,300 black-white pellets. The Tao Protector looked at Ning. "Give me the black-white pellets, and I'll go get the copies for you." Ning shook his head. "Not only am I going to train in the flowing water source, I am going to give my spirit beast a copy as well." "Your spirit beast?" The Tao Protector was shocked. "You are going to give your spirit beast such a good key refining technique? That costs 1,500 black-white pellets. Moreover, you have just started training. This is a critical moment for you. With 1,500 black-white pellets, you can purchase many powerful secret arts to protect yourself. There's absolutely no need for you to spend so much effort on your spirit beast. Just have him wait a bit longer. In a few decades or in a century, purchase it for him then. Or, just give him a slightly weaker key refining technique." As this Tao Protector saw it, Ning was a formal disciple and a truly monstrous talent. For him to give a spirit beast such a great benefit was a rash, hot-headed act. Immortal-ranked key refining techniques. Something like this could only happen within the Black-White College. If they were roaming in the outside world, even if a Zifu-level monster risked his life for centuries, he would still find it virtually impossible to acquire an immortal-ranked key refining technique. "My mind is decided," Ning said. The Tao Protector shook his head. "Alas, why must you be such a fool?" Ning did not respond, but his gaze told the Tao Protector that his decision was an incomparably firm one. "Fine then," the Tao Protector said, rising to his feet. "I will help you find these copies. Give me those 5,800 black-white pellets." Ning nodded, watching as the Tao Protector entered the Tao Repository Vault. Uncle White wasn't just his spirit beast. More importantly, he was family. If Ning were to acquire a large pile of divine abilities and secret arts, but give nothing to Uncle White, he truly would feel terrible in his heart. In addition, even if he was able to trade for a large number of secret arts, he would still need a large amount of time and energy to focus on training in them. "I will spend my time focusing on comprehending this Lesser Five Elements sword," Ning mused to himself. The flowing water source was something he could simply train in. The 3-foot sword? His current level of swordplay was somewhat lacking. He couldn't even execute the first stance of the 3-foot sword. The only thing he could slowly spend time on comprehending, for now, was the Lesser Five Elements sword. The Black-White College. Dark North Peak. Ning was standing atop a flying boat in the air, and he sent the boat charging downwards as he entered Dark North Peak. "Uncle White!" Ning called out as he landed into the courtyard. Whoosh! A large white hound bounded over from nearby. It was the Whitewater Hound. "Ning, son, you have apprenticed yourself? Which one is your master?" "Immortal Xianxia," Ning replied, his face covered with joy. The Whitewater Hound's face became filled with delight and astonishment as well. "An immortal?" Prior to this, He had chatted with Ning and also made guesses regarding which primal Taoist would be Ning's master. Uncle White, this is the key refining technique I traded for you, the flowing water source, Ning said. You absolutely cannot reveal this technique to any outsiders. If you do, the oath of blood sworn to the Tao of the heavens will punish you, and your soul will be destroyed. I know. The Whitewater Hound nodded. Formal disciples, retainers, spirit beasts. All those who lived within the Black-White College had to swear the oath of blood to the Tao of the heavens. After all, retainers and spirit beasts all had the chance to learn some top-tier techniques. Take it, Ning said, handing over the flowing water source, a thick, coiled-up booklet. This is the first scroll. You can train with it directly to the peak primal Taoist level. After we reach the primal Taoist level, we can go trade for the second scroll. Thank you for troubling yourself, my boy Ning. Although the Whitewater Hound had never heard of this technique before, he could guess that given Ning had purchased it for him, it definitely wouldn't be poor. Ning chuckled. Uncle White, I'm going to go train. Swoosh. Ning's heart was pumping mightily right now, and he was filled with eagerness. Naturally, he charged directly towards the underground quiet room he had prepared for himself. Dark North Peak had many buildings atop it. Naturally, it also had some private rooms that were used for immortal cultivators to train in. All of these private rooms had grand formations set up around them that were linked up to the grand formation which protected the entire Black-White College as a whole. Once one entered secluded meditation, not even immortals could hope to barge in. Kriarik! The stone door slammed shut. Within the 10-foot-wide stone room, the ceiling up above was filled with many luminous jewels. These jewels naturally weren't as extravagant and costly as the ones in the carefree caverns, but they were still extraordinary. The light from them made it so that the stone room was perpetually kept bright by the light of the jewels. Ji Ning sat there in the lotus position atop his jade bed. The runes inscripted onto the jade bed had the effect of calming one's heart. Flowing water source. Ning flipped through the flowing water source in his hands, spending a full hour reading it as he completely memorized the entire book. The memories of immortal practitioners were exceptionally good. For someone like Ning, who had reached the divine sense level, they could actually flip through all the memories in their soul which they had acquired since they were a child, just like flipping through a book. Whoosh! A flame appeared out of nowhere within Ning's hand, and it burned the flowing water source to ash. An immortal-ranked key refining technique like this definitely was not permitted to be revealed to the outside world. Thus, upon finishing reading this technique, one had to destroy it. Thus, killing a disciple of the Black-White College in order to gain some top-tier techniques was completely impossible. Let's begin. Ning waved his hand, and a jade-green flask landed on the floor before him. He opened the bottle, and a dense elemental aura wafted out. The green jade bottle had 50 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence within. Originally, Ning had used up just 5 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence in order to break through from the peak Xiantian level to the early Zifu level, and had also solidified his base as an early Zifu level. Absorb. Ning opened his mouth, and instantly, the liquefied elemental essence began to surge out from the green jade bottle and enter Ning's mouth. As it did, it quickly distilled into vast amounts of elemental energy, which surged into his Zifu Violet Palace. Within the boundless void of his Zifu Violet Palace, there was a lake there. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire Violet Palace began to shudder as an endless torrent of elemental energy surged inwards and was converted into elemental ki. The lake of elemental ki began to slowly expand in accordance with the method prescribed in Ning's flowing water source technique, and it began to slowly swivel as well. Splash, splash. It continuously swiveled, and as it did, it began to move faster and faster. Soon, the entire Zifu lake had transformed into an enormous whirlpool, causing the deep heart of the lake to grow deeper and deeper. The formerly placid, flat lake had transformed into a whirlpool. It was like an awl, its depth having instantly increased hundreds of times over. Bang! A thunderous explosion. In the deepest part of the whirlpool Zifu Lake, a hole suddenly appeared, which ravenously began to produce new elemental ki. This hole was the water source of the Flowing water source. Middle Zifu level. Ning continued to absorb the liquefied elemental essence from the jade bottle, continuing to increase his power. Rumble. The deepest part of his Zifu lake was now 1,000 times deeper than it had been in the past. The absorption and transformation process was clearly much faster than it had been, and the elemental ki that was transformed and produced by the water source was purer than before as well. The late Zifu level. Ji Ning had already reached the Dao domain level, and his highest level of accomplishments was in the water element of the 5 elements. For him, comprehending the flowing water source was naturally very easy. Although this was his first time training in it, he thoroughly understood the Zifu level portion of the technique, and even comprehended the majority of the Wanxiang level of the technique. In other words, if he so chose, Ning could, at one breath, train straight to the Wanxiang adept level. But of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough liquefied elemental essence. Rumble. The elemental ki in his Zifu lake was slowly swiveling. The waters of the lake were now swirling in a very slow manner, but the closer to the bottom, the faster the whirling motion was. At the very bottom of the lake, in the water source, the whirlpool was spinning with incredible force. As the amount of elemental ki in the Zifu lake grew, the power of the whirlpool grew as well. In addition, the water source grew deeper and deeper. The elemental ki it produced grew more and more pure as well. After training for roughly an hour, with a rumble, the entire Zifu Violet Palace began to tremble. The vast lake of elemental ki's water source once more transformed, and the purity of the elemental ki once more skyrocketed. Peak Zifu level. Within the vast Violet Palace region, the turbid waters of the lake continued to slowly expand. However, in terms of quality, the elemental ki had already reached the ultimate level possible at the Zifu disciple level. There was no way to increase it any further. The only thing possible was to constantly increase the quantity of ki and expand it in size. Within the still room, the bright jewels continued to gleam brilliantly. Ning, seated on the jade bed in the lotus position, opened his eyes and glanced at the emerald jade bottle placed before him. He nodded slowly. I spent nearly 40 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, and managed to surge all the way to the peak Zifu disciple level as a ki refiner. Only to break through from the peak Zifu level to the early Wanxiang level, and while using a top-tier ki refining technique. The amount of liquefied elemental essence that will be needed is quite shocking. The Wanxiang myriad manifestations level was an extremely unusual level. Some of the manifestations possessed by Wanxiang adepts were merely those of countless stars gleaming in a night sky. But some manifestations, such as those of Taoist Mu Shao or Taoist Suli, had a brilliant moon amidst the sea of stars. Thus, the manifestation technique they demonstrated was that of a grand moonlight hand. However, according to legend, top-tier manifestations would generate trillions of stars, the brilliant moon, and the blazing sun, all at the same time, and only the truly supreme manifestations could, during the peak Wanxiang stage, have the jade rabbit emerge from the brilliant moon, the golden crow emerge from the blazing sun, the emergence of the jade rabbit, the appearance of the golden crow. This and this alone symbolized that one's foundations were perfect. This was the so-called foundation of a celestial immortal. If you didn't reach this stage, there was no way you could become a celestial immortal at all. But where did the supreme manifestations come from? In truth, they relied on the practitioner having built up an extremely large Zifu lake during the Zifu level. The Zifu lake is the fundamental foundation for an immortal cultivator. The deeper and wider the lake is, the deeper the practitioner's elemental ki foundation would be, and the more astonishing a manifestation they would be able to create. Some poor quality techniques will result in a Zifu lake that is both shallow and small. Upon reaching the peak Zifu level, they won't even be able to expand the size of the lake. They won't have any hope of becoming Wanxiang adepts. Ning sighed to himself. That was exactly the case for his own Ji clan. Their techniques were simply too poor, and the Zifu lakes that they were able to create were correspondingly weak to the point where they could never break through to acquire manifestations. The manifestation of the stars was the weakest manifestation. The manifestation of the bright moon was on a slightly higher level. The manifestation of the sun and the moon was the best manifestation. And, For the Jade Rabbit and the Golden Crow to appear during the peak Wanxiang Adept level was proof that one's foundation was perfect. Based on the recorded experiences of disciples of the Black-White College regarding the flowing water source, Ning mused, upon reaching the peak Zifu level, if one absorbs a further 250 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, then one will gain the manifestation of the sun and the moon. If one absorbs 400 kilograms before one breaks through to the Wanxiang Adept level, then at the peak Wanxiang level, the manifestation will produce the Jade Rabbit and the Golden Crow. This was one of the benefits of having a sect. The experiences of the Forerunners would guide the latecomers in knowing what to do. Fortunately, this was an Immortal-ranked key refining technique. If it was a poorer technique, even if one had unlimited amounts of liquefied elemental essence, one wouldn't be able to absorb it all. It would be useless. Oh! He had spent 2 hours to reach the peak Zifu disciple level. Next, Ning flipped through the Lesser 5 Elements Sword Tome. This was how things were in Supreme Schools, for disciples the schools cared about. Training was as simple as this. Once they reached a certain level of insight, the school would make it so that they could save as much time as possible in training, allowing them to focus their attention on comprehending the Tao, analyzing sword arts, divine abilities, etc. Sword arts. Ning's eyes were gleaming, and a hungry look was in them. Ever since he had reached the Tao domain level, the sword arts manuals of the G-clan had become useless to him. His level of insight was simply too high. To a true sword immortal, an incredibly deep and profound sword art could let them unleash incredibly great power in battle. Although Ning was only at the Tao domain level, if he focused on comprehending sword arts, he could gain insights into sword arts which were on a higher level than he himself was at. The Lesser 5 Elements Sword, one of the top 5 sword arts in the entire Black-White College, something which even immortals would be willing to study. The cost of this sword arts manual was close to that of a divine ability manual. From this, one could see how powerful it was. Ning gently flipped through the pages. Stretching out his fingers, he formed them into the shape of a sword, testing the movements. These still rooms inside the Black-White College were specially designed for its formal disciples to train in, and the formation protecting these rooms were linked together with the grand formation which protected the entire college. Even if one tested out techniques within, as long as one was not an immortal, there was no way one could possibly damage the still rooms in the slightest. Crackle. Slash. Ning read while testing out the movements, completely absorbed in this sword technique. He felt as though he were back in his youth, when he was training in the 108 swords of the gods and demons for the first time. Back then, his father taught him, but this time Ning analyzed everything by himself. Oh! As Ning was analyzing this sword technique, within the estate located on another mountain peak within the Black-White College, Junior Apprentice Brother Bladask, Junior Apprentice Brother Bladask, a voice rang out. Senior Apprentice Brother Boo, please, come in. A calm voice rang out from within the estate. Instantly, an azure-robed, long-haired man drifted in. This estate had a Zifu disciple and some ordinary mortals within it, all of whom saluted. They naturally couldn't compare in status to a formal disciple of the Black-White College. Might I ask why you have come here, Senior Apprentice Brother Boo? A white-robed youth walked over. It was Bloodrinker Bladask. Junior Apprentice Brother Bladask, the azure-robed man laughed. I heard that during our recent recruitment, the mountain tunnel which you guarded was broken through, correct? Bladask's face sank. This was a humiliation for him. That time, Ning had forced him to use a sword formation to block. Given his proud nature, he naturally remembered the matter. Thus, when Ning and North Sun had undergone the formal ceremony, he had not attended. Right? Bladask said coldly. The azure-robed man laughed. Junior Apprentice Brother Bladask, don't be angry. I imagine you don't know this yet, but that Ji Ning is so talented that he has already been accepted by our college's Immortal Diensai as his first senior apprentice. A look of shock appeared on Bladask's face. Immortal Diensai? Immortal Diensai was a sword immortal. As for Bladask, the path he walked was the Tao of the sword as well. In the past, he had desired to become Immortal Diensai's apprentice, but formal disciples, upon entering the school, were generally apprenticed to primal Taoists. It was very rare for immortals to directly choose them as an apprentice. As time had gone on, they had all grown accustomed to this, and he felt that it was normal that Immortal Xianxia had not taken him as a disciple. But this Ji Ning had actually become apprenticed directly to Immortal Xianxia. What about it? Bladask had a sharp look in his eyes. His future level of strength will depend on himself. The azure-robed man nodded. Right? Training depends on oneself. However, junior apprentice brother Bladask, the reason why you lost to Ning last time was only because you were only permitted to use a single flying sword. You weren't able to unleash your true power at all. Bladask didn't say a word. In terms of power, he felt that he was far more powerful than that kid named Ji Ning. And junior apprentice brother Bladask, you should also know, chuckled the azure-robed man, that our black-white college has an unspoken custom. All new apprentices will be taught a lesson at the Tao Debate Palace. Bladask nodded. The battles at the Tao Debate Palace were an extremely safe sort of sparring matches. The black-white college's formal disciples loved to engage in this sort of battles against each other. All new disciples were supreme geniuses in their former organizations and are accustomed to being arrogant. The Tao Debate battles, they can help these new disciples wake up. Help them understand a certain principle, that there is a heaven beyond the heavens, and that there are geniuses beyond geniuses. The azure-robed man laughed. I wonder, junior apprentice brother Bladask, would you be interested in having the chance to help that genius, Ji Ning, wake up and understand that in the black-white college, he's nothing more than an ordinary figure? Bladask's eyes instantly lit up. After hesitating just a moment, he said in a cold voice, I will only spar with Ji Ning. There are quite a few other fellow disciples who want to fight. The azure-robed man said with a laugh. What we need to do right now is to go invite Mu North Sun and Ji Ning to a battle. North Sun was currently standing atop his azure dragon construct, flying through the air towards his own residence. The black-white college really lives up to its name. Whenever he thought about the secret manual on constructs which he held in his hands, he felt a blazing fire in his heart. This manual held answers to many of the questions he had regarding the Tao of constructs, and he had been completely absorbed by it. Whoosh! The azure dragon construct which North Sun stood upon descended from the skies. Junior apprentice brother Twinwood, a blue-clothed maiden in front of his gate, called out to him. Who are you? Senior apprentice sister? North Sun remembered seeing this woman amongst the other formal disciples of the black-white college. She had been with them during the grand initiation ceremony. Immortal practitioners had formidable memories. After having seen her once, he had firmly memorized her appearance. The blue-robed woman laughed. My name is Winterine. You can simply address me as Senior Apprentice Sister Winterine. North Sun said happily. I don't have a single servant yet, and thus ended up treating you discourteously by having you wait outside. Please forgive me, Senior Apprentice Sister. Seeing the way in which he acted, the blue-clothed woman felt a hint of goodwill towards North Sun. She thus said, Junior Apprentice Brother North Sun, I've come here to invite you to the Tao Debate Palace. Tao Debate Palace. North Sun's eyes instantly lit up. He had read the black and white book, and knew that the duels in the Tao Debate Palace were extremely safe. They had nothing to do with elemental ki, power, or magic treasures. What they competed in was comprehension regarding the Tao and the ways in which they would apply the Tao. This is why it was described as a Tao debate. In addition, there would generally be stakes in these debates, such as black-white pellets or liquefied elemental essences. To be able to spar with you, Senior Apprentice Sister, is something I've been looking forward to, North Sun said eagerly. Then let's go, the blue-clothed woman said. All right. North Sun's eyes were filled with an eagerness for combat. Geniuses all had their pride. In the past, they had never before met their matches. Although they knew that these old disciples of the Black-White College were all extraordinary, in their hearts, the new students would still feel an eagerness to do battle. Swoosh! Swoosh! The blue-clothed woman and North Sun flew rapidly through the air, heading towards the Tao Debate Palace. The towering Tao Debate Palace was located at the very top of a mountain peak, and the figures of quite a few people could be seen within it. The Tao Debate Palace. It had always been the place where the disciples of the Black-White College enjoyed to gather at the most. These genius disciples, all of whom had arrogance bred into their bones, would often spar with each other here. Swoosh! A ray of light shot out from the Tao Debate Palace. Immediately afterwards, a blue-clothed maiden flew out after it. Junior Apprentice Brother Twinwood. Junior Apprentice Brother Twinwood. The blue-robed woman was standing atop a giant flower basket, chasing after him at high speed. Senior Apprentice Sister Winter. Why are you chasing after me? Mu North Sun, standing atop that azure dragon construct, had a look of rage on his normally bashful face. This was what you all planned this entire time, wasn't it? Humph. The blue-robed maiden, Winterine, shook her head and said, Junior Apprentice Brother Twinwood, actually, you can't blame your fellow disciples. In our Black-White College, throughout our history, each time a new disciple joins us, that person will taught a vicious lesson at the Tao Debate Palace. This has already become a tradition. Although it isn't one of the laws of the college, it has been passed down for countless generations. Teach a lesson to new disciples? North Sun stared at her. If it really was just a lesson, why did the need to pretend to be on par with me at the start? That makes the lesson a deep one that you won't forget, Winterine explained. It is to help you understand that there is a heaven beyond the heavens, and geniuses beyond geniuses. Actually, when I first joined the college, I suffered in a similar manner. This happens in each generation. Every new apprentice brother and apprentice sister will suffer this lesson. It is meant to tamp down their pride. The elders of our college all tacitly approve of it. Although North Sun understood this principle, he was still only 14 years old. In addition, the 2 Tao debates he had just engaged in had caused him to lose 200 black-white pellets and 10 kilograms of liquefied elemental essences. Although it was just a small bet, his losses had still caused him quite a bit of heartache. North Sun clasped his hands and said, Senior Apprentice Sister, you actually gave me a veiled warning earlier. I was too rash and impetuous. However, there's no need to say too many words of reconciliation. Swoosh! North Sun, mounted on his azure dragon construct, departed at high speed. Alas! Winterine watched as North Sun departed. She couldn't help but shake her head. Although she had gone to invite North Sun to participate, the simple interactions she had with him had made her feel very well disposed towards this junior apprentice brother of hers. But because this was a tradition, it wasn't appropriate for her to intervene in the Tao Debate Palace. At most, she could give a hidden warning. Fortunately, this time he had only lost twice before giving up. If he had continued to duel, his losses would have grown increasingly dire. Oh! A heaven beyond the heavens, and geniuses beyond geniuses. North Sun was seated on the rooftop of one of the houses in his estate, a jade bottle of wine in his hands. He raised his head, taking a swig. Cough, cough. North Sun drank too quickly, and he began to cough. In the future, I can't be too careless. North Sun had slowly calmed down and regained his mental clarity. He had entered the Black-White College at the age of 14. Ever since he was young, he had never met a match. The unconscious pride and arrogance he felt was what made him go spar against his fellow apprentices. He knew that the foes were very powerful, but he still felt he should be remarkable. Dark North Peak. The still room. Ning was still completely absorbed by the lesser 5 elements sword. Ning was carefully meditating on the water element, fire element, and the wind of the wood element parts 1. These were the 3 aspects of the Tao which he had the deepest level of understanding about. As for metal and earth, he was lacking considerably in these 2 aspects. Naturally, he wouldn't squander his energy in analyzing them. Drizzling rain. Ning murmured to himself, and the sword fingers of his right hand shot out. In midair, drops of rain began to appear out of nowhere. These raindrops struck downwards like meteors, slamming against the walls of the still room. A hazy, blurry light appeared on the walls of the room, covered with layers of mysterious runes. Success. A look of joy appeared on Ning's face. This skill is even more powerful than my rainline technique. When developing new techniques, one could only develop techniques at the level of one's own enlightenment. But when learning, one could learn techniques that were at a higher level than one was currently at. Fire, water, wind. I've learned a total of 7 major sword stances from these 3 parts. They are considerably superior to the sword techniques I developed myself, but the increase in power isn't that noticeable. Ning immediately flipped through the book in front of him, straight to the duality part. Only when these different insights regarding different daos are merged together and unleashed in a single attack will the power of the attack increase explosively. The duality part had a total of 89 different sword stances. For example, there were 2 duality stances formed from joining the wind and the fire. There were 2 others formed from joining the earth and the fire. There were yet 2 more from joining metal and earth. In short, the sword techniques developed from joining together the profundities of 2 different daos were all included within this part, the duality part. Joining different daos together truly could allow for the power of a technique to increase explosively. The power could jump to a whole new level. This is what sword arts were. There were some key refiners who could rely on exceptionally powerful sword arts and flying sword formations to kill same-level Fiendgod body refiners, even if they were in possession of divine abilities. Sword arts, when trained to an ultimate level, were not at all inferior to divine abilities. After another hour passed, swish! Ning's right hand waved out once more, and a sword finger shot out. Instantly, a ray of azure fire slashed through the air in the form of a fiery sword, seeming to vaguely shatter space itself. It slammed directly against the stone wall, and the glowing layer of runes atop the wall once more lit up. Success! The azure flame duality sword. A look of delight immediately appeared on Ning's face. The azure flame duality sword was a sword technique that contained the fusion of the true meaning of water and the true meaning of fire. The power of this technique vastly outstripped Ning's former supreme attack, drizzling rain. As for the rainline technique he had developed at Swallow Mountain, that couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. The power of this new technique was formed from joining together 2 completely different true meanings of the Tao. But of course, the reason why he was able to develop it so quickly was because Ning had a high level of comprehension regarding the Tao to begin with, and his foundation was very solid. In addition, he had seen the black-white diagram, which had been of great help in inspiring him regarding how to join together different Taos. Naturally, he had only needed an hour in order to be successful. This was a case of making a natural breakthrough after accumulating experience. Oh! As for Ning, however, without question, he was only capable of learning a very small part of the stances within. The sword technique formed from the fusion of wind, water, and fire. But there were a total of 8 stances for this type of tripartite sword attack. It was dark. Only now did Ning leave the still room jubilant. I spent 10+ years at Swallow Mountain, then comprehended the Tao within the stellar hall of the underwater estate. But I've never been able to acquire a truly powerful sword art. Now that I have obtained the lesser 5-element sword, I really am like a tiger who has gained wings. Ning laughed with delight and glee. He truly felt wonderful. This feeling of learning a truly powerful sword art really was wonderful. The tripartite lotus sword, compared to Ning's water flame lotus, was like a different melody that was played with the same level of skill. They were 2 different approaches that led to the same result. However, it was actually even more profound and sharp. This was because Ning had only developed it after comparing the similarities between the 2 techniques. Oh! In a single short day as a key refiner, he had risen from the early Zifu level to the peak Zifu level. His sword arts had consecutively risen by 3 complete tiers. After having learned a powerful technique from the lesser 5-element sword, the tripartite lotus sword, he had reached a limit. This caused Ning to naturally feel an incomparable joy in his heart. Ning-san, the Whitewater Hound was walking over from far away. He sent mentally, "There is another formal disciple of the Black-White College within your estate who has come to pay you a visit. He has waited for a very long time." "A formal disciple? Here to see me?" Ning was surprised. He hurriedly walked towards the door. He couldn't slight his fellow disciples. He soon walked out and saw, From afar, an azure-robed man who was standing leisurely with his hands clasped, staring at the crescent moon in the sky. The man seemed to sense Ning's footsteps, and he immediately turned to look, a smile appearing on his face. Junior apprentice brother Darknorth. Might I ask who you are? Senior apprentice brother? Upon seeing this person, Ning immediately knew that he was a fellow disciple, because he had met this person in the headmaster's palace. My name is Bu-ing. The azure-robed, long-haired man laughed. My Taoist title is Hawkfish. Competition. Ning had a sudden thought. A spar at the Tao Debate Palace? The azure-robed man laughed. Right, the Tao Debate Palace. To engage in a discussion on the Tao at the Tao Debate Palace is a superb affair. Ning was intrigued. The black-and-white book he had read had discussed the Tao Debate Palace. There was no danger at all in sparring within the Tao Debate Palace, and the disciples of the Black-White College all delighted in sparring there. However, because he had read the intelligence report Northmont Byway had given him, Ning knew that the Black-White College had a certain tradition where some of the new disciples would be taught a lesson and made to suffer a loss at the Tao Debate Palace. In addition, the old disciples loved to watch this happen. The first reason was to help these newer disciples wake up and temper their pride. The second reason, they too had suffered this in the past. Very well. Ning's eyes lit up, and he laughed. I, too, would deeply desire to spar against my fellow disciples. Ha ha ha. The azure-haired man, Bu-ing, began to laugh. Let's go. Let's go to the Tao Debate Palace. The two immediately mounted on their magic treasures and soared into the skies, heading towards the Tao Debate Palace. Oh! Ning and Bu-ing were flying through the night sky. Suddenly, a ray of light shot towards them from the ground below. Senior apprentice brother Ning, a white-robed youth, mounted on an azure dragon construct, came to greet them. Junior apprentice brother North Sun? Ning was surprised. North Sun was reeking of wine. What Ning didn't understand was that just before this, North Sun had been drinking wine on the roof of his estate. When he saw Ning and Ing soar past, he had flown into the air as well. North Sun said frantically, Senior apprentice brother Ning, have you been invited to go to the Tao Debate Palace? Junior apprentice brother Twinwood. The azure-robed Bu-ing frowned. But North Sun continued frantically, don't believe them. They are going to intentionally deceive you to make you lose black-white pellets and liquefied elemental essence to them. I lost to them. Don't be deceived by them as well. North Sun was clearly quite frantic, afraid that Ning would suffer in the same way he had. The azure-robed man, Bu-ing, barked at him. Junior apprentice brother Twinwood. There are always some small stakes when one engages in a duel in the Tao Debate Palace. For someone to win, someone must lose. Can it be that you think things are only fair when you win? If everyone has to be a winner, then there's no point to even going to the Tao Debate Palace. Senior apprentice brother Ning. North Sun was extremely nervous. Junior apprentice brother North Sun, Ning said reassuringly. No need to say anything more. I know what is going on. If I lose, I can't blame anyone else. However, Ning, still have a certain degree of confidence in my heart. North Sun was frantic. Senior apprentice brother Ning, you? Let's go. Ning, who had read the intelligence report long ago, actually knew exactly what was going on. I'm going with you, North Sun immediately said. In his heart, he thought to himself that if he were by Ning's side, he could at least try to help persuade Ning and ensure Ning didn't lose too much. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three flew towards the Tao Debate Palace at high speed. Soon, the towering Tao Debate Palace could be seen at the top of the mountain peak, shrouded by the night sky. Ning's group of three charged downwards, moving towards the Tao Debate Palace. Ning's group of three landed at the gates to the Tao Debate Palace. As they looked inwards, they saw that although it was night, the insides of the Tao Debate Palace were brightly lit, and the sound of calm laughter rang out from within. Senior apprentice sister 9 Lotus. I'll accept these 100 black-white pellets and 5 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. The speaker was a white-robed man, who had a blood drop pattern atop his white robes. It was Bloodrinker Bladask. Bladask had a hint of delight on his face. Clearly, he was quite happy at having won a victory in the Tao debate. In front of him, seated in the lotus position, was a long-haired maiden dressed in water-blue robes. She arose and flew over, landing nearby and shaking her head. 3 years ago, I was able to beat you by a hair, junior apprentice brother Bladask. I didn't expect that this time, I'd be defeated by you. Your junior apprentice brother had to work very hard to just barely eke out a victory. Bladask, normally quite prideful, was currently quite humble. Senior apprentice sister Nine Lotus, when sparring, it's all about that hint of a chance at victory. You and junior apprentice brother Bladask are comparable. Only, junior apprentice brother Bladask's attacks are just a hair sharper than yours. Senior apprentice sister Nine Lotus. The various men and women were chatting amongst themselves. At this moment, Ji Ning, Mu North Sun, and Buing entered the Tao debate hall, and they all turned to look towards them. Nine Lotus. Ning's gaze instantly turned towards that woman who had been referred to everyone as Nine Lotus. She was dressed in casual, water-blue robes, and had long, black hair. Although her face could be considered beautiful, she was slightly less attractive than even Meng Xian. Only, this senior apprentice sister Nine Lotus had a certain graceful aura about her. She was like a fairy lotus, causing the fellow male disciples around her to unconsciously be drawn to her. Given her aura and demeanor, I imagine she must have an extraordinary background. Ning mused to himself. Senior apprentice sister Nine Lotus. Upon seeing Nine Lotus, Bu Ying's voice went slightly higher. A smile on his face, he hurriedly said, "These two are the new disciples that just joined our black-white college. This is Mu North Sun, and this is Ji Ning." Nine Lotus turned her gaze towards them, a hint of a smile on her lips. I heard that during the day, junior apprentice brother Mu North Sun was defeated twice while sparring here at the Tao Debate Palace, and was so angry that he left. North Sun was rather bashful to begin with. A hint of awkwardness immediately appeared on his face. That's only because he just entered the school, and has never before suffered a setback like that. Ning spoke out. Nine Lotus looked towards Ning. So you are Ji Ning, who Patriarch Diansai took on as his senior apprentice. Ning nodded. I am. The nearby Pu Yinig hurriedly said, Junior apprentice brother Dark North. You are the disciple of Immortal Diansai. Senior apprentice sister Nine Lotus, however, is the disciple of Immortal Five Craze. The disciple of Immortal Five Craze? Ning was surprised. I just arrived back at the college tonight, and so I wasn't able to attend the grand ceremony earlier, Nine Lotus said softly. Now that you've arrived, junior apprentice brother, are you willing to begin a Tao debate? Laughing, Ning nodded. I would very much like to spar against my senior fellow disciples. Nine Lotus laughed. Then you have to be careful. I just lost around myself. Just now. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. A cold voice rang out. Ning turned to look. The speaker was the white-robed bloodrinker Bladask. Bladask's purpose for coming was to defeat Ning, and thus vent the anger in his heart. He hadn't expected to encounter Nine Lotus, whom he had always admired very much. He had gone all out to defeat Nine Lotus, in the hopes that this senior apprentice sister would remember him in the future. Who would have imagined that after Ning arrived, he would immediately get into such an involved conversation with senior apprentice sister Nine Lotus. Senior apprentice brother Bladask. Ning laughed. Bladask responded in a cold voice. Do you remember our battle at the cave? Ning nodded. I do. That time I wished to tell you my name, but you, senior apprentice brother Bladask, refused to let me do so. You said that we'd never meet again. The look on Bladask's face changed as he heard this. Ning laughed and continued. I didn't even tell you my name, but it appears you already know it. Senior apprentice brother. Might I ask why you are calling for me? Bladask's gaze was filled with a cold light. Dare you go onto the dais and debate the Tao with me? Ning turned his head to look towards the giant Tao debate palace. Go onto the dais and debate the Tao? The giant palace was quite similar to a giant dining room from his past life. There were quite a few seats nearby, and in the center there was an enormous battle arena. At the same time, at each side of the arena, there was a tall stone pillar. The Tao debaters would seat themselves atop the stone pillars and rely on golems to engage in a battle. Nine Lotus, standing to the side, said, "Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, you must be careful. The person I just lost to was junior apprentice brother Bladask." Bladask, hearing this, felt all the more jealous, and the cold light in his eyes grew increasingly sharp. "Dare you or dare you not? I've come here precisely to spar with my fellow disciples. Why wouldn't I dare?" Ning shook his head and laughed. "It's just 100 black-white pellets and 5 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence." "Ha ha! 100 black-white pellets and 5 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence is just the smallest wager possible." Bladask laughed coldly. "Black-white pellets are gifted to us by the college and are extremely rare. I'm willing to wager 50 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Do you dare accept?" Ning frowned. Bladask continued in his cold voice. "Oh, right. As a new disciple, you only have 50 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. I imagine that you probably wouldn't be able to produce so much, junior apprentice brother." As he spoke, he waved his hand and produced an insignia. This is an elemental mark from the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. It represents 1,000 taels of liquefied elemental essence, which is to say, 50 kilograms. If you take it to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, you can trade it for 50 kilograms. Dare you accept my wager? Bladask looked towards Ning. Oh! The atmosphere instantly turned stiff. The other disciples immediately understood that there was something not quite right between Bladask and Ning. Previously, when they had battled North Sun, they had only made the smallest of wagers. After all, nobody wanted to generate enmity and strife amongst their fellow disciples. For Bladask to increase the wager was a clear sign that he wanted to mistreat Ning. If a new disciple were forced to take out 50 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, wouldn't that mean they wouldn't have anything to train with? But of course they had no idea that although Bladask originally did want to fight against Ning, he hadn't planned on being so nasty. Only, he had noticed how engaged Nine Lotus had been in her conversation with Ning. Nine Lotus normally would say just a few meaningless phrases to him when he spoke to her, but towards Ning she voluntarily spoke out to him. This made Bladask feel quite mistreated. How am I inferior to this Ji Ning? Why is it that senior apprentice sister Nine Lotus seems to treat him differently from the very moment they met each other? In terms of treasures, family heritage, power, or clan, this Ji Ning is inferior to me. The look in Bladask's eyes grew still colder. "Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning," Nine Lotus said, "you just joined the school. Let me lend you 50 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence." When he heard these words, the angry aura emanating from Bladask grew only more terrifying. But Ning only laughed. "No need. Since senior apprentice brother Bladask wishes to wager 50 kilograms, then I will accept." Ning waved his hand, and several insignias appeared as well. These are elemental marks of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. They can be traded for 1,000 taels as well. Eh? Elemental marks of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain? All of them stared at the elemental marks. Bladask had entered the school long ago, and had gone adventuring in the outside world. It was normal for him to have acquired some treasures and traded them to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain for elemental marks. But Ji Ning had just entered the school, and yet he was able to casually bring out 1,000 taels as well. This was quite extraordinary. What none of them realized was that Ning had won these marks at the duel at the Carefree Caverns. Although news regarding the battle at the Carefree Caverns had spread out, these disciples of the Black-White College knew very little about it. Of the primal Taoists, only Wuxia knew a bit more about these matters. 100 black-white pellets and 50 kilograms of liquefied elemental essences. An old voice rang out. A white-haired old man who stood at the side of the Tao Debate Palace had spoken out. "Since you both accept, then let this be the wager. Now, I'm going to ask the two disciples to each select their golem." The white-haired elder continued to speak. He was a golem as well. He was responsible for some of the matters here in the Tao Debate Palace. Ning and Bladask both immediately headed towards a side door. There were many golems placed within this side door to the Tao debate palace. They entered a small hall. The white-haired elder pointed to the many golems. There were at least hundreds of them present. These golems were black and looked like stone sculptures. These golems have identical elemental key cores. The energy they release will all be at the early Wanxiang adept level. That way, those reincarnated immortals who are within our school, who are in possession of a divine sense, won't be able to use it to influence the battle significantly. Ning nodded. Divine sense was slightly superior to peak Zifu level power, but roughly the same as the early Wanxiang level. Even if it was used to control weapons, it wouldn't impact the battle too much. These golems all come with their own weapons, the white-haired elder continued. They include flying swords, flying needles, giant warhammers. In short, all types of magic treasures are present. Choose a golem based on the type of weapon you prefer. Bladask was very quick to make his choice. He immediately walked towards a golem, placing it on the golem's body and quickly binding it. I'll go now. You can take your time in choosing. Bladask gave Ning a glance, then immediately left. As for that golem, it transformed into a blur as it followed after him. Oh! The spectating disciples within the Tao Debate Palace, North Sun and Nine Lotus included, numbered 8. The wager is actually this large. 100 black-white pellets is one thing, but 50 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Junior apprentice brother Bladask is going a bit too far. Hazing the new disciples is one thing, but you can't do it like this. It is a bit much, I agree. The fellow disciples were all chatting amongst themselves. Right at this moment, Bladask walked back from the side door, then leapt directly forward by more than 300 meters before landing atop a stone pillar that was 30 meters tall. He took a seat atop the stone pillar. Swoosh! That golem also leapt up and landed within the battle arena, then quietly waited there. He chose the Polaris golem. Senior apprentice brother Bladask really is being quite vicious. He actually chose the Polaris golem, which he is the most proficient with. I wonder which golem junior apprentice brother Ji Ning will choose. There were no differences in quality in the golems. The only question was whether or not one was accustomed to using them. If, for example, Ning were to choose a golem that used a giant warhammer, he wouldn't be able to unleash much of his power. He's coming out. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning is coming out. They all looked over. Northsun's eyes were filled with worry. As for Nine Lotus, she stared carefully at Ning, her eyes filled with curiosity. Ning walked out, a golem following him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ning and the golem, in quick succession, leapt up then landed. Ning landed atop a stone pillar, sitting down, while the golem landed in the battle arena below, causing the arena to shudder slightly. The two sat on their stone pillars, staring at each other from afar. Ning and Bladask's gazes crossed. They were roughly 300 meters away from each other. The golems below them were roughly 300 meters away from each other as well. Begin! The white-haired old man barked. Rumble! Instantly, a barrier of clear water immediately appeared. It was an enormous, barrier-type grand ceiling formation that completely sealed the entire arena. North Sun and the others were all outside of it, while Ning and Bladask were within it. The thousands words golem. Bladask, seated in the lotus position on the distant stone pillar, gave it a glance, then snorted coldly. He doesn't know his own limits. I'd like to ask you for some guidance, senior apprentice brother, Ning called out in a high voice. Please, Bladask shouted back. The surrounding disciples all watched with bated breath. The newcomer who had been accepted by Immortal Diensai as his disciple Ji Ning. Senior apprentice brother Bladask, who had entered the school many years ago. Which of the two was the stronger? Win, win, win. Mu North Sun stood outside the grand ceiling formation, staring towards Ji Ning, who was seated on that distant stone pillar. His eyes were blazing with hope. You have to win. Prior to this, he had lost 2 rounds in a row. In his heart, he viewed himself and Ning as standing on the same side. They were both new disciples. As for those old disciples, they were simply teaching the new disciples a lesson in accordance with that tradition. He lost. Naturally, he now hoped that Ning would win a round and gain a bit of face for them, the two new students. In addition, this bloodrinker Bladask had gone too far in making the wager so large. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning is in for it now. Senior apprentice brother Bladask really did set a high wager. He showed no mercy at all. The old disciples were all chatting amongst themselves. But as for Nine Lotus, she stood there, staring carefully at Ning, who was within the grand ceiling formation. She said softly, "My fellow disciples, it's too early to say such things. It's hard to say who will win, Junior apprentice brother Bladask or Junior apprentice brother Darknorth. Junior apprentice brother Bladask entered the school many years ago. Can it be that he is inferior to Ji Ning? Senior apprentice sister Nine Lotus, it isn't very likely that Ji Ning will be able to win." All of the disciples present, North Sun included, felt surprised at the words of Nine Lotus. After all, Nine Lotus, logically speaking, should be on the side of the old disciples. Just watch. Nine Lotus still had that calm smile on her face. Oh! Bladask sat there atop his stone pillar in the lotus position. He noticed that Nine Lotus, standing outside the ceiling formation, was paying more attention to Ning. This caused his gaze to grow ever colder. Once the protective surface armor of the golems you two are controlling has been broken, that means that you have lost. The white-haired elder watched from afar while speaking out. Ning nodded lightly. The golems were representations of themselves. Breaking through the golem's armor in a real battle was something comparable to truly killing the enemy. Naturally, that represented defeat. "Since you know the rules, then begin," the white-haired elder called out. Within the vast, empty space inside the ceiling formation, the two golems simultaneously began to move. Ning controlled the Thousands-Word Golem while Bladask controlled the Polaris Golem. Swish! Swish! The two golems retreated at the same time, pulling away from each other. Neither of them wished for their golems to be too close, because once their protective armor was breached, that would mean they had lost. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. Watch out for this. Bladask, seated on that distant stone pillar, let out a loud shout. Immediately afterwards, he began to control his Polaris Golem, which had 7 flying swords on its back. A savage, baleful aura filled one of the flying swords which instantly shot out, filling the entire area nearby with a dense, bloody light. Ursi Majori's Warbreaker. As soon as Junior apprentice brother Bladask attacked, he immediately used the Ursi Majori's Warbreaker. He really is filled with a killing intent right now. The spectating disciples in the distance were all stunned. The flying sword slashed through the skies, and as they did so, it was like an iron-blooded army was marching forth. A series of bloody lights flashed, and even the vague sounds of slaughter and war cries could be heard. They struck directly towards Ning's Thousands-Words Golem. He really does have quite a bit of a killing intent. Ning sat there in the lotus position on his stone pillar. Seeing this, he just let out a soft laugh. Let me extinguish that killing intent of his. Go! Clang! One of the countless tiny swords on the back of the Thousands-Words Golem instantly flew out. When it flew out, it was only the size of a sewing needle, but soon it expanded to the size of a palm. The flashing sword flew out, and as it did, the entire area became filled with flowing water, with the flashing sword light submerged within the water. Break! Bladask's face sank. That flying sword of his, filled with a boundless killing intent, didn't give way in the slightest. It struck directly towards the flowing water. This Ursi Majori's sword. What it needed was its imposing manner. Couldn't lose that. The flying sword struck directly towards the flood of water. Splash! The flowing water was blasted apart, but the water then swirled and reformed around the flying sword, once more entrapping it. As the saying goes, one can swing a blade at water, but the water will still flow. Even a blade that had been tempered 100 times, when faced with this sword light that flowed with endless water, would become as weak as a finger. The first blow was filled with energy. The second was weaker. By the third, there was nothing left. Not good. Bladask's face changed slightly. He knew that Ning had blocked him with but a single flying sword. Formidable. He used just a single flying sword to block junior apprentice brother Bledask's Ursi Majori's Warbreaker sword attack. I imagine that junior apprentice brother Ning isn't much weaker than junior apprentice brother Bledask. The azure-robed man, Bu Ying, said with a frown, "This is the flowing water sword of the Lesser Five Elements sword." Lesser Five Elements sword? Are you sure about that, senior apprentice brother Ying? The others all looked towards Bu Ying, puzzlement on their faces. They had all heard of the famous Lesser Five Elements sword, but they didn't focus on swordplay. Naturally, they didn't understand the sword stances of the Lesser Five Elements sword very well. Bu Ying nodded. "I'm sure. I've meditated on the Lesser Five Elements sword before. This technique is the flowing water sword technique within it. I didn't expect that although junior apprentice brother Darknorth has just entered our school, he has already begun to gain insights into the Lesser Five Elements sword." Nine Lotus just listened, smiling gently as she watched the battle. Oh! Bledask couldn't hear the conversation going on outside, but he could guess at it. Both sides had used just a single flying sword, but Ning had actually blocked him. How could he not feel humiliated? After all, he had joined the school many years ago. Junior apprentice brother Ning, receive my Polaris Direwolf Sky Ripper. Bledask let out an angry roar. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The other 6 flying swords on the back of the Polaris Golem all flew out at the same time. The first flying sword flew back as well, and the 7 flying swords instantly formed into a Polaris sword formation. Rumble. In midair, one enormous star after another began to appear. The 7 giant stars formed into the shape of the Big Dipper, and then a flashing sword light began to expand rapidly. Howl! At the core of this sword light, an enormous black wolf phantom actually appeared out of nowhere. The dire wolf raised its head, letting out an angry howl. And then, still howling, it charged straight towards Ning. It looked as though the dire wolf was bounding towards Ning, but in reality, those 7 flying swords were launching a simultaneous attack. Go! Ning's cold voice rang out. 8 more flying swords flew out from the back of the Thousand Words Golem. Along with the first flying sword, they instantly joined together into a simple 9 palaces sword formation. Ning had acquired the 9 Yang sword formation in the underwater estate, and this formation contained quite a few profound mysteries as well. Although it wasn't as complicated as the Lesser Thousand Swords formation, it was still extraordinary. Ning had quite a bit of ability with regards to formations, and this 9 palaces sword formation was quite an excellent one as well. Whoosh! 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 9 rays of sword light howled through the air, leaping forward to greet the giant, advancing direwolf. As they flew over, the light of the 9 swords suddenly flashed, then transformed into more than 100 densely clustered sword shadows. These 100+ sword shadows then quickly transformed into drops of rain, and it was as though 100+ meteors of rain were pummeling into the direwolf. Smash! 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 The 100+ meteors of rain smashed downwards, every single drop containing awe-inspiring power. Not good. Outside the formation, the azure-robed Bu Ying leapt to his feet, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could he have? Every single drop of rainwater contained awesome power. Rumble. The unceasingly destructive strikes actually completely smashed apart that baleful, heaven-menacing dire wolf, and it also blasted apart those 7 flying swords. How can this be? Bledask, who was seated on the stone pillar, controlling everything, had a completely different look on his face now. Swish! Immediately after disintegrating the direwolf phantom, several flying swords continued to charge forward, not weakening in the slightest. Howling through the air, they instantly struck against the body of that Polaris golem. Bang! They slashed straight through it, and the black, rocky exterior of the Polaris golem was instantly split open, revealing the fiery red body of the golem within. Ning wins. The distant, white-robe elder immediately called out in a high voice. As for Bledask, His face instantly turned completely ashen. Lost. I lost. How could... Bloodrinker Bladask sat there atop the stone dais, his face ashen. He couldn't believe what had just happened. When immortal cultivators engaged in a battle, life and death was separated by a hair. If they lost a single exchange, they could die. He used a golem. I also used a golem. Bladask simply couldn't accept this. The two golems have identical elemental key cores, and the same amount of elemental key. It is an extremely fair situation. What we compete in is our comprehension of the Tao, our sword arts, and other skills. How could his sword arts actually be even more powerful than mine? How could he have known that Ning had actually reached the Tao domain level long ago? The Tao domain level was, normally speaking, the level which primal Taoists were at. But of course, at the Black-White College, everyone was a supreme genius, and so there were many powerful Wanxiang adepts who were at the Tao domain level. Bladask, however, was still a hair away from being able to reach the Tao domain level. Through his swordplay, he could just barely touch the Tao domain level. This was much like how, when Ning was young, when executing the Raindrop Sword, he was able to unleash the power of being one with the world with his sword attacks, even though he himself had not yet reached that level. This was one of the strengths of possessing powerful sword arts. In terms of comprehension, Ning was at a higher level. In terms of sword arts, after having been doubly baptized by the Stellar Hall of the Underwater Estate and the Black-White Diagram, and after having meditated on the Lesser Five Elements sword, Ning's sword arts had reached a limit. In terms of soul, Ning was at the divine sense level. Even amongst the Wanxiang adepts of the Black-White College, only those reincarnated immortals, so few they could be counted on one hand, were comparable to Ning. In every single field, he was inferior. How could he not have lost? Senior apprentice brother Bladask. I was lucky enough to win by one stroke. Ning rose to his feet with a laugh, and the grand ceiling formation around them disappeared. With a tap of his feet, Ning flew out of the arena, landing in the distance. Bladask had an ugly look on his face. He flew out of the arena as well. He walked straight towards Ning, and with a wave of his hand, produced 2 jade bottles which he tossed to Ning. 100 black-white pellets and 50 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Take it. Ning naturally stretched his hand out to accept them. Humph. Gee Ning. Bladask stared at Ning, his eyes filled with a desire for battle. No wonder Immortal Xianxia accepted you as his disciple. I have nothing to say about my defeat. Next time, however, I will challenge you again. I will wait for you. Ning laughed. If someone wanted to deliver more black-white pellets and liquefied elemental essence to him, why would he refuse? Humph. Bladask immediately walked towards Bu Ying. Senior apprentice brother Ying. The azure-robed man, Bu Ying, gave him a glance. Don't worry. Leave it to me. This time, it was Ying who had set up and arranged for the new disciples to be taught a lesson, and he had also been the one to personally invite Bladask over. Clearly, now that Bladask had lost, no matter what Bu Ying couldn't just let Ning leave victoriously. Bu Ying's gaze fell towards his fellow disciples nearby. Formidable. Junior apprentice brother Darknorth's power truly cannot be underestimated. This geniuses all had looks of caution in their eyes. From watching Ning's attacks just now, they sensed that Ning's power was definitely not lower than theirs. Without a certain degree of confidence, they naturally wouldn't be willing to proceed. Senior apprentice brother Ying. Senior apprentice brother Ying, you are the only person who can succeed. Right, Senior apprentice brother Ying, you have also trained in the Lesser Five Elements sword, and the time you have spent training in it is longer. Your chances of winning are greater. Everyone was saying this. Bu Ying cursed to himself. So what if he trained in it for longer? Training in sword arts wasn't a matter of time. It was a matter of how much one understood regarding the Tao. An immortal training in the Lesser Five Elements sword for the first time would, in half a day, train to an extremely high level in it. But Ying also knew that since he was the instigator of this event, no matter what, he had to get involved. One had to be able to bear responsibility for one's actions. Ji Ning had immediately won with his attack. This had caused Mu Northsun to be incomparably excited. Well fought. Let those old disciples know that they can't just teach lessons to every new disciple as they please. Ning laughed. Winning was quite enjoyable. In addition, 100 black-white pellets and 50 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence was his, just like that. Previously, when he had advanced from the early Zifu level to the peak Zifu level, he had used less than 40 kilograms of it. Junior apprentice brother Darknorth. Bu Ing emerged from the group of old disciples. Senior apprentice brother Ing, Ning responded. Junior apprentice brother Darknorth, your power truly is formidable. I didn't expect that shortly after joining our school, you would have already reached such a level in your understanding of the lesser 5 elements sword. I imagine that your insights into the Tao are at a very high level, Bu Ing said. Ning knew that his opponent wanted to gain some intelligence about him. He immediately laughed and said, I just gained some initial insights into it, and have much to learn. Bu Ing laughed loudly. You are being too modest, junior apprentice brother. Your senior apprentice brother, also train in the lesser 5 elements sword. As I watched you execute your sword arts, I couldn't help but feel my hands itch. What say you and I spar for a bit? Oh, this is what I wish for as well, Ning immediately said. Someone was delivering more gifts to him? Why wouldn't he want it? Based on Ning's calculations, especially given how strong his soul was, he felt that he should hold a major advantage over the other. There were probably not many Zifu disciples who could match him, unless a reincarnated immortal emerged to battle. What is the wager? Ning asked. Bu Ing laughed. Naturally, just 100 black-white pellets and 5 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Overly large wagers will hurt the camaraderie amongst us fellow disciples. Ning nodded. All right. Oh. Moments later, Ning and Bu Ing were each seated in the lotus position atop their stone pillars. Begin, the white-haired elder barked. Instantly, the grand ceiling formation once again appeared. The golem which I have chosen is known as the 6 Harmonies Golem. Senior apprentice brother Ying's voice rang out. Be careful, junior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother. Please proceed. Ning's voice rang out as well. The two sat on opposing stone pillars, staring at each other. The 2 golems below stared at each other as well. Kill! Previously, Bu Ing had a smiling look on his face, but his face now turned solemn as he let out a low growl. Instantly, the 6 Harmonies Golem simultaneously shot out 36 flying swords, every single one of them covered with unique runes. The reason why this golem was named the 6 Harmonies Golem was precisely because it was capable of executing this 6 Harmonies formation. Ning, seeing this, frowned. Go! 12 flying swords emerged from the back of the Thousands Words Golem. These 12 flying swords hissed as they slashed through the air, transforming into a dense layer of rain, each containing inexhaustible amounts of power. Rumble. The 36 flying swords swiveled as they flew, 6 of each forming into a formation base, with the 6 bases forming the 6 Harmonies formation. In addition, the entire formation transformed into a giant windmill. Rumble. The power of it crushed downwards. Crash, crash, crash. The countless droplets of rain smashed viciously against that giant windmill, but the 36 flying swords of the windmill swiveled about, easily dissipating the smashing power. Can't block it. This Bu Ing truly is much more formidable than Bledask. Fortunately, I was prepared long ago. Ning's face changed, and a fierce look flashed through his eyes. The 12 flying swords under his control suddenly separated into 2 parts. One part spun in a circle in midair, while the other formed a cross. Whoosh! The 12 flying swords merged with each other, transforming into an azure, flaming sword. Boom! The giant, azure flaming sword pierced directly through the windmill. The windmill was only able to take it for a brief moment before crumbling. Duality azure flame sword. Bu Ing, seated there on the pillar, saw this. His face turned ashen, and then he let out a sigh. He didn't even try to fight back, allowing Ning's azure, flaming sword to pierce directly through the protective layer of his golem. Ji Ning wins. The white-haired elder once more called out in a high voice. The Dao Debate Palace was a hubbub of noise right now. Bu-Ying was definitely an outstanding figure amongst the Zifu disciples of the Black-White College, and could be considered one of the movers and shakers. In terms of power, he was far superior to Bledask. And yet, even he had been defeated by this new disciple who had just joined the Black-White College. They are all supreme geniuses. But this Ji Ning is an absolute monster. Nine Lotus watched everything happen, and she murmured in her heart. He reached the Dao domain level at merely 16 years of age, and his soul has supposedly reached the divine sense level. He's absolutely a monster, like those reincarnated immortals. To lose to a monster like him, their defeats are nothing to be ashamed of. With a thought, Ning removed his binding from the Thousands Words golem, then leapt 300 meters and landed outside the battle arena. He secretly sighed to himself, although I have reached the Dao domain level and my soul is at the divine sense level. If I hadn't meditated on the lesser 5-element sword and increased the power of my sword arts, it would be hard to say if I would have won, or this Bu-Ying would have won. His foundations were exceptionally stable, at the level of a reincarnated immortal. However, prior to joining the Black-White College, his sword arts had been very weak. Only after learning the lesser 5-element sword had he been able to address this shortcoming. If he hadn't learned it, he would have had to rely on the power of his soul and controlled even more flying swords to achieve victory through numbers. Swoosh! Bu-Ying landed next to Ning as well. Senior apprentice brother Bu-Ying. Ning greeted him modestly. Bu-Ying sighed. No wonder Immortal Diansai accepted you as his disciple, junior apprentice brother Dark North. I wholeheartedly acknowledge my loss. You were able to simultaneously control 12 flying swords and execute the drizzling rain technique. Your level of insight is very high, and your soul is powerful. All of these things inspire admiration in me. In addition, junior apprentice brother, you were even able to execute the duality azure flame sword. I have nothing to say about my loss. Here are 100 black-white pellets and 5 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Bu-Ying tossed 2 bottles to Ning, who accepted them. However, junior apprentice brother, you've now defeated both Bledask and myself. Bu-Ying looked towards Ning. Make your preparations. This matter will not conclude here. After speaking, Bu-Ying began to walk towards the outside. It won't conclude here? Ning frowned, then followed him outside. Senior apprentice brother Ji Ning. Senior apprentice brother Ji Ning. North Sun excitedly ran over. It was as though he was even more excited than Ning by Ning's victory. That was too incredible. And to think those old disciples wanted to teach us new disciples a lesson. Ha ha ha, they've lost 2 rounds in a row now. This time, the old disciples really did lose face. Ning laughed. It was nothing more than a spar. North Sun disagreed. No, this was about face. This year there are only 2 new disciples, you and me. Now that you've won, senior apprentice brother, as your junior apprentice brother, I've gained face as well. While chatting, the 2 moved to the outside. As for the old disciples, none of them, including Bu-Ying, Winterine, and Bledask, moved to speak to Ning. The atmosphere was clearly rather awkward. The only person to move closer to him was Nine Lotus. Senior apprentice sister. Ning felt his heart clench. Nine Lotus truly was a naturally mesmerizing figure. In terms of appearance, she could be described as a peerless beauty. Of all the beauties Ning had ever seen, she was second only to Meng Xian. But in terms of grace and aura, she was unquestionably number 1. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. Nine Lotus' voice was very soft and gentle. You must be careful. You won 2 rounds in a row. The old disciples won't just let things slide like this. No matter what, the traditions of our Black-White College will not be broken just for you. When you go back, you need to make your preparations. Ning's pupils contracted slightly. He nodded. I, Ji Ning, have always looked forward to the opportunity to spar with my fellow disciples. Nine Lotus nodded as well, then departed. Ning glanced at the other old disciples. However, given that even Bu-Ying had been defeated, none of the others felt any confidence in being able to win, and so they naturally didn't say a word. Let's go. Ning immediately led North Sun away, and the two left the Tao Debate Palace. Swoosh! The two quickly disappeared into the night sky. Oh! They watched as Ning and North Sun left. Only now did the old disciples within the Tao Debate Palace begin to speak amongst themselves. We actually lost 2 battles in a row. A tall, skinny youth said in a hoarse voice, "We old disciples are meant to teach a lesson to the newer disciples, to let them understand the principle that there is a heaven beyond the heavens and geniuses beyond geniuses. This is a tradition of our black-white college that has lasted for countless years. All of us are old disciples who joined years ago. No matter what, we can't just admit defeat like this, right? If we admit defeat, then that means that we old disciples are admitting inferiority to the newer disciples." Even Winterine nodded as well. The old disciples all nodded. This was a tradition. The old disciples were to teach the new disciples a lesson. These old disciples had joined many years ago, and although some of the weaker ones amongst them would occasionally lose to a new disciple, the stronger ones amongst the old disciples would gain a victory back in turn. If they weren't able to do so, didn't that mean that every single one of them was inferior to the new disciples? From ancient times to modern times, there has never been anyone capable of forcing the old disciples of the Black-White College to admit defeat. Not even reincarnated immortals. Bu Ying nodded solemnly as he spoke. "I will go ask junior apprentice brother Qinghe." After speaking, Bu Ying left the Tao Debate Palace. "Let's go." The old disciples all departed from the Tao Debate Palace, transforming into streaks of light and disappearing into the sky. Oh! The disciples of the Black-White College were divided into 3 generations. The 3rd generation consisted of Zifu disciples and Wanxiang adepts. Amongst the Zifu disciples, the most outstanding and dazzlingly strong one was Qinghe. Qinghe entered the school at 18 years of age, and had also reached the Tao domain level. Given his current level of insight, he could easily reach the Wanxiang adept level, but he needed to further solidify his foundation. Only with a sufficiently stable foundation would the Zifu lake within his body truly expand to the limit, allowing his future potential to be greater. Late night. Junior apprentice brother Qinghe. Junior apprentice brother Qinghe. Bu Ying charged into the skies above a towering mountain, then immediately began to shout, his voice echoing within the entire estate. The Zifu disciple retainers and the commoner servants in the estate below all began to react. "Senior apprentice brother Bu Ying, why have you come to speak to me so late at night?" A figure suddenly emerged from the courtyard, head upraised and staring towards Bu Ying, who stood there in the night sky. Bu Ying immediately landed within the courtyard. "I've come here this late at night to inform you about something, junior apprentice brother." Bu Ying shook his head and sighed. "I'm ashamed to even say this. Each year, the new disciples of our Black-White College will go to the Tao Debate Palace and be taught a lesson by us old disciples. In the past, the 2 of us experienced this as well." Qinghe laughed and nodded. "Right? The old disciples have all been in the school for many years. Naturally, they will win. Except we lost." Bu Ying shook his head. "Just now, several of us old disciples were at the Tao Debate Palace, sparring with the new disciples, Ji Ning and Mu North Sun. We defeated North Sun twice in a row. But afterwards, when we sparred with Ji Ning, we were defeated by him twice in a row. In fact, even I lost to the hands of junior apprentice brother Ji Ning." "What?" Qinghe was shocked. "Senior apprentice brother, you lost? Right? That's why I came to invite you," Bu Ying said. "You can be said to be the Zifu disciple amongst us who is at the very peak of power, and so..." Qinghe nodded. "Senior apprentice brother, don't worry. Naturally, I won't shirk my duties in this matter." Senior apprentice sister. Senior apprentice sister. 9 Lotus stood there in midair, staring down towards a graceful estate below. "Little sister, you came?" A clear, cold voice rang out. "Why don't you come in?" 9 Lotus immediately landed. There was a black-robed maiden standing there, beneath the moonlight. In front of her there was an exquisitely carved wine flask and wine goblets. This maiden's beautiful features were absolutely superior to that of even 9 Lotus, and that cool, indifferent aura made her seem like a true immortal of the heavens. And, in truth, this black-robed maiden was indeed a reincarnated immortal. Within the Black-White College, she was an extremely famous reincarnated immortal, the Rainbow Flame Fairy, Yu Wei. As one of the extremely few reincarnated immortals, although she was currently only at the peak Wanxiang Adept level, her status was comparable to that of the Primal Taoist. Senior Apprentice Sister. Nine Lotus sat down as well. Are you aware that amongst the new disciples, there is one who is apparently a reincarnated immortal as well? Are you referring to Junior Apprentice Brother Ji Ning? The black-robed maiden sat down, then nodded gently. I heard that Immortal Xianxia chose him as his disciple. Nine Lotus immediately said, Senior Apprentice Sister, you don't know this? But even before joining the school, Ji Ning has already reached the Dao domain level, and his soul has supposedly even reached the divine sense level. His soul has supposedly reached the divine sense level? The black-robed maiden was rather surprised. Nine Lotus nodded. This is what my master told me. Immortal 5 craze? The black-robed maiden nodded gently. Intriguing. I didn't expect that one of the new disciples would be such an impressive figure. Nine Lotus continued. And just now, at the Dao Debate Palace, this Ji Ning consecutively defeated 2 of the old disciples. I trust that once this information spreads out, the old disciples definitely won't let this matter rest. No matter what, they will have to win it back. Win. Yes, it will be necessary to win a match back. The black-robed maiden nodded, then smiled. But if he really is a reincarnated immortal, given his current level of insight, he might even have some of his former memories from his past life. If you aren't careful, his power might suddenly explosively increase. Defeating a reincarnated immortal won't be an easy matter. Nine Lotus glanced at this senior apprentice sister of hers, this Rainbow Flame Fairy, Yu Wei. Of course, reincarnated immortals were terrifyingly strong. All of them had astonishing levels of talent, and when they started to train, they increased in power at a shocking rate. This Ji Ning is only 16, Nine Lotus said. The black-robed maiden laughed. If he hasn't awakened any of his former memories, beating him shouldn't be too hard. When are they going to go challenge him? I will go and take a look. It should be tomorrow, Nine Lotus said. Fine. I'll definitely go. Yu Wei nodded. Wanxiang Adept Northmont Blackcurrant frowned. Ji Ning. Right? Ji Ning. He consecutively defeated 2 of the old disciples. Even Buing was beaten by him. A black-robed youth sat there, chatting leisurely. Blackcurrant laughed. I didn't expect that the Ji Ning who Northmont Byway befriended is actually as powerful as this. I previously misjudged him. Since he is going to be challenged tomorrow, I'll go and take a look as well. Oh. Ji Ning? I heard that, in the Carefree Caverns, he unleashed a Rainwater Sword domain. Clearly, he's already reached the Dao domain level, yes. What? Dao domain level? No wonder he is this powerful. Oh. The new disciple, Junior Apprentice Brother Ji Ning, defeated 2 of the old disciples? How can we accept this? No matter what, we have to win a match back. Oh. 1 told 10 and 10 told 100. There were only so many disciples in the Black-White College to begin with, and most of them had known each other for many years and were on quite good terms with each other. As they exchanged this news amongst each other, by the second day, this news had already spread throughout the entire Black-White College. In fact, even some of the well-connected major powers within Stillwater Commandery, such as the Northmont clan, had received word of it. For now, the other disciples all felt that, no matter what, they had to win a match back. The disciples of the entire Black-White College had naturally divided into 2 major factions. The first was the New Disciples faction. This consisted of just Ji Ning and North Sun. The second was the Old Disciples faction. That consisted of all of the other disciples. Senior Apprentice Brother, did you just say that this disciple of mine consecutively defeated 2 of the old disciples? The black-robed, black-haired Immortal Xianxia had a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Right? Virtually all of the third-generation disciples are going to the Dao Debate Palace. They definitely want to win a match back. The short elder, dressed in ragged beggar's clothes, said with excitement, "Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since something so amusing has happened within our black-white college. Myself, an old madman, just survived the 9th century tribulation, and now I've encountered this. Intriguing, intriguing. When the time comes, I'll definitely go watch. Are you going?" Immortal Xianxia nodded gently, then laughed. "Since you are going, senior apprentice brother, as your junior apprentice brother, I'll naturally accompany you. Ha 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 ha. Great, great, great. Intriguing, intriguing." The short elder, Immortal 5 Craze, suddenly waved his hand. "Now hurry up and bring out that centiflower immortal wine and let your senior apprentice brother have a taste." Centiflower immortal wine? But I got that in one of the minor worlds. Immortal Xianxia's face turned ashen. The short elder stared at him. Your senior apprentice brother, probably will only be able to live another 9 centuries. And you can't even spare me some wine? If you refuse to give me any wine to drink, then when Jining competes against the old disciples, I'll play some underhanded tricks in secret." Immortal Xianxia let out a long, helpless sigh. "Fine, I'll give it to you." Phew! Watching the sun rise in the east, Ning let out a soft breath. "Come, all of you, come. I'll take on all comers." He had won 2 consecutive battles last night. The parting words of senior apprentice brother Buing and senior apprentice sister Nine Lotus allowed Ning to understand that no matter what, the old disciples definitely wouldn't just let things rest. They would have to win 1 round of battle, no matter the cost. Ning had to admit, some of the supremely talented disciples of the Black-White College would definitely find it hard to admit inferiority. However, Ning wouldn't easily admit defeat either. If he had to lose, he had to be thoroughly convinced of his defeat. "If you want to defeat me, then you need to make me feel completely convinced of your superior power." Ning's eyes were filled with a readiness for battle. This entire night, he had been analyzing the lesser 5-element sword. Since he knew that he had to engage in battles tomorrow, he naturally had to seize every moment. Whoosh! Ning willed it, and a flying boat appeared next to him. He prepared to go meet with his master, Immortal Xianxia. After all, there were many questions he had encountered when analyzing the lesser 5-element sword. Perhaps by asking his master, he would have some of his questions resolved. Swoosh! The flying boat instantly disappeared into the skies. But suddenly, a voice rang out. "Senior apprentice brother Darknorth." Ning, atop the boat, turned to look. A middle-aged man, mounted on a sword, was flying towards him. A hint of nervousness and awe was on his face, and the borders of his sleeves were decorated with white and black embroidery. Upon seeing the embroidery, Ning immediately understood that this should be a formal disciple's retainer. Every single formal disciple was able to take on 10 retainers. These immortal practitioner retainers would carry out some important tasks, deliver messages, stand as guards, etc. These were the tasks they would carry out. "What is it?" Ning looked towards him. The middle-aged man replied respectfully, "There is someone outside the college who wishes to see you, senior apprentice brother Darknorth. He calls himself Northmont by Way." "Northmont by Way?" Ning nodded. "I'll head right over." Swoosh! He immediately directed the boat towards the Black-White College's main gate. Moments later, he arrived and saw that outside the gate, Baiwei was seated atop his 9-star immortal carriage in an extremely ostentatious manner, with the driver still that female servant construct. Ji Ning. Baiwei, upon seeing Ning fly over aboard his boat, immediately disembarked from the carriage. "Baiwei." Ning landed. "Why have you come so early this morning to the college?" Baiwei laughed, then pointed towards 3 people standing nearby. All of them had fairly exceptional auras. "I told you before that I wanted 5 slots from you. These 3 will fill up 3 of the slots. As for the other 2, they'll arrive after a period of time." "The 3 of them?" Ning sized them up carefully. Every single formal disciple could only have 10 retainers. Once a master-servant relationship was established, they would generally be together for a century, or even centuries. "These 3 are all not bad." Baiwei pointed to the tallest one, a rather skinny youth. "His name is Cloudship. He's a member of the Cloud Tribe and an early-stage Zifu disciple. Cloudship's eyes were very bright. He immediately said with respect, Cloudship pays his respects to senior apprentice brother Ji Ning. This is Cloudship's little sister. Bai Wei pointed to a devilishly beautiful, tall, willowy woman who was dressed in white muslin. This woman's eyes were extremely large, soft, and moist. Her eyes were just as bright as her older brother's. She gave Ning a deep look, then curtsied and said, Cloudjade pays her respects to senior apprentice brother Ji Ning. Bai Wei then pointed to the final person, a seemingly ordinary youth. His name is Fiendgod. He was originally one of my guards, and is extremely loyal. Fiendgod pays his respects to senior apprentice brother Ji Ning. The ordinary-looking youth also bowed with respect. Cloudship, Cloudjade, and Fiendgod. Bai Wei laughed. They will be your retainers, brother Ji Ning. If they treat you with any disrespect at all, you can immediately expel them from the Black-White College. As for myself, Northmont Bai Wei, I'll never meet them again after that. In dealing with them, you do not need to consider the question of giving me face at all. Ning nodded. Here are another 100 ordinary mortals. They were all carefully selected, and all have some special talents. They are skilled in calligraphy, painting, cooking, and the likes. Bai Wei pointed towards a group of ordinary mortals. These were almost all women, with only 2 or 3 dozen being men. When Bai Wei pointed towards them, they all fell to their knees in respect, not daring to show the slightest hint of discourtesy. Sorry for the trouble, brother Bai Wei. Ning nodded. Bai Wei asked, If you aren't in a hurry, how about, in a few days me, and that Moon North Sun have a little get-together? Very well. Ning hurriedly added. Right? There's something I need to trouble you about, brother Bai Wei. Oh? Pray tell, Bai Wei said. Ning nodded. Here's the situation. When traveling to Stillwater City, I encountered 3 early-stage Zifu disciples of the Meng clan. Their names were Meng Xian, Meng Rock, and Meng Jun. Afterwards, they met with one of their seniors of their clan, someone they addressed as Uncle Ming, a balding, middle-aged man. Of the 3 of them, Meng Rock once used a forbidden technique and harmed his foundations. I imagine that it will be hard for him to enter a school, and so I want to give one of the retainer positions to him. Only, I have no idea where he is living, so I'd like to ask you to help investigate, brother Bai Wei. This is a minor matter, Bai Wei said with confidence. The Meng clan is a major clan. The Heavenly Treasures Mountain will definitely be keeping track of the movements of the members of their clan. I'll go investigate and will immediately find out. All right, if there's nothing else, I won't tarry. Bai Wei once more walked to his 9-star immortal carriage. The 2 clasped hands towards each other, bidding each other farewell. And then the immortal carriage transformed into a blaze of light, disappearing into the horizons. With but a thought, Ning made his flying boat increase in size, to a ship that was many tens of meters in length. All of you, come aboard. The 3 retainers and the many mortal followers all boarded the ship, and then the ship soared into the skies, flying at high speed towards Dark North Peak. Oh! Bai Wei, riding within the 9-star immortal carriage, quickly arrived at the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. I heard that the new disciple of the Black-White College, Ji Ning, defeated 2 of the old disciples in a row last night. What sort of a person is this Ji Ning? He is that amazing? No idea. All I heard is that he was accepted by Immortal Xianxia as his apprentice. As soon as he left the carriage, Bai Wei overheard 2 immortal practitioners engaged in a conversation. The Heavenly Treasures Mountain was a place where fish and dragons intermingled. There was quite the free flow of information here. Oh! A hint of a smile appeared on Bai Wei's face. My brother Ji Ning actually did something so incredible last night, and I didn't even know about it? First, I'll help him locate that Meng Rock fellow. Since my brother Ji Ning remembered him, I imagine that this rock must have some extraordinary qualities. Oh! East Stillwater City. Within an exquisite estate, Meng Rock was seated here drinking wine. Little Sister Xian, let me? Little Sister Xian, I'll help you package these. Meng Jun was quite the busy bee right now, helping Meng Xian take care of and package some of her household items. They had been living in their third uncle's residence in recent days, but since they had entered a school, the school had given them 3 days' time to prepare. Then, they would leave Stillwater City and head to the headquarters of the main sect, located 1,000,000 kilometers away from Stillwater City. Meng Jun glanced sideways at Meng Rock, who was drinking wine gloomily, then sighed. Rocky, just endure it for a bit. In a few more years, when your injuries can no longer be detected, you'll be able to join a school as well. I must say, though, it seems as though karma has bound myself and little sister Xian together. We actually ended up in the same school by coincidence. Haha, what luck! Still drinking wine, Roche's face sank, and he crushed the beast skull goblet in his hand to dust. Humph! June let out a snort, then turned his head and left. Despicable fellow. Rock gave him a glance. Actually, he was able to guess that June had been following after Xian. And so, when Xian had entered a school, June had chosen that same school. Xian and June were equally talented, and so it wasn't strange for them to both join the same school. Rock had been infatuated with Xian since he was young, but the same was true for June. This made Rock feel all the more miserable. Despicable fellow. Rock ground his teeth. I hate the fact that Big brother Rocky. Xian stood there next to him. Rock raised his head, looking towards her. Don't give up. I believe that you will definitely succeed. Xian's eyes were slightly red. Rock instantly felt a warm feeling in his heart, and he nodded strongly. Succeed? Humph. From nearby, a strange, bizarre-sounding snort could be heard. Little sister Xian, let's go. We should go to our Thousand Rivers school. Xian gave Rock a deep look, but in the end, she had to leave. She had to go to the main sect, had to embark on her immortal path. Rock silently watched as she left. Little Xian, wait for me, Rock silently said to himself. However, the fact that he had been kicked out by various schools for 3 days in a row made Rock feel all the more miserable and frantic in his heart. Within the Black-White College, Ning was carefully observing Cloudship, Cloudjade, and Fiendgod. Although Baiwei had brought them here, if Ning truly disliked them, he could still kick them out. After all, masters and retainers would be together for a very long period of time. As for Cloudship, Cloudjade, and Fiendgod, they were rather nervous as well. This Fiendgod was originally a guard, and is quite loyal. Ning had immediately felt well-disposed towards Fiendgod. Cloudship, upon seeing me, immediately smiled. He knows how to flatter. As for his little sister, Cloudjade, what the hell was Baiwei thinking? Why'd he deliver such an alluring girl to me? Cloudjade definitely could be considered an alluring girl. In terms of appearance alone, she was not even inferior to Meng Xian, and more attractive than even Nine Lotus. In addition, her entire body seemed to naturally exude a certain magnetism, and her soft, moist eyes were extremely seductive as well. It seemed as though ever since she had seen Ning, she was either consciously or unconsciously attempting to seduce him. Fiendgod, why do you have a name like this? Ning asked. Fiendgod said solemnly, originally, I had no name. Afterwards, I was given a name by the young master and served him for many years. Perhaps the young master felt that I would have great future accomplishments, and so he gave me this life-changing chance. And thus, he also gave me a Taoist title, Fiendgod. He wished for me to forget that I was once a guard, and wished for me to truly become a formidable immortal practitioner. Ning nodded. Whoosh! The ship descended towards Dark North Peak. The nearby Cloudship, Cloudjade, and Fiendgod all nervously awaited Ning's questions, but unexpectedly, Ning didn't ask them a single thing. Uncle White. Upon landing, Ning spoke out, and the Whitewater Hound immediately appeared. Ning glanced towards the 3 retainers and many commoners, then said in a clear voice, all of you listen up. This is Dark North Peak of the Black-White College. Here in my Dark North Peak, you must always obey the words of my Uncle White. Whatever Uncle White tells you to do, you do. You must never disobey. Yes, Cloudship, Cloud Jade, Forgard, and the crowd of commoners all assented respectfully. Uncle White, those three are retainers, while the rest are all ordinary mortals. Ning looked towards the Whitewater Hound. I'll hand full responsibility for all matters in Dark North Peak to you, Uncle White. Give them their instructions and tell them about the rules here at the Black-White College. The Whitewater Hound immediately transformed into mist, and when he reformed, he appeared as a white-robed, white-haired man. The white-robed, white-haired man had a very gentle look in his eyes, and he seemed to extrude a natural aura of friendliness, as though he brought the gentle, warm spring wind with him. He laughed and said, Ning son, go ahead and leave these things to me. All right. Ning immediately transformed into a ray of light, quickly departing from Dark North Peak. As for the others, including the retainers, they were restricted as to where in the Black-White College they could go. A short while later, Ning arrived before the mountain peak which was the residence of his master, Immortal Diansai. Ji Ning, enter. A calm voice rang out by Ning's ears. Yes, master. Ning immediately descended towards the peak. There was no one within the hall, only the black-haired, black-robed Immortal Diansai. The Immortal was seated in the lotus position atop his jade bed. Ning stepped into the room, then immediately bowed with respect. Master! Immortal Diansai nodded slightly. He looked at Ning, a hint of amusement visible on his face. Ji Ning, I heard that yesterday, you defeated 2 of your senior apprentice brothers? Yes, Ning said. Only, I'm afraid my fellow disciples won't let the matter rest. Today they will probably come challenge me again. Thus I have come to you, master, in the hope that you can provide me with some guidance. At least you are grounded. You didn't grow arrogant just because you defeated 2 Zifu disciples. Immortal Diansai nodded. Everyone who has been accepted to the Black-White College is a supreme genius. The 3rd generation is primarily divided into Zifu disciples and Wanxiang adepts. Ning listened carefully. My Black-White College has more than 100 Zifu disciples, and more than 200 Wanxiang adepts. Why? Immortal Diansai continued. These disciples are all at fairly high levels of comprehension. If they wanted to enter the Wanxiang adept level, I imagine that all of them would be able to do so. The reason why there are still 100+ Zifu disciples is for several reasons. First of all, they want to solidify their bases of power and prepare an immortal foundation. The second is because they wish to increase their level of insight and comprehension. That way, when they encounter the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, they will naturally have a greater chance of surviving them. Ning nodded. 3 calamities, 9 tribulations. As an immortal practitioner, Ning naturally knew of them. The power of these trials was something that was related to time. The more time passed, the more powerful they would become. In addition, they were also related to one's karmic merits or sins. The greater the sin, the more difficult the tribulation. Finally, they were also related to one's level of power. If they had trained for the same period of time, the tribulation for a primal Taoist would be more dangerous than the tribulation for a Wanxiang adept. But of course, there were many other variables. It was difficult to predict the power of the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, and in the end, it was the guillotine held over the necks of all immortal practitioners. However, there was one commonality. Strengthen one's level of comprehension. Strengthen one's soul. Strengthen one's Tao heart. The more stable one's foundation was, the greater one's chances at overcoming the tribulations would be. It is precisely because they wish to prepare for the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, and because they wish to establish a foundation to become a celestial immortal, that none of them are in a hurry to make their breakthrough, Immortal Diansai explained. Generally speaking, new disciples will remain at the Zifu stage for 10 or so years. But of course, those who are slightly weaker in terms of comprehension might stay at that level for 50 or 60 years. As for the extremely talented ones, they'll stay at that level for half a year before making their breakthrough. This is why the Wanxiang disciples represent the true elites of the 3rd generation. Immortal Diansai looked at Ning. Ning nodded. He understood. The Wanxiang adepts of our Black-White College are different from the Wanxiang adepts of other schools. They are true geniuses amongst Wanxiang adepts. Immortal Xianxia said. For other schools, every so often, they might have one or two Wanxiang adepts who reach the Dao domain level, but for our black-white college, almost every single Wanxiang adept is at the Dao domain level. Hearing this, Ning felt shock in his heart. There are some who are even more formidable. They have an incredibly deep comprehension of their chosen Dao, and perhaps even many insights into other Daos as well. They are able to reach the Dao domain level in multiple, different Daos. There are some who are even more monstrous. While at the Wanxiang adept level, they have completely understand an entire Dao path. Hearing this, Ning's face instantly changed. A complete Dao path? In other schools, generally speaking, only immortals will comprehend an entire, complete Dao path. But in our black-white college, every single primal Daoist has comprehended an entire Dao path, and amongst the Wanxiang adepts, a few of the most talented, most monstrous of the adepts have comprehended an entire Dao path as well. However, Jining, you have no need to feel embarrassed. These geniuses who were able to comprehend an entire Dao path. 2 of them are reincarnated immortals, while the other 3 have been training for more than 200 years. They might break through to the primal Daoist level at any moment. If you stay at the black-white college for a bit longer, you'll understand a few things. One of them is this. Our black-white college has an unspoken rule that only after one has comprehended a complete Dao path will one make a breakthrough to the primal Daoist level. Immortal Xianxia looked towards Jining. Wanxiang adepts were the true elites amongst the crowd. For example, Ning himself, once his Zifu lake expanded to the limit, he probably wouldn't hesitate at all and break through to the Wanxiang adept level. Thus, those who remained behind at the Zifu disciple level were, generally speaking, the average to below average bunch amongst these supreme geniuses. Wanxiang adepts can be divided into 3 levels. The first level has only reached the Dao domain level. The second has reached the Dao domain level in multiple Daos. The third level has comprehended a complete Dao path. Immortal Xianxia looked towards Jining. Don't worry. This time, your fellow disciples amongst the Wanxiang adepts level won't interfere too casually. They'll first have the most powerful Zifu disciples make their attempt. But if even they are unable to defeat you, only then will the Wanxiang adepts make their moves. No matter what, however, those supreme few who have comprehended a complete Dao path will not interfere. If they did, that would be going a bit far. Ning nodded. Master, how many reincarnated immortals are there amongst the Wanxiang adepts? Ning was curious. Immortal Xianxia laughed. You disciples are always curious about the reincarnated immortals. Actually, it's even possible that you yourself might be a reincarnated immortal. Amongst the Wanxiang adepts, there are 3 who have been verified to be reincarnated immortals. 2 of them spent 80 years in training and have comprehended a complete Dao path, while the other one has trained for 20 or so years. After having heard me say so many things, you should now understand the situation. Immortal Xianxia sighed. You've only defeated 2 of the Zifu disciples, and they aren't even 2 of the strongest Zifu disciples, much less the Wanxiang adepts. Your student understands. Ning nodded. Immortal Xianxia concluded. All right, time to display your sword arts to me. Show me everything without holding back anything. You won't be able to damage this hall. All right. Ning didn't hesitate at all. He immediately executed his most powerful sword attack. The tripartite lotus sword. The dark north sword in his hand shot out, and as it did, it divided into 3 colors. Lotus flowers began to bloom with incomparable beauty, but within the beauty, there was a sword light with astonishing power. The tripartite lotus sword? Immortal Xianxia laughed. The lesser 5 elements sword. Your master, have also studied the lesser 5 elements sword. This sword attack you just displayed can be considered to have a 10th of its grace and charm. A 10th? Ning blinked. Just a 10th? Immortal Xianxia shook his head. What do you expect? The tripartite lotus sword focuses on it being tripartite. It requires balance. Your comprehension into these 3 Daos, however, clearly shows that your understanding of the Dao of rainwater is much stronger, while the other 2 are much weaker. Ning was speechless. You've only developed your rainwater sword domain. If you were to develop 2 other Dao domains, Then at that point in time you would be able to display the true tripartite lotus sword, Immortal Xianxia said. Ning nodded in acknowledgement. He had to admit it was true that the tripartite lotus sword required balance. His comprehension into the various Daos, however, was unbalanced. Your comprehension of the Tao of rainwater is stronger, Immortal Xianxia said. Since that's the case, then I'll help you retrofit your tripartite lotus sword into no tripartite lotus sword. Immortal Xianxia immediately waved out a sword finger. Slash. A sword light instantly flashed, and wherever it passed, flowers began to bloom. Only, the green color within the flower buds was noticeably stronger, while the other two colors served to accentuate it. For hours later, Immortal Xianxia's guidance came to an end. I've already explained as much as I can regarding the mysteries and secrets of the neo-tripartite lotus sword and the 3-foot sword's first stance, Immortal Xianxia said. Given your current level of understanding, you should completely focus your attention on analyzing these two sword arts. When the day comes where you are able to release the power of both sword arts, come find me again. Yes. Ning bowed with gratitude. The saying was true. Listening to a master say a few words was superior to training by oneself for a year. The neo-tripartite lotus sword was something which he had already begun to vaguely grasp. Most likely, he would soon be able to unleash its power. As for unleashing the true power of the original tripartite lotus sword, he would have to wait until he comprehended 3 Tao domains. When the 3 became 1, he would be able to unleash the most power possible from the tripartite lotus sword. What he was able to unleash right now was nothing more than some scraps. As for the first stance of the 3-foot sword, that was simply unfathomably profound. The 3-foot sword focused more on the heart. Training in the sword was also training in the heart. Swoosh! Ning immediately boarded his flying boat and departed from his master's residence. The golden crow hung high in the sky, the Tao Debate Palace, atop the Tao Debate Peak. Today, this place was incomparably lively. One streak of light after another flew towards here, riding on flying swords, flying boats, flying chains, flying gourds, flying red banners, flying leaves, and all sorts of curious magic treasures. One after another, they flew into the Tao Debate Palace. Senior apprentice brother Isen, weren't you wandering outside? I just so happened to be over at the Raindragon Guard's place, and I heard that one of our new disciples, Ji Ning, defeated 2 of his Zifu disciple colleagues in sequence. I'm quite curious, so I came over to take a look. Quite a few fellow disciples have come today. It has been a long time since our black-white college has been so lively. The 2 figures chatted amongst themselves as they flew to the Tao Debate Palace. The battle arena was at the heart of the Tao Debate Palace. At the sides of the arena were many chairs. The higher-ranking disciples of the college sat down, while the Zifu disciples remained standing to the side, chatting amongst themselves and in no rush to sit. After all, who knew how many fellow disciples would come today? Senior apprentice brother Northmont Blackcurrant came as well. Senior apprentice brother Gatherform came as well. One Wanxiang adept after another arrived, all quite well known. One high-ranking leader after another arrived. Naturally, these junior fellow disciples all had blazing looks in their eyes. As latecomers, they naturally had limited experience in adventuring in the outside world. But these fellow disciples who had joined more than a century ago already had shocking stories and legends about them that circulated in the outside world. It was actually quite a frequent occurrence for the Wanxiang adepts of the Black-White College to be able to battle at a higher level and combat even primal Taoists. Its senior apprentice brother Holy Fire. Senior apprentice brother Holy Fire. Even senior apprentice brother Holy Fire came as well. The entire Tao Debate Palace was now filled with disciples. All of them, Zifu disciples or Wanxiang adepts, turned to look. A bald, barefoot, handsome youth who was dressed in fiery red robes came walking in. His forehead had a swastika symbol in the middle, and wherever he passed, it was as though a sea of flame moved with him, as the temperature of the surrounding area instantly skyrocketed. Holy Fire. He was an absolute leader amongst the 3rd-generation disciples of the Black-White College. Although he wasn't a reincarnated immortal, he had still comprehended an entire, complete Tao path. He could become a primal Taoist of the college at any moment. Senior apprentice brother Holy Fire. Blackcurrant was the first to draw close to him. Blackcurrant. Holy Fire glanced at Blackcurrant, then said calmly, "Has the new disciple, junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, arrived yet?" "Not yet. There was a junior apprentice brother who went quite some time ago to junior apprentice brother Ji Ning's Dark North Peak. But he hasn't come yet," Blackcurrant explained. Holy Fire nodded, then strode forward, taking a seat atop one of the centermost stone seats. The fellow disciples seated around Holy Fire were all formidable figures within the college. For the likes of the Zifu disciples, they could only stare at him from afar. After all, they didn't have a relationship with him. The winter wind was quite refreshing. Ji Ning stood atop his boat, soaring through the skies, and in his mind, he continued to think back to the scenes of his master, Immortal Diansai, displaying sword arts for him to see. Master sword arts have truly reached an inconceivable level. Ning sighed to himself. Diansai has often referred to as the second coming of Immortal Northwalker, and also as the disciple of the Black-White College with the greatest chances of becoming a celestial immortal. Immortal Diansai's sword arts vastly surpassed the level which Ning was able to comprehend. "HM? Someone's here." As his flying boat reached the air above Dark North Peak, Ning saw that there were currently two people standing outside the gates to his estate. It was a white-robed Mu North Sun and Winterine, dressed in white cotton clothes. Swoosh! Ning landed on the ground. "Master!" The ordinary mortals standing at the gate immediately saluted. "Junior apprentice brother North Sun. Senior apprentice sister Winterine. Why are you here?" After landing, Ning smiled towards them. Only now did Winterine let out a long sigh of relief. "Junior apprentice brother Dark North. Can it be that you don't know about today's matters?" Of course Ning knew. "Senior apprentice sister Winterine. Are you referring to the challenges at the Tao Debate Palace?" "Of course." Winterine nodded. "Today, many of our fellow disciples have hurried over there. Even some of our fellow disciples who were not present in the college, upon hearing this news, have hurried back. I've came to invite you to the Tao Debate Palace, junior apprentice brother Dark North." Ning nodded. Winterine continued, "Let's hurry. I imagine many of our fellow disciples are growing impatient." "All right." Ning looked towards the nearby North Sun. "Junior apprentice brother North Sun. Why didn't you go to the Tao Debate Palace, and instead came to find me? Need you ask?" North Sun stared. "The entire Black-White College only has two new disciples, you and me. The two of us are on one side. All those people at the Tao Debate Palace are older, more senior disciples. If I go there, what am I supposed to do? Just stand there like an idiot and be stared at by everyone?" Ning laughed. "Let's go." There was no way to back off now. If he backed off, he would be looked down upon by everyone. He might as well openly go welcome the challenges. Whoosh! The three rode atop their respective magic treasures or construct, quickly disappearing into the skies as three rays of light, which sped towards the Tao Debate Palace. Oh! It was rare for so many fellow disciples to be gathered here at the Tao Debate Palace. Every single one of the disciples present today could be described as truly heroic figures. Why hasn't that junior apprentice brother Ji Ning arrived yet? That young junior apprentice brother. Ji Ning, he wouldn't be afraid, would he? The fellow disciples were all chatting in small groups amongst themselves as they waited. It was, however, almost noon. Some of those who had come earlier had been waiting for nearly 4 hours. Naturally, they were growing rather impatient. Suddenly, three figures flew towards them from afar, then landed at the gates to the Tao Debate Palace. This instantly attracted the attention of many of their fellow disciples. "He's here." Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning came. That's junior apprentice brothers Ji Ning and North Sun. Next to them is junior apprentice sister Winterine. Ji Ning and North Sun had appeared at the grand ceremony of initiation. After all, most of the people were still able to recognize them with one glance. Senior apprentice brother Holy Fire, seated in the center, glanced at them then said softly, "That fur-clad one is Ji Ning?" Northmont Blackcurrant, seated next to him, immediately said hurriedly, "Right, he is Ji Ning. Just from the look in his eyes, I can tell that his Tao heart is very resolute." Holy Fire said softly. Blackcurrant replied, "If junior apprentice brother Ji Ning knew that you were praising him like this, senior apprentice brother, I imagine he would be endlessly overjoyed." Oh! After entering the Tao debate palace, Ning went directly to the side room where he had previously activated the Thousands Words golem, and then brought the golem to return to the hall. He stood there, in the hall, sweeping everyone with his gaze. There were familiar figures, such as Nine Lotus and the others. There were several figures he didn't recognize, but who the other fellow disciples surrounded. Clearly, these were extremely high-ranking figures of the college, such as that bald, fiery-robed youth, that black-robed maiden, or that sloppy-looking fat youth, or that large, muscular youth whose entire body gleamed with magic treasures but whose skin was jade-white. Those people being surrounded by others are probably the most supreme members of the third generation. They have probably either comprehended an entire Tao path or are reincarnated immortals. Ning mused to himself. Swoosh! Ning leapt forward like a streak of light, moving 300 meters and landing on a distant stone pillar. Staring at his surroundings, he said in a clear voice, "My senior fellow disciples." Instantly, the entire Tao debate palace grew silent. "Yesterday, I was lucky enough to defeat 2 senior apprentice brothers," Ning said in a high voice. "Thus, today I have come again. Any of my senior fellow disciples who wishes to discuss the Tao with me can come up and do so. As for the wager, I've recently joined the school and can't afford too large a wager, and so we'll just go with the smallest wager of 100 black-white pellets and 5 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. I will wait here. Anyone who wishes to discourse on the Tao with me can come up." His words concluded. The entire Tao debate palace remained quiet for a moment of time. That seemingly sloppy-looking, pudgy youth who was surrounded by many others laughed, his face covered with delight, as he looked towards Ji Ning, who stood there in the distance atop the stone pillar. This junior apprentice brother Ji Ning really is straightforward and passionate. I like him. This sloppy-looking, pudgy youth was, awe-inspiringly enough, the undisputed #1 figure of the third generation of black-white college disciples. In the outside world, he was often referred to as the sloppy Taoist, but his actual Taoist title was Three-Fat. Although he was not a reincarnated immortal, Taoist Three-Fat was able to suppress the 2 reincarnated immortals in might, and so became known as the #1 figure amongst the third generation. One truly couldn't judge by looks alone. Oh! Hear that? Even little Sloppy likes this Ji Ning. In a corner of the Tao debate palace, the similarly sloppy-looking short elder chortled. Next to him, the black-haired, black-robed immortal Xianxia said resignedly, "Senior apprentice brother Five Craze, why did we have to come here to the Tao debate palace? We could have stayed in our own estate and used a water-scrying technique. Wouldn't we still be able to see everything going on here? Our apprentice nephews, such as the headmaster, are definitely all watching this in their own estates through a water-scrying technique." The short elder glanced sideways at immortal Xianxia. "When we watch here, we can also hear the conversations going on between the third-generation disciples. That's so much more fun. As for little Sloppy, he really is the disciple I love the most. Even his thoughts are identical to mine. Don't worry. We'll watch here secretly, and those third-generation disciples won't notice a thing." Alas! Immortal Xianxia shook his head helplessly. This old fellow really was getting crazier and crazier. Birds of a feather flocked together. Sloppy had even given himself the Taoist title Three-Fat, and was incredibly sloppily dressed. Immortal Xianxia was an extremely strict person. Naturally, he disliked this tremendously. But there was nothing he could do. Old Crazy was the oldest of the loose immortals of the Black-White College, while Young Crazy was the most talented disciple the Black-White College had to offer. I hope that I can live to witness little Sloppy become an Earth Immortal. If I can witness him become a Celestial Immortal, I'll die with no regrets. The short elder suddenly turned somber and serious. Senior apprentice brother? Immortal Xianxia was startled. The short elder stared at the fat, sloppy-looking youth who was surrounded by many other disciples. Just you wait and see. Little Sloppy will definitely be more powerful than me. Immortal Dianzai's gaze fell towards the distant stone pillar, and towards Ji Ning who was seated atop it. This was the only disciple under his tutelage. It's about to begin. The short elder's eyes lit up. It's the fellow called Qinghe. Oh! There were very many third-generation disciples gathered here at the Dao Debate Palace. The first to stand out was Qinghe, the man who was publicly acknowledged as the strongest of the Zifu disciple students. Swoosh! An azure-robed figure moved forward like a blur, flying directly towards the distant stone pillar before coming to a halt atop it. The golem he controlled moved with him, landing on the arena below. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. The azure-robed figure stared at the distant Ning. My name is Qinghe. I joined a few years before you did, and would like to discuss the Dao with you. All right. Ning nodded. Begin. The white-haired elder let out a loud shout, and the grand ceiling formation instantly covered the entire arena. Ning sat down calmly in the lotus position, and senior apprentice brother Qinghe did the same. Be careful, junior apprentice brother. I am going to use a secret art which I discovered when adventuring in the outside world. It is an art which a dying senior left behind, which allows for the control of many flying needles. This isn't a technique which our school has records about, Qinghe said. Senior apprentice brother, feel free to use it, Ning replied clearly. The territory controlled by the Grand Xia dynasty was too vast. Over the course of countless years, there were quite a few legacies left behind by Fiendgods or various major powers. As for legacies left behind by senior immortal cultivators, those were countless beyond counting. Only these relic sites also involved tremendous levels of danger. Without having enough ability, one could not rashly enter them. Watch carefully. Qinghe appeared quite relaxed, but suddenly his gaze sharpened. Swish, 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 swish. Countless flying needles suddenly flew out of the body of the golem below him. Those countless jade-green flying needles spun in midair, resonating with each other and actually forming an enormous green scorpion. This giant jade-green scorpion's eyes were flashing with a ferocious intent. For some reason, this caused Ning to feel alarmed. Not easy to deal with. He had been planning to once more use his duality azure flame sword, but he instantly decided to use his current most powerful technique, the neo-tripartite lotus sword. What he didn't know was that Qinghe, as the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of the Zifu disciples, had a level of insight into the Dao that was comparable to that of most Wanxiang adepts already. He, too, had reached the Dao domain level. In terms of insight, he definitely was not inferior to Ning. In addition, he had spent many years analyzing this Scorpic God Needles technique. Given his power, if Ning didn't fight back at full strength, he would probably be crushed instantly. Swoosh! 3 swords suddenly lit up. One transformed into a watery light, the second into a fiery glow, and the third into an azure aura. The 3 flying swords formed into a tripartite formation, and as they flew forward, suddenly transformed into an enormous lotus flower, which had an incomparably sharp and fierce sword light within the blossom. He wins. The short elder in the corner of the Dao Debate Palace sighed. This sword art was born from the tripartite lotus sword, but is more heavily focused towards the water element of the 5 elements. However, this power really is quite something. Ji Ning just entered the college, and yet was already able to learn such a powerful technique. He's definitely not weaker than any ordinary Wanxiang adept disciples. Sword immortals. They are famous for their combat abilities. With the heart of a sword immortal and a sword art such as this, if he encounters someone at the same level of insight, he will win for sure. As the short elder was speaking, the sword light in the form of a lotus flower was clashing repeatedly in midair against the giant, jade-green scorpion. With each clash, a few of the needles would be knocked loose. After 6 consecutive clashes, the giant, jade-green scorpion completely shattered, transforming back into countless flying needles. Slash! The protective armor of the God Needles golem was pierced by that sword light as well. The entire Dao debate palace instantly fell silent. He had lost? The most powerful of the Zifu disciples, Qinghe, had actually lost? If even he had lost, could it be that one of their senior apprentice brothers at the Wanxiang adept level would enter the fray? For the sake of a new disciple, they were going to have a Wanxiang adept do battle? Ji Ning wins. The white-haired old man spoke out, and his voice echoed within the Dao debate palace. On the distant stone pillar, Qinghe rose to his feet, then clasped his hands. I lost. I wholeheartedly acknowledge my defeat. Ji Ning rose as well, also clasping his hands, and then he swept the entire palace with his gaze, looking towards each of his fellow disciples. In a clear voice, he said, Are there any other fellow disciples who wish to exchange pointers with me? His voice echoed within the entire palace. Alas! Qinghe shook his head, then leapt 300 meters and landed next to the white-haired elder. He took out 2 jade bottles, then placed them in front of the elder. This was the wager he had lost. Turning his head, he left. For a period of time, the Dao debate palace was silent. Nobody took up the challenge. Even junior apprentice brother Qinghe lost. The Dao debates are a competition of one's comprehension of the Dao, as well as one's skills. It doesn't have much to do with one's elemental key. Even many of the Wanxiang adepts amongst us are only on par with junior apprentice brother Qinghe. I imagine that only those who have comprehended multiple Dao domains are capable of defeating junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. Of course, there were people who could defeat Ning. In addition, there were quite a few. For example, those 3 reincarnated immortals who were at the Wanxiang adept level. Anyone who had comprehended a complete Dao path could effortlessly crush Ning. There were also a pile of disciples who had comprehended multiple Dao domains. But which one of them would stand out? Which of my senior fellow disciples wishes to provide me with some guidance? Ning stood there atop the stone pillar, speaking in a clear voice. If no one else comes, then I shall retire. In this moment, Ning felt filled with a heroic aura. How joyous! He faced a group of supreme geniuses, and he, a newly recruited disciple, was challenging them. This really was a wonderful feeling. Since my other fellow disciples aren't going to participate, then I'll embarrass myself by volunteering. A clear, cold voice rang out and a white-robed, white-haired youth strode forward. With a single step, he transformed into a streak of light which entered the side room. Soon, he returned with a golem by his side. That's Senior Apprentice Brother Bloodshadow. Senior Apprentice Brother Bloodshadow is skilled as a Fiendgod body refiner and at close combat. He isn't skilled in a golem-based Dao debate. I heard that Senior Apprentice Brother Bloodshadow is already a 2-clawed rain dragon guard. In a real battle, he probably isn't one whit inferior to an ordinary primal Daoist. But Senior Apprentice Brother Bloodshadow's power primarily stems from his various divine abilities, his blood-forged weapons, as well as his Fiendgod body refining technique, the indestructible Bloodshadow body. In terms of controlling golems, though, he's a bit weaker. As the white-robed, white-haired youth appeared, a buzz of conversation swept the entire palace. Ning's ears twitched. He couldn't help but feel secretly surprised. What a tremendous background this senior apprentice brother Bloodshadow had. The rites of blood forging. Although the likes of the G-clan had never heard of it, the Black-White College had. Only one needed 500 black-white pellets to trade for the technique. And he's actually a 2-clawed rain dragon guard as well. Ning was privately shocked. After entering the rain dragon guard, one would become an ordinary 1-clawed rain dragon guard, and the Black-White College would reward you with 1,000 black-white pellets. If you became a 2-clawed rain dragon guard, you would be rewarded with 5,000 black-white pellets. Upon becoming a 3-clawed rain dragon guard, the reward would be increased to 15,000 black-white pellets. However, it was very difficult to become a 2-clawed rain dragon guard. Generally speaking, only someone at the primal Taoist level of power could become one. Only a very few, exceptionally monstrous Wanxiang adepts were able to reach that level. As for that so-called genius of Snowdragon Mountain, Xuehongyi, by comparison, he was far inferior to this senior apprentice brother Bloodshadow. Swoosh! The white-haired, white-robed Bloodshadow's body flickered, and he appeared on the opposite stone pillar. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. Blood Shadow stared towards Ning. I'm more used to engaging in close combat. I'm not that skilled in controlling magic treasures to attack. However, I'm still a bit stronger than junior apprentice brother Qinghe. You must be careful. I await your instructions, senior apprentice brother, Ning said solemnly. This was no joke. A freak capable of becoming a two-clawed raindragon guard, even one who was primarily a Fiendgod body refiner, definitely wouldn't be weak when controlling magic treasures. Fortunately, he would be doing so through the golems, and so his divine body and divine abilities would be of no use. Otherwise, there would be no need to compete at all. Ning would simply admit defeat. Begin, the white-haired elder called out in a high voice. Rumble. The grand ceiling barrier once more covered the entire arena. Ning sat down in the lotus position. Blood Shadow did the same. Junior apprentice brother. Be careful. Blood Shadow called out in a cold voice. Instantly, the strange flying swords on the back of the Nine Swords golem began to fly out. 9 of the queer flying swords flew through the air, beginning to emit a dense, bloody light. The flying swords were all connected by the bloody light, and they quickly formed into an enormous something. It had enormous cicada wings, a head with 3 horns, a mouth that was as long and sharp as a blade, and a savage, flashing gaze. In fact, the killing aura coming from this creature was even more terrifying than that of the dire wolf which Blood-Eater Bloodask had summoned. Mosquito? Ning, staring the beast that had appeared, couldn't help but feel astonished. This was a titanic mosquito. Swoosh! That sinister-looking, baleful giant mosquito of blood suddenly charged forward. Howling through the air, its blade mouth formed from one of the flying swords. The power and invisible pressure from this creature caused Ning's heart to clench. Neo-tripartite lotus sword. Ning didn't hesitate at all, immediately executing his most powerful sword art. Instantly, 3 flying swords flew out from the back of his Thousand Words golem. They soon formed an enormous, blooming lotus flower of sword light which stabbed directly towards that baleful, heaven-defying mosquito of blood. Bang! The 2 attacks were both as fast as lightning, and they instantly crisscrossed in the sky. The blooming lotus flower's sword light trembled, beginning to grow unstable. It's going to collapse. Although senior apprentice brother Bloodshadow is not skilled in using flying swords, it isn't too hard for him to suppress a young, newly recruited disciple. He's won. Quite a few fellow apprentices nodded musingly to themselves. As for North Sun, he clenched his fists nervously as he watched, his heart filled with worry. It was as though he himself wanted to personally charge up. You must win. You must win. Not good. As soon as he began fighting, Ning began to sense how terrifying the penetrative power of the blood mosquito's blade mouth was. Bang! The blood mosquito moved as fast as a shadow, quickly smashing yet again against the lotus flower. Instantly, the blooming lotus flower crumbled, and the 3 flying swords were scattered to one side. However, Ning had expected this long ago. He had already prepared 6 more flying swords, which shot out from the back of the Thousand Words golem. Go, go, go! A savage look was in Ning's eyes. Whoosh! 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 Every 3 flying swords formed a blooming lotus of swordlight, and even the 3 original scattered swords once more reformed into a giant lotus of swordlight. All of a sudden, the air was filled with 3 enormous flashes of sword light, each of which bloomed into giant lodi. They flew out in a straight row, simultaneously striking towards the blood mosquito. Meanwhile, Ning's eyes were filled with savagery as he controlled them in attacking. What? He's actually able to simultaneously unleash 3 of those tripartite lotus swords? How can this be? The spectating disciples were all speechless. Using top-tier sword arts was tremendously taxing on one's mental faculties. For something like the tripartite lotus sword, most would be able to unleash just a single one at most. To unleash 3 at the same time was rather ridiculous. Oh! At the corner of the Dao Debate Palace, Immortal Xianxia nodded gently. He simultaneously executed multiple sword arts. The nearby short elder shook his head repeatedly. There's only two possibilities. The first is that his current comprehension of the Tao is far beyond the level of this sword art, and so it is simplicity itself for him to use it. Only then can one simultaneously use multiple sword arts. The second is that his soul is incomparably powerful, and so he can easily withstand the pressure this sword art creates, allowing him to use it multiple times simultaneously. Either one had a high level of insight or one had an extremely powerful soul. Your disciple's soul is at the divine sense level? The short elder looked towards Immortal Xianxia, who nodded. Right? As I thought, the short elder said softly. If he has a divine soul at the divine sense level, I imagine he can execute 2 or 3 more sword lights. This battle, your disciple is probably going to win. Oh! The giant blood mosquito blurred, then transformed into 3 smaller blood mosquitoes, simultaneously defending against the 3 tripartite lotus swords. Boom! 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 There, in midair, the 3 tripartite lotus swords battled against the 3 smaller blood mosquitoes. Everything was a blur as they clashed and battled against each other repeatedly. Each side wanted to break through the protective armor of the other's golem, but they also wanted to block the enemy attacks. For now, they were battling to a standstill. Go, go! Ning's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were protruding. Clearly, he was now going all out. Instantly, 6 more flying swords flew out from the back of the Thousand Swords golem. The sky was soon filled with 2 more tripartite lotus sword attacks. A total of 5 tripartite lotus swords were surrounding and attacking the blood mosquitoes. Seated in the distance, Bloodshadow's face changed. He immediately willed the 3 blood mosquitoes to once more transform into a giant blood mosquito. The cicada-like wings of the giant blood mosquito fluttered, wrapping around that 9 swords golem while the blade beak struck repeatedly against those tripartite lotus swords. The 5 neo-tripartite lotus swords attacked wildly in unison. 5 tripartite lotus swords? The spectating disciples were all rather stunned. They knew exactly how much stress would be placed on the soul when one executed 5 powerful sword arts simultaneously. To an ordinary person, dividing their mind to carry out just 2 tasks simultaneously was already very difficult. Dividing one's mind to execute multiple supreme sword arts, and 5 in total at that, junior apprentice brother Ji Ning's comprehension must be at a very high level, or his soul must be very strong. He cannot be underestimated. It seems as though senior apprentice brother Bloodshadow is about to suffer from it. Oh! If one remains perpetually on the defense, one will eventually lose. Under the repeated strikes of Ning's 5 neo-tripartite lotus swords, in the end, the blood mosquito wasn't able to block an attack, and the protective armor of the golem was breached. Ji Ning wins, the white-haired elder called out in high voice. Only now did Ning finally relax. He had won. He had actually defeated a 2-clawed rain dragon guard. Although this rain dragon guard was more skilled as a Fiendgod body refiner and in using divine abilities, and although this was just a competition of the arts one could use based on their comprehension of the Tao, the fact that he had defeated a 2-clawed rain dragon guard still filled Ning's heart with incomparable joy. I lost. Seated atop the distant stone pillar, Bloodshadow rose to his feet. Shaking his head, he laughed. Junior apprentice brother, you are already so impressive after entering our school. In the future, you will definitely not be any weaker than me. Senior apprentice brother, you praise me too much. Ning rose as well. If we were in a real life and death battle, I probably wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow from you. Bloodshadow laughed. This junior apprentice brother of his was incredibly talented, and yet clear-minded and modest. He hadn't turned smug from his victory in the Tao debate. Most likely, in the future, this youth would have astonishing accomplishments. He was worth befriending. Ha-ha! Bloodshadow laughed. Then, with a flicker, disappeared from the arena, reappearing before the white-haired elder, who he gave 2 jade bottles to. Ning took a deep breath. He had gone all out in his earlier battle against Bloodshadow. The sword art he had used was the strongest one available to him, and by relying on the power of his soul, he had gone all out to generate 5 of those tripartite lotus swords. This was his limit. He had nothing further up his sleeve, and would probably lose the next match. However, if he was going to fight, he was going to fight to the bitter end. Are there any other senior fellow disciples who would like to exchange pointers with me? Ning looked about the room and spoke in a clear voice. His voice echoed in every corner of the palace. The entire Dao debate palace once more fell silent. Everyone turned to look at their neighbors. Since Ji Ning was even able to defeat Bloodshadow in a Dao debate, defeating him would be no easy task. Who would be the next? His heart. It has changed. In that quiet corner, the short elder suddenly spoke out. This last Dao debate was a form of baptism for your disciple. Immortal Diansai turned to look towards Ning as well. There was no hesitating in Ning's eyes at all. Instead, there was a frightening desire for battle. Right? Immortal Diansai nodded lightly. His heart has indeed changed. It is purer now. Before this, he had many miscellaneous thoughts in his heart. But right now, all he desires is the next battle. This is indeed a rare baptism for his Dao heart. Oh! Ning had only one thought in his heart right now. To engage in the next battle. If he was going to fight, he was going to fight to the very end. The entire Dao debate palace was silent for 3 breaths. Finally, an azure-robed woman walked out. It is Senior Apprentice Sister White's now. Senior Apprentice Sister White's nose, celestial silk net formation, is extremely powerful. In terms of just the Dao, not even Senior Apprentice Brother Bloodshadow is a match for Senior Apprentice Sister White's now. Right? I wonder if this Junior Apprentice Brother Ji Ning has anything else left up his sleeve. If he does not, he is probably going to lose. Conversations were going on everywhere. As for Senior Apprentice Brother Holyfire, surrounded by many fellow disciples, he stared into the distance, then said softly, "If my guess is correct, that was the limit of Junior Apprentice Brother Ji Ning's power. This next battle, Junior Apprentice Brother Ji Ning is going to lose. When he encounters Junior Apprentice Sister White's nose, celestial silk net formation, this Junior Apprentice Brother is going to lose." This was the soft comment by the fat, sloppy-looking youth as well. Oh! Senior Apprentice Sister. Will Junior Apprentice Brother Ji Ning win? 9 Lotus was next to the black-robed maiden, who stared into the distance. Junior Apprentice Brother Ji Ning is probably at his limit. This should be his final battle. Oh! The short elder, standing in the corner of the room, nodded as well. It's about time. This series of Dao debates should be coming to a conclusion. Your disciple is at his limit. Right? Immortal Diansai nodded lightly, continuing to stare towards his disciple. On the pillar, Ning stood there waiting quietly. Senior Apprentice Brother Ji Ning, win. Win. I believe in you. You will definitely win. Mu Northson's fists were clenched tightly, and he called out in a high voice in the distance. Ning smiled towards him. The azure-robed woman stepped out from the side door, leaping gracefully atop the opposing stone pillar. She looked towards the distant Ning, her gaze bringing a cold, quiet feeling. Looking at her was like looking at a sickly yet beautiful woman. She finally spoke out. Junior Apprentice Brother Ji Ning, I have chosen the Skynet Golem. Be careful. Senior Apprentice Sister, please feel free. Ning sat down in the lotus position, and the azure-robed woman did the same. The two stared at each other. Begin! The white-haired elder let out a loud shout. Rumble! The grand ceiling barrier once more covered the entire battle arena. Go! The gaze of the azure-robed woman, seated in the lotus position, was cold and dim. The Skynet golem beneath her instantly began to emit one line of silk after another, transforming into streaks of light. Neo-tripartite lotus sword. A sharp look flashed through Ning's eyes. Not hesitating at all, he immediately, consecutively released 15 flying swords from the Thousands Words golem, creating 5 tripartite lotus swords. These 5 flashes of sword light, they blossomed into lotus flowers, streaking forward to greet the flashing lines of silk. Whoosh! The silken rays of light suddenly slashed out in areas arcs. Instantly, the entire world seemed to change, as these silken ribbons of light actually formed a giant, completely sealed spherical region, trapping Ning's 5 neo-tripartite lotus swords within them. The 5 flashes of swordlight wildly struck at one location, and a large bulge appeared on the side of the silken ribbons of light, but it still successfully kept the swordlight trapped within. Constrict! The azure-robed woman, seated in the lotus position, shouted softly. The silken ribbons of light, in the shape of that giant sphere, began to swivel and shrink, beginning to crush down upon the 5 flashes of swordlight within it. Although Ning could release these 15 flying swords and control new ones, if he wasn't able to defeat this technique, even if he unleashed more flying swords, the end result would simply be that they would be trapped. Break! Ning strove to control his swords to break through. Go! The azure-robed woman once more pointed. Whoosh! Yet another silken ribbon of light flew out from the golem, this one moving directly towards Ning's Thousand Words golem. Humph! Ning's gaze turned cold. 3 more flying swords flew out from the Thousand Words golem's back, transforming to yet another tripartite lotus sword and intercepting the ribbon. There were 6 tripartite lotus swords that had been unleashed, and Ning's eyes were now completely bloodshot. Taxing. This was incredibly taxing. But Ning didn't think of anything else. In his heart, there was only one thought: to use all of his power and fight to the bitter end, to force his flying swords to unleash the greatest amount of power possible. In this moment, the only thing in Ning's heart was the sword. Oh! Within the arena, Ning and the azure-robed woman stared at each other, the golems they were controlling clashing against each other time and time again. Clearly, the azure-robed woman held the upper hand, but no matter what, she wasn't able to defeat Ji Ning. In particular, with that giant spherical region, one enormous bulge after another would appear. Clearly, the 5 rays of sword light within were still struggling, and with greater and greater power. The azure-robed woman couldn't help but focus a great deal of her attention on that sphere. In the corner of the Dao Debate Palace, the short elder's eyes suddenly lit up, and he murmured to himself, "My heart holds only the sword?" Immortal Xianxia stared at his disciple as well. He too had noticed Ning's change. "My heart holds only the sword," Immortal Xianxia said softly. Finally, his sword heart has finally begun to reach this level. "Now things are unclear," the short old man sighed. "This disciple of yours truly is a rare talent. This Dao Debate Palace is currently filled with the disciples of our Black-White College. So many geniuses are present. This disciple of yours is welcoming all challengers, and so in the end, he will definitely be defeated. And yet, this process has caused his sword heart to grow brighter and brighter. It's still early. Let's see if he can actually comprehend it thoroughly." Immortal Xianxia stared at Ji Ning, stared at him without blinking. Oh! Simultaneously executing 6 tripartite lotus swords. Was Ning at his absolute limit, and he even felt his head going dizzy. But Ning didn't think of anything else. The only thing he wanted to do was fight. Fight with all his power. His heart was completely focused on those flying swords of his. In this moment, Ning, who had gained insight into the heart of a sword immortal long ago, was currently seeing his own sword immortal's heart grow brighter and brighter. In fact, one memory after another began to flit up through his mind. "Ji Ning, I am going to demonstrate the first stance of the 3-foot sword to you, the lustrous sword heart." Prior to this series of Dao debates, Ning had gone to see Immortal Xianxia, who had carefully explained the first stance of the 3-foot sword to him. "This is the first stance of the 3-foot sword. Sword light flashed like fire, slashing through the air but not dissipating. This, too, is the first stance of the 3-foot sword. A ray of sword light flashed like water, circling and spinning in the air, as though the sky itself had been parted from the world by this layer of water. This, too, is the first stance of the 3-foot sword, a cyan light that tore open the skies themselves. One sword technique, another. They were clearly different sword techniques. Some were average in power, while others were incredibly powerful. But according to Immortal Diansai, all of these techniques were the first stance of the 3-foot sword. The 3-foot sword is a supreme sword technique which leads to one of the grand Daos, the Tao of the sword. In order to become a true sword immortal who has comprehended the grand Tao of the sword, the first thing you need is a sword heart. Over many years of training, you have long ago unconsciously developed the heart of a sword immortal, but the so-called sword heart requires one to truly have supreme loyalty to this sword. You must understand your own sword heart. Once you truly comprehend your sword heart and learn what it means to be a sword immortal, only then will you have opened the gates to actually becoming a sword immortal. That will be the moment when you will naturally learn how to execute the first stance of the 3-foot sword. The first stance of the 3-foot sword, lustrous sword heart. After your sword heart becomes lustrous and bright, you will be able to see the true path a sword immortal must follow. The scenes of Immortal Diansai displaying the first stance of the 3-foot sword, the lustrous sword heart, played over and over in his mind. Some of the attacks were extremely weak while others were extremely strong. However, all of them were flashing through Ning's mind, and Ning felt vaguely moved. He began to dimly understand something, although he didn't fully comprehend yet. However, he knew that he had already begun to gain a few insights. Whoosh! Sword light continued to flash and dance. The tripartite lotus sword continued to flash in the air, and the sword light grew sharper and sharper, the more growing mightier and mightier, to the point where they began to press down on the silken ribbons of light. Rumble! The 5 tripartite lotus swords, within the enormous spherical region, were beginning to struggle more and more forcefully as well. One giant bulge after another appeared on the surface of the sphere of silken light, each bulge greater than the last. Whites now, the distant azure-robed woman who was seated in the lotus position, began to sweat. What? Holy Fire, watching from afar, had a changed look on his face. The fat, sloppy-looking youth's eyes instantly turned round. How the hell? He actually made a breakthrough in comprehending the sword. The black-robed woman's face, formerly as cold as frost, suddenly had a look of shock appear on it. A sword immortal? Oh! Bang! A sudden explosion rang out. The sphere of silken light, which had been stretched to its limits, finally exploded. Silk ribbons scattered everywhere, and the 6 tripartite lotus swords once more rose into the skies with incomparable sharpness. The power of the swords was clearly much greater than before, and they charged directly towards the Skynet Golem. Soon, the protective armor of the Skynet Golem was shattered. Ji Ning wins, the white-haired elder called out in a high voice. A look of disbelief filled the face of the azure-robed woman. Someone had actually made a breakthrough mid-battle? She couldn't help but mumble to herself. A monster. He really is a monster of the Tao of the sword. Ning rose to his feet, turning his gaze towards the entire hall. He called out in a high voice, "Are there any other senior fellow disciples who wish to exchange pointers with me?" The short elder in the corner couldn't help but say, "A true genius of the Tao of the sword. He really is a genius of the Tao of the sword. This Ji Ning was born to walk the path of the sword immortals. His innate affinity towards the sword surpasses that of others. In fact, we can use the word monstrous to describe it. In addition, he has a heart which is supremely devoted to the sword." Right? Immortal Diansai stared at the distant Ji Ning. He was meant to be a sword immortal. Yet another disciple has gone up. The short elder nodded. It's good that he did. What Ji Ning needs right now is battle experience. The greater a pressure is brought to bear on him, the more lustrous his sword heart will become. Perhaps, through these battles, he might even comprehend the first stance of the 3-foot sword, lustrous sword heart. Immortal Diansai mused to himself. Oh! Ning stood there atop the stone pillar. On the other stone pillar was a black-robed youth. Ning's eyes seemed to be filled with the light of the sword, and he said in a clear voice, "Senior apprentice brother, please make your move." Junior apprentice brother, for you to gain sudden enlightenment regarding the sword in a moment of battle means that you truly are a marvelous talent for training in the sword. No wonder Immortal Xianxia took you on as his disciple. The black-robed youth said calmly, "Junior apprentice brother, my techniques are far more vicious than senior apprentice sister Wuxia. You must be careful. Senior apprentice brother, feel free to use everything you have." Ning sat down in the lotus position, and the black-robed man did so as well. The two stared at each other from afar. The surrounding area was silent once again. Previously, the two Wanxiang adepts, Blood Shadow and Wuxia, had been defeated consecutively. The person who had now joined the fray, Venom Blood, was naturally even more formidable than the two of them in a discourse on the Tao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. "Go! Go! Go!" The black-robed youth's eyes flashed with cold light. Instantly, oily jade hooks began to fly out from the back of the golem he was controlling in the arena below. 18 oily green poisoned hooks slashed through the air, and while flying over, the tips of these 18 poisoned hooks began to faintly glow with a venomous, tricolor light. The 18 poisoned hooks flew straight towards the thousands words golem which Ning was controlling. It seemed as though the power of this attack was compressed. He didn't sense any danger at all. "Eh?" Ning's face changed slightly. A tricolored poisonous light? Previously, he had fought against Blood Shadow and Wuxia. Blood Shadow was apparently someone who focused on a single Dao, and had mixed in his insights into other Daos into his techniques. Much like Ning, he had reached the Dao domain level in just a single Dao and not in the others. However, Blood Shadow had reached an extremely deep level of understanding into that Dao, most likely far surpassing Ning's understanding of his own. Ning had to rely on the power of his divine soul to defeat Blood Shadow. As for Wuxia, she should have mastered 2 different Dao domains, and this Venom Blood should have mastered 3 different Dao domains. Immortal Xianxia had told him that after he reached the level of having 3 Dao domains, he would be able to unleash the true power of his tripartite lotus sword, but this Venom Blood had already reached this level. So what if you have gained 3 Dao domains? Go! A fierce sword light flashed in Ning's eyes, and 18 flying swords instantly flew out from the back of his thousands words golem. The 18 flying swords slashed through the air, instantly booming into lotus flowers and transforming into 18 flashing sword lights of the tripartite lotus swords. Although a sword light formed from 3 swords was very powerful, when dealing with a foe who shot out 18 attacks, Ning naturally would use 18 of his own to deal with it. A competition on quantity. Ning had never feared anyone in this regard. Cling! Clang! Swish! 18 blooming lotuses of sword light on one side, and 18 venomous tricolored hooks on the other. It was as though 18 immortal practitioners were controlling them. They clashed in midair time and time again. Those 18 venomous tricolored hooks possessed shocking power and were able to completely suppress Ning's attacks. But Ning's swordlight attacks were aligned with water, and possessed tremendous resilience and elasticity. In addition, the tremendous pressure caused Ning to once more enter that earlier battle mode. To enter the mindset of discarding everything, leaving behind only the sword in his heart. My heart holds only the sword. Kill! 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 The lotuses of swordlight flew about, growing sharper and sharper, to the point where even the distant, spectating disciples could visibly notice that the power with which Ning controlled his tripartite lotus swords was slowly growing. The swordlights seemed to be growing sharper, to the point where they were slowly taking on a life of their own. They were continuing to grow more powerful. The might of the lotus swordlights continuously rose. He's still in a prajna state of comprehending the sword. Holy fire stared into the distance. This junior apprentice brother possesses truly terrifying potential. He truly is a marvelous student of the sword. Oh! The power of the sword light is continuously rising. Can it be that this junior apprentice brother is really going to enter the first stage of the sword immortal today? The fat, sloppy-looking youth watched quietly. On the path of immortals, where were many subtle, varying branches of enlightenment, such as the Yinyang branch, the Taiji branch, the Sword Immortal branch, and more. Sword Immortals traversed the grand Tao of the sword. Sword Immortals had always been famous for their combat power, and could be described as the branch most suited for combat. For example, Immortal Xianxia or Immortal Northwalker, the most famous figure in the entire history of the Black-White College. They were all Sword Immortals. Oh! Formidable! The black-robed maiden let out a soft exclamation of praise as well. As for Nine Lotus, upon hearing this, she immediately stared towards Ning in the arena, her eyes filled with curiosity. Oh! In the corner of the Tao Debate Palace, the short elder was leisurely holding a calabash of wine. Taking a mouthful of the immortal wine, he glanced sideways at Immortal Xianxia, who was staring at the battle without blinking. Five Crays let out a snickering, strange laugh. Junior apprentice brother Xianxia, don't worry. Judging from the situation, this disciple of yours is almost there. Soon, he shall truly understand what his sword heart is. Immortal Xianxia's lips moved slightly, but his eyes continued to focus unblinkingly on the battle going on. This was, after all, his very first disciple. Oh! The black-robed youth, Venom Blood, continued to sit there in the lotus position, the look on his face growing increasingly ugly. How can it be like this? A prajna state of enlightenment should have a limit. How it is that his sword light is continuously rising in power. At first, he was at a disadvantage, but now he's slowly beginning to gain the upper hand. When exactly will there be a limit to this prajna state? What the hell is he gaining insights into? The black-robed youth gritted his teeth. For the likes of the sloppy Taoist and the other supreme disciples, they were able to tell at a single glance that Ning was walking onto the path of sword immortals. However, Venomblood's experience was clearly a bit lacking. All he knew was that Ning was in the middle of a prajna state of enlightenment, but he had no idea that Ning was embarking onto the path of sword immortals. In midair, those 18 lotus flowers of sword light clashed more and more frenetically against those 18 venomous tricolored hooks. Those venomous hooks were struggling as much as they could, but they were clearly at a disadvantage. Gore! The black-robed youth's gaze flashed with a fierce light, and a berserk feeling filled his heart. Those 18 venomous hooks instantly began to transform, forming an enormous venomous tricolored hook that was more than 30 meters long. The entire venomous tricolored hook glowed with a hazy light, and it swept directly towards Ning's Thousand Words golem. Break! The 18 lotus flowers of sword light instantly transformed as well. With 6 flying swords forming a formation base, they instantly changed into an enormous, tripartite lotus sword, which went to welcome the attack. Bang! An explosive collision. The venomous hook was instantly blown apart. The enormous, tripartite lotus sword howled through the air, piercing directly through the protective armor over the body of the venom hook golem. Ji Ning wins. The white-haired elder's voice rang out once more, and at the same time, the grand ceiling barrier began to disappear. I lost. A gloomy look was in the eyes of the black-robed youth, who had struggled for so long and yet had still lost. He gave the fur-clad youth seated atop the other stone pillar a glance from the corner of his eyes. Then he leapt forward, transforming into a streak of light as he left the battlefield. He handed the 2 jade bottles to the white-haired elder, then turned and left. The entire Tao Debate Palace was completely silent for a moment, and then all sorts of discussions rang out. He lost. Senior apprentice brother Venom Blood lost. Senior apprentice brother Venom Blood has gained 3 Tao domains. Even senior apprentice brother Venom Blood lost. What should we do next? Variations on this conversation filled the entire Tao Debate Palace. Many of the disciples were saying the same thing. If even Venom Blood had lost, which of them should go up next? Well done. Senior apprentice brother Ji Ning. Well done. North Sun resolutely supported Ning. He was the only person who called out in support of Ning, and he and Ning were the only members in the new disciples faction. The other fellow disciples were all chatting amongst themselves, and also discussing who amongst them should be the next to go up. Only, none of them noticed that something unusual was happening to Ji Ning right now. Oh. In fact, not even the primal Taoists that were watching this through a water-scrying technique were able to notice. After all, they weren't actually present and able to witness things firsthand. Only two did, Immortal 5 Craze and Immortal Xianxia. They noticed something unusual about Ning. After defeating the black-robed youth, Venom Blood, Ning hadn't risen to his feet as he had in the past. Instead, he continued to stay seated in the lotus position. Sense his aura. Immortal 5 Craze's eyes were growing brighter and brighter. Ji Ning's aura. His aura is sharpening and intensifying. Right? Immortal Xianxia's eyes were shining as well. He stared fixedly at Ning, seated in the lotus position atop the stone pillar. For a powerful sword immortal like Xianxia, he could feel that the distant Ji Ning was also beginning to emit a similar sword aura as Xianxia himself had. Although it was incredibly weak, it was slowly beginning to manifest. He's growing more and more powerful. Immortal 5 Craze couldn't even be bothered to drink wine. He stared excitedly at the distant Ning. I feel as though he has completely changed into a sword. He made the breakthrough. A smile appeared on the face of Immortal Xianxia as well. As soon as his words came out, the distant Ning arose from the lotus position, coming to his feet. Oh! When he had been battling against whites now, Ning's mind had become filled with the scenes of his master, Immortal Xianxia, teaching him about the sword. At that time, he had gained a vague feeling for what the lustrous sword heart was. Now that he had battled Venom Blood, his insights had grown even deeper, and the power of his swordlight was growing increasingly great as well. In the instant he had defeated Venom Blood, he felt as though he were a bubble that had stretched to its limit, then instantly exploded. All of those doubts and questions in his heart had vanished. Ning's heart had become truly lustrous. If you wish to become a sword immortal, you must have the utmost sincerity towards the sword and the sword in your heart. If you have the sword in your heart, then even with a rock, a throwing hammer, or a wooden stick, you'll still be able to execute sword arts. For a sword immortal, everything is part of the Tao of the sword. The rainwater Tao, the Taos of wind, fire, and other Taos. They will all be merged into the Tao of the sword. The sword is my body. The sword is my life. The sword is my path. Ning opened his eyes, his entire body. Every single part of him seemed to be brimming with sword ki. It was as though Ning himself was a peerless sword. The sword of a sword immortal was the sword immortal himself. He was the sword, and he could use any magic treasures in executing sword arts. The sword of a sword immortal was his Tao. This Tao, when taken to its absolute peak, led one to supremacy amongst the three realms. The sword of a sword immortal was what he relied on. On his path as an immortal cultivator, only by using the sword would he be able to carve a path to the very top. If gods blocked him, he would kill gods. If Buddhas blocked him, he would slay the Buddhas. He would carve a path through all which would oppose him, and he would rely on his sword to do this. I want for my mother and father to be able to live forever. I want my loved ones to be able to live joyful lives. I want for tragedies to never befall me. I want to never again be controlled by the hands of fate. Ning's sword heart was now completely shining and translucent. All of his hopes, his desires, his dreams, they were all embodied within his sword, his body, his life, even his future hopes and aspirations. They were all entrusted to the sword. The sword was what he would rely on to carve out his future and his path. The first stance of the 3-foot sword, the lustrous sword heart. Ning instantly comprehended the very first stance of the 3-foot sword. There were many different ways in which the first stance could be executed. What one needed to do was to release the technique in accordance with the insight one had gained into one's own sword heart. That would be enough. Oh! Ning rose to his feet. Standing there, atop the stone pillar, he stared at his fellow disciples in the Tao debate palace, then once more spoke out. Are there any other fellow disciples who wish to provide me with guidance? The black-white college disciples within the Tao debate palace began to turn their gazes towards a small number of people. Venomblood was already quite a powerful Wanxiang adept in terms of the Dao debates, and yet even he had been defeated by Ji Ning. Then, in order to defeat Ji Ning, they would need someone even more powerful. There were only so many who fit the criteria. There were only 10 or so disciples who had multiple Dao domains and were extremely strong. Given the situation, I would like to test your strength for myself, junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. A white-robed man who was standing next to Holy Fire suddenly stood out with a calm laugh. Northmont Blackcurrant? Senior apprentice brother Northmont Blackcurrant is about to engage. Senior apprentice brother Blackcurrant's 5 energies grand grappling hand technique is astonishingly strong, far more so than senior apprentice brother Venomblood's technique. If senior apprentice brother Blackcurrant engages, he will definitely win. Debates rang out once again. Blackcurrant, amongst the Wanxiang adepts of the Black-White College, could be considered a well-known figure. But of course, in normal, real battles, the Fiendgod disciples would be even stronger. The likes of Bloodshadow, for example, possessed real combat power that was simply heaven-defying. On the battlefield, Fiendgod body refiners possessed an innate advantage to begin with. Although Blackcurrant was a key refiner, if one only looked at comprehension of the Dao, he definitely was one of the most impressive of the disciples who had comprehended multiple Dao domains. He vastly surpassed Venomblood and the others. Northmont Blackcurrant? Ning looked towards him, immediately recognizing him. When he had first gone to visit the Black-White College, he had encountered this Blackcurrant fellow. Back then, Blackcurrant had held him in no regard. Brother Baiwei, back then, described this Northmont Blackcurrant as a viper dressed in a sheepskin. Now, it seems, at least I see the sheepskin part. Blackcurrant had a smile on his face. He moved with leisurely grace, and was dressed in white clothes. Indeed, he appeared quite elegant, and it seemed as though he had quite a few friends. Soon, Blackcurrant emerged from the side room with a construct. With a step, he flew directly atop the stone pillar, and his golem also landed at the arena below. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. Blackcurrant stood on the pillar, staring into the distance. Laughing, he said, "When I first met you, I had no idea that I would be discussing the Dao with you today at the Dao Debate Palace. The changes of the world truly are marvelous and remarkable. To be able to battle with you, senior apprentice brother, I, too, am amazed by the countless transformations of the world," Ning replied. Blackcurrant nodded gently, but the desire for combat was quite evident in his eyes. Because he was born from a fairly remote branch of the Northmont clan of Stillwater, he had always looked down upon those main lineage disciples who had relied on the protection of their parents. He had long ago relegated Ning to the side of people such as Baiwei. Ning's earlier repeated successes had caused him to feel all the more unhappy. His talent is quite exceptional. However, it's enough for him to have won this many battles. Blackcurrant mused to himself. Suddenly, a white-haired, white-robed man standing amidst the many fellow disciples within the Dao Debate Palace spoke out. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. Ning turned his to look, and as he did, he clasped his hands. Senior apprentice brother Bloodshadow. Bloodshadow was a bit weaker in terms of the Dao debate, but in a real battle he was definitely one of the top-ranked disciples of the third generation. Junior apprentice brother. First you defeated 3 Zifu disciples. Then you defeated myself, Whites Now, and Venomblood. And now you are going to battle with Northmont Blackcurrant. I am truly in admiration of you. Junior apprentice brother Blackcurrant is exceptionally talented, while you, junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, are a peerless genius. It is hard to say who will win this fight. I'm willing to take out a treasure and add to the intrigue of this battle. If you are able to defeat junior apprentice brother Blackcurrant, I will give this treasure to you." As soon as these words came out, there was instantly a hullabaloo. Bloodshadow's words were rather damaging to Blackcurrant's face, and he clearly was closer to Ji Ning's side. Humph. Blackcurrant felt some unhappiness in his heart, but Bloodshadow was one of the third-generation disciples he could least afford to irritate. On the surface, he maintained his calm, smiling demeanor. "How can I accept this?" Ning immediately said. "No need to be humble," Bloodshadow replied. This treasure is a mortal-ranked magic treasure. To me, it's not very useful. When I was carrying out an assignment for the Raindragon Guard, I accidentally entered an immortal estate, and I was lucky enough to manage to pick up a sword formation technique. I saw that you, junior apprentice brother, are skilled in controlling flying swords, and quite a few of them at once at that. This flying sword formation I acquired is a Heavenly Spirits, Earthly Fiends sword formation with a total of 108 flying swords. They are useless to me, but to you, junior apprentice brother, they will definitely be of great use. However, if you want to acquire them, you'll have to show off your abilities in this battle, junior apprentice brother. The white-robed, white-haired Blood Shadow had a smile on his face. He did indeed have a very good opinion of Ji Ning. He had also been the first of the Wanxiang adepts to engage Ning. In reality, he was simply throwing a brick to attract Jade, seeking to draw out the others. He often engaged in life-and-death battles, and so his senses were exceptionally acute. He could vaguely sense that the distant Ji Ning was like a sword, and he had understood that this junior apprentice brother of his would have an unlimited potential. In taking out the set of flying swords, although he said that it would be the reward for a victory, even if Ning lost, when the time came, Blood Shadow could still find an excuse to give it to Ning. And so, the two would naturally grow closer to each other. I will definitely work hard, Ning said. How could this mortal-ranked flying sword formation be truly useless to Blood Shadow? If nothing else, he could take it to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain and exchange it for quite a few elemental badges. Clearly, this senior apprentice brother wanted to befriend him. Oh, that kid Blood Shadow is the first to move to befriend your disciple. The short elder held the gourd of wine in his hand, and was drinking it while chatting leisurely. Immortal Xianxia nodded lightly. Blood Shadow is also a truly heroic figure amongst the third generation. He stands on the side of your disciple, so he's a heroic figure? The short elder gave him a stare, then said with pursed lips, Still, to tell the truth, although this kid Blood Shadow is a bit slow in terms of comprehending the Tao, he's moved stably and confidently. In particular, he's quite good at enduring suffering. Of the various Fiendgod body refining techniques, the indestructible Blood Shadow body is described as the most painful technique to train in. If one is successful, however, the results are bizarrely, astonishingly powerful. In addition, this kid, Blood Shadow, often takes on dangerous missions for the Raindragon Guard. With his special, unbreakable body, he has walked the path between life and death on multiple occasions, and his power is increasing at a faster and faster rate. His divine ability is fairly powerful as well. Now, when he first joined, he was unremarkable, but now he's one of the most powerful third-generation disciples. I imagine that in a few more centuries, he will have become one of the most powerful members of our Black-White College. You have such a good view of him? Immortal Xianxia was surprised. The short elder sighed. Although comprehending the Tao is important, the Tao heart is even more important. Once you've seen as much as I have, you will understand. All right. Immortal Xianxia gave Blood Shadow a long, deep look. Battle's starting. The short elder's eyes lit up as he stared at the distant battle. Ning and Blackcurrant had each already begun to control their golems in combat. Junior apprentice brother Xianxia, who do you think will win? As I see it, although your disciples has comprehended the first stance of the 3-foot sword, that first stance involves comprehending one's own sword heart. What is his sword heart like? No one knows. How powerful will the techniques he unleashes be? Hard to say. But this 5 energies grand grappling hand of Blackcurrant is far more powerful than the technique that Venomblood Kid was using. The short elder looked at Immortal Xianxia, eagerly awaiting a look of concern to appear on his face. But Immortal Xianxia remained as solemn as ever. What is his sword heart like? We'll know if we watch. Oh! The short elder mumbled a response, then shook his head and sighed. Oh ho ho, your disciple is at a disadvantage. Seems as though it'll be dangerous for him. Everyone watching what was going on within the sealed arena was holding their breaths. Will this junior apprentice brother Ji Ning be able to produce another miracle? Holyfire's eyes were narrowed. Oh! It seems as though the sharpness of his sword light is no longer increasing. Has his prajna state come to an end? The fat, sloppy-looking youth frowned as he watched. If it has already come to an end, it's hard to say who will win. Oh, senior apprentice sister, will junior apprentice brother Ji Ning be able to win? Nine Lotus asked. The black-robed maiden, the rainbow flame fairy, just watched silently without saying a word. Oh. Win, win, win. Northsun and Winterine were standing together in a corner. Northsun's fists were tightly clenched, and his eyes were round. Oh. Within the grand ceiling formation, although Ning, seated in the lotus position atop the stone pillar, was at a definite disadvantage, those 9 tripartite lotus swords were continuing to struggle and resist the enormous 5 energies grand grappling hand. However, by the looks of things, if they exchanged a few more blows, the tripartite lotus swords were going to collapse. Ning was very calm. He didn't panic in the slightest, which caused Blackcurrant to laugh coldly in his heart. It's about time for you to lose. What he didn't know was that Ning was currently storing up his power. In his heart, the various insights that he had gained into the sword were surging out in waves. To be carefree, to do as I please, to force even fate to beat a retreat. Ning's eyes suddenly exploded with a terrifying sword intent, and an astonishing sword intent radiated from his entire body. The first stance of the 3-foot sword, lustrous sword heart. Ning's gaze solidified, and instantly, a rumbling sound could be heard. Every single flying sword on the back of the Thousand Words golem flew out, including the flying swords he had used before. There were 1,000 flying swords, clustered there in the air, and they caused all of the spectators to be completely shocked. So many flying swords. What were they going to do? Every single one of the 1,000 flying swords was pointing directly to the 5 energies grand grappling hand ahead of them. Chop! Ning bellowed forth this single word. The 1,000 flying swords instantly blossomed into lotus flowers, and at the same time, they all chopped forward. The 1,000 flying swords had instantly transformed into a single enormous swordlight. Carrying irresistible power and majesty, they chopped forward. This single chop, it contained the invincible will of Ning's sword heart. In his past life, Ning had experienced the information explosion era. As the saying goes, one who enters the red dust of the mortal world one will depart while covered in it. The distracting thoughts generated by the information explosion era were even more astonishing than the distracting thoughts generated during the era of wandering barbarians. The experiences he had in this life, the lives and deaths of those he loved, the warmth of family. It was these things that allowed Ning's heart to slowly grow lustrous and be purified of those distracting thoughts. If a person were to live in a perfect utopia, a peach garden beyond all worldly matters, then perhaps that person would be able to maintain a pure, lustrous heart. But this sort of pure, lustrous heart would be a very weak one. Upon encountering any setbacks or seductions, it might easily crumble. But Ning had seen far too many things in his past life, in the information explosion era. Tormented and racked by pain, he had watched as others freely ran about, read books, had lovers and more. How painful and tortured that had been. His heart had long ago been stained by the red dust of the mortal world. In this life, the love and warmth of family had slowly polished it bright, and now, his heart was all the stronger and all the more unbreakable. It was admittedly praiseworthy for someone who stood at the peak of a mountain to maintain perfect purity. But for someone to be born from the sludge to remain unsullied was even harder to do. This is my first stance of my 3-foot sword. Chop! 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 Ning roared the word chop 3 times, and the sword light in his eyes was visible to the naked eye. That powerful sword intent, that mighty, irresistible will. It caused even those 2 immortals watching from afar to be moved. Boom! The 1,000 flying swords, linked into a single, massive burst of sword light, were all chopping in unison towards a single direction. Although that mighty, heaven-defying 5 energies grand grappling hand was able to resist for just a brief moment. With a mighty boom, it shattered apart like glass. Some of the extremely high-ranking disciples who had been seated, such as senior apprentice brother Holyfire, the fat, sloppy-looking youth, and the black-robed maiden had all risen to their feet. Looks of shock were on their faces, and they stared, stunned, at the fur-clad youth atop the stone pillar in the distance. As for Northmont Blackcurrant, located on the other stone pillar within the grand ceiling formation, his face had instantly turned ashen. I lost. How could I have lost? How could I have lost? Blackcurrant's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was an incomparably prideful figure. He didn't even hold high-level members of the Northmont clan, such as main lineage members like Northmont Byway, with any regard. This was precisely because he was absolutely confident in his own abilities. But a new disciple who had just entered the school, and one who was extremely friendly terms with Byway to boot, had actually defeated him in a Dao debate, an arena he had been extremely self-confident in. It was that sword. That sword. Blackcurrant's mind still clearly remembered that terrifying sword. That chop that was launched simultaneously by 1,000 flying swords. It felt as though that chop had cut a scar straight into his Dao heart. What a terrifying sword. Only when facing that sword head-on can a person truly understand how terrifying it is. A sword with no regrets and nothing held back. A sword which nothing can block. Blackcurrant's heart was filled with panic and disbelief that he had lost. But when he thought back to that sword, he felt completely powerless. Ji Ning wins. The white-haired elder shouted loudly, and the entire grand ceiling formation vanished. Senior apprentice brother Blackcurrant, thank you for taking it easy on me. Ning's voice rang out, echoing throughout the entire Dao debate palace. Only now did Blackcurrant come to his senses. He forcibly clamped down on the wild thoughts running through his mind, then clasped his hands and said, Junior apprentice brother, you truly are formidable. I sigh that I am inferior to you. After speaking, he released the bond with the golem, then transformed into a streak of light and left the arena. He handed the 2 jade bottles to the white-haired elder, and then, silently and wordlessly, entered the crowd of spectating fellow disciples. Oh! What a powerful sword! The fat, sloppy-looking youth mused to himself. Oh! In a few decades, our black-white college will have produced yet another formidable figure. Holyfire had a hint of a smile on his face as he looked at Ning. Oh! In the entire Dao debate palace, only the 2 immortals truly understood that sword technique of Ning's. Lustrous sword heart. What a fine lustrous sword heart. The short elder's eyes were shining as he stared at Ning. Such a powerful sword heart. Such a resolute sword heart. Our black-white college has truly taken in a treasure this time. We have indeed. Immortal Xianxia was staring towards the distant Ning as well, and his eyes were blazing. I wonder, how in the world did this disciple of mine manage to generate a sword heart such as this in 10 or so short years? The experiences he had did involve life and death, but for them to produce such a powerful sword heart, this is truly inconceivable. Ha ha ha, just you watch and see. Those other fellows are probably going to arrive soon. The short elder chortled. Immortal Xianxia laughed as well. The short elder let out a weird laugh and said, they are definitely feeling regret as well. Regret for not having come to the Dao debate palace to watch in person. Oh! The headmaster of the Black-White College, Taoist Jade C, was currently seated in the lotus position on his bed. Above him, there was a watery scrying mirror which clearly displayed the discourses on the Dao that were going on within the Dao debate palace. That sword! A look of shock appeared on the face of Taoist Jade C, who was so handsome that women would be infatuated with him. Can it be that he has embarked on the path of the sword immortal? Ugh! Taoist Jade C let out a regretful sigh. He could only see the images through water scrying, but the auras, the presences, the ripples of the world, all of the intricate details were lost. I'm going. Taoist Jade C didn't hesitate at all. Waving his hand, he made the water scrying mirror disappear, and then his body flickered and disappeared. Oh! Quite a few of the primal Taoists of the Black-White College were watching this battle through the water-scrying technique. When they saw that sword emerge, all of them were awestruck. However, because none of them had personally seen and sensed the sword in the Tao Debate Palace, they weren't completely certain of what it was either. Thus, all of them hurried towards the Tao Debate Palace, and even 2 of the Immortals headed there as well. Oh! The third-generation disciples who were in the Tao Debate Palace, in turn, had no idea about what was going on in the outside world. They were all chatting amongst themselves. Even Blackcurrant had lost? Then who would be the next to stand forward? Blackcurrant could be considered one of the top 10 figures amongst those who had multiple Tao domains. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, don't be so sentimental. It's just a set of flying swords. Senior apprentice brother Bloodshadow was currently chatting with Ning, and offering to him that set of heavenly spirits, earthly fiends sword formation. Ning laughed. Fine. Then your junior apprentice brother will accept it. The simple interactions Ning had had with Bloodshadow made him feel quite well disposed towards him. He accepted the set of flying swords, and by doing so, he was clearly acknowledging Bloodshadow as a friend. That's more like it. Bloodshadow nodded. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, your talent is astonishing. However, the path of immortals is not one in which you can simply bury yourself in training. You also need to wander the world and experience many things for yourself. I imagine that in a few years at most, junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, you will go out and adventure through the world. Most likely, you will also join the Raindragon Guard and whatnot. If there's anything you need, feel free to come find me. I'm quite familiar regarding the Raindragon Guard. When the time comes, I will definitely go and trouble you, senior apprentice brother, Ning said with a laugh. Eh? Bloodshadow suddenly turned his head to look, and Ning did so as well. A figure had emerged from the third-generation disciples. Her? Ning's pupils contracted. The person who had walked out was a black-robed maiden. Previously, she had sat there, surrounded by others. Even Nine Lotus had been by her side. Clearly, her status was extremely high. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. The black-robed maiden walked over, then said in a cool, calm voice, I should be the most powerful of the disciples who have comprehended multiple Tao domains. If you defeat me, then it will naturally be up to senior apprentice brother Holyfire and the others will come out to fight you. After finishing, she turned and moved towards the side room to select a golem. You are doomed. Bloodshadow sucked a cold breath. Who is she? Although Ning had a guess, he still asked the question. The Rainbow Flame Fairy Yue. Bladeshadow spoke in a very soft voice. She is a reincarnated immortal, and her talent is terrifyingly great. When she had first entered the school, none of the old disciples chose to have a Tao debate with her. Her training speed is astonishing as well. She is currently just over 20 years old, but her power has already reached a frightening level. Ning was inwardly shocked. A reincarnated immortal? His master had also told him that there were only a total of 3 reincarnated immortals amongst the third-generation disciples. 2 had trained for over 80 years, while 1 had been training for over 20 years. The one who had been training for over 20 years was most likely this black-robed woman, Yue. No wonder she said that she is the most powerful out of those who have comprehended multiple Tao domains. Ning mused to himself in shock. Junior apprentice brother. I'd like to help you, but I'm unable to. Bloodshadow immediately departed. So what if she is a reincarnated immortal? She's just trained for 10 or so more years than I have, that's all. Although Ning was on high alert, he didn't feel the slightest bit of dread. Oh. Just a few moments later, Ning was atop the stone pillar in the arena, under the grand ceiling barrier, and he was staring in astonishment at the scene before him. He had released 1,000 flying swords, which had combined to form the first stance of the 3-foot sword, and the power of this attack was truly astonishing. But this Rainbow Flame Fairy, Yue, had actually also chosen the 1,000 words golem, and had also released 1,000 flying swords, all of which had transformed into a sea of fiery sword light. A scorching sea of fiery sword light. A sharp, fierce sea of fiery sword light. An irresistible sea of fiery sword light. A head-on clash. A frontal clash. Although Ning's sword light was extremely sharp and extremely strong, that all-devouring flame was even more berserk. It smashed apart Ning's sword light, piercing past the protective armor of Ning's Thousand Words golem. Yu Wei wins, the white-haired elder called out. It was a clean, straightforward win. I lost. Ning rose to his feet and laughed. Senior apprentice sister, you are formidable. I wholeheartedly acknowledge my loss. When I was 16, I wasn't as strong as you are. The rainbow flame fairy, Yu Wei, gave Ning a glance. Right? Don't forget to give me those 100 black-white pellets and those 5 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Ning stared at her, instantly stupefied. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Why would an exalted reincarnated immortal act as though she cared about the wager that much? What, did she think that he was going to welch on their bet? By now, the various primal Taoists had all arrived at the Tao Debate Palace. They made it just in the nick of time, and were just barely able to catch the sight of Ning battling against the Rainbow Flame Fairy, Yu Wei. All of them nodded inwardly. He really is a sword immortal. And what a powerful sword heart. In a few centuries, our Black-White College will most likely produce yet another sword immortal that is comparable to Uncle Master Xianxia. In a corner of the Tao Debate Palace. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more immortals had appeared next to Immortal Fivecraze and Immortal Xianxia. One was a bearded old man with a crown on his head, while the other was a juvenile child who radiated an aura of infinite cold. Their arrival had not been noticed by any of the primal Taoists or the third-generation disciples within the Tao Debate Palace. Sword immortal. The crowned, bearded elder nodded as he spoke. He has indeed embarked onto the path of a sword immortal. Finally, our Black-White College has yet another disciple who has begun to comprehend the grand Tao of the sword. Taoists were divided into levels as well. Rainwater, ice, and whatnot. These were all just some of the countless Taoists of the natural world. But the Tao of the sword, however, was on a higher level. It was a grand Tao. Even gaining a basic understanding of it was extremely difficult. Zifu disciples would generally find it quite easy to comprehend a hint of the true meaning of the rainwater. And in fact, it wasn't even that impressive for them to comprehend a rainwater Tao domain. But the Tao of the sword, as one of the grand Taoists, even getting a basic understanding of it was extremely rare. And what a powerful sword heart. A sword heart like that, talent like that, and comprehension abilities like that. The juvenile child's voice was quite youthful, but his words rang out in a manner that seemed aged and sallow. He is indeed a piece of unpolished jade that can be sculpted into a mighty sword immortal. Right. The short elder nodded repeatedly. Our Black-White College currently only has a single sword immortal, junior apprentice brother Xianxia. Now we have another one, a sword immortal. Even if he is defeated by the tribulations and ends up becoming a loose immortal, he will still be one with astonishing combat power, haha. The crowned, bearded elder instantly frowned and barked. Senior apprentice brother Fivecraze? Junior apprentice brother Xianxia is merely an earth immortal right now. He has a very good chance of becoming a celestial immortal. Don't say such negative things at a time like this. The short elder immediately looked towards Immortal Xianxia. Junior apprentice brother Xianxia. But Immortal Xianxia just laughed calmly. It's fine. It's enough so long as I act in a way which is true to my heart. It is precisely as Senior Northwalker said. It is better to live passionately for a day than to live a century while stifled. All I need to do is continue moving forward. Whether or not I can become a celestial immortal, that's secondary. Well spoken, the short elder nodded. As for the juvenile youth, he looked at Immortal Xianxia. Junior apprentice brother Xianxia, Ji Ning is a second sword immortal for our Black-White College. You must train him well. Immortal Xianxia turned his head, staring at the distant Ji Ning, who was handing over jade bottles to Yu Wei. An eager light appeared in his eyes, and he slowly said, "That is to be expected. He is my disciple after all." Oh. Senior apprentice sister. 100 black-white pellets and 5 kilograms of liquefied elemental essences. Here it is. Ning handed the 2 jade bottles to the Rainbow Flame Fairy, Yu Wei. The black-robed Yue glanced at Ning, a hint of amusement on her face. Stretching her arm out, she snatched the bottles away from Ning, then turned and left.